Not done just yet.
Advantage. Oh, sorry.
I'd be somewhat surprised if we come back here next year, Laura, and Osorio's not back in the top 50. We've seen so much good stuff today. Missed it. Wow.
Game.
So good fight back from Osorio. And why wouldn't you soak it up? Swiatek in the front. 6-2, 5-2.
Swiatek leads by 5.
For as long as possible. And there's a, I don't know whether you guys have this saying, but in the UK we can say, can she do it on a rainy day in Stoke? And it's bad conditions, terrible weather, and you're just out hustling, you and about 6 people. And I think she can, you know, you look at her results, she's such a hard worker, great competitor. So I agree, I'm with you, back in the top 50 for sure.
So it's day 3 here at the Australian Open. A little bit of inclement weather around the grounds, but we have the roof closed here. Fans from Colombia absolutely loving this fight we're seeing from Camila Osorio. Just huge.
15-30.
Just great setup. So much time and the small steps, the adjustment steps to get into the perfect position.
She's not going away.
Yep, well done. That's 2 games in a row.
New balls, please.
This will make Swiatek sit up and take notice.
Swiatek leads by 5 games to 3.
I'm not entirely sure what Swiatek was looking to do on that last volley. She was there, she had it on her racket, just tried maybe to go for the most difficult shot here.
I think she's feeling a little uncomfortable because of the speed and the defense from Osorio. A lot of these times, Swiatek's playing shots which wouldn't normally come back with interest. They are today. So new balls.
Love.
See, that for me should always go one more back cross court. No
15.
point trying to open up the line if you're not in position for it. And that's just a unnecessarily difficult shot to play when you're trying to serve out the match.
– 13-15.
Now in 22 minutes, and it's the world #1 with 2 match points.
Let's first serve. –30.
wraps it up in style. Iga Swiatek.
6-2, 6-3.
Straight sets win, 6-2, 6-3, and our top seed is through to the third round here at the Australian Open.
Well, the scoreline for me doesn't tell the full story. 2 and 3 look straightforward on paper, but Osorio made life very difficult for Swiatek today. Was hustling balls down, making the rallies as long as possible. And for Swiatek, at times she looked really uncomfortable on the forehand side. Coming through was, we thought she would, but perhaps some things to work on in the next round. Really strong serve performance today from her, got broken a couple of times, but the first serve percentage was overall really strong. The forehand, when she got on top of it at the start of the rally, was also excellent, and as always, the movement was there. So plenty of things to think about, I think, for Swiatek, as she has that potential blockbuster in the next round against Andreescu. Will need to play a little better than today to come through that one, but did what she needed to do to get a straight sets win, and sometimes that's plenty, that's enough.
So the 21-year-old from Colombia soaking up the atmosphere, and that was a great performance. 6-2, 6-3, and has won many fans today with her character and fighting spirit.
She had such a great attitude out there, fought for every point, was smiling, enjoying herself. And she will want to be back out there in no time. So let's see how she goes this year, because for me, she's playing much better than her ranking suggests, Camila Osorio. Oh, don't give away the towels, they're the best part.
Well, she's going to have a chat with Jelena.
Iga, congratulations. That was a tricky second round opponent, tricky second round match. You lost just 5 games. How would you rate that performance?
Well, I think it was much tougher than the score says. It was really intense physically, and Camila was really, running to every ball. She didn't give up, so she didn't give me many points for free. So I needed to really work for each of them, and it was tough, but I'm happy that I was consistent in being proactive and trying to just play a little bit, faster to put pressure. But I'm pretty happy that I won and I can play next round.
Now, you seem to really focus early on in each set on the first couple of games, and you try to get a break early on in sets. Is that what you really focus on very early in sets, that you try and get on top of your opponents?
Well, for sure, it's always easier to start well. You feel like you have more control, but, there are many factors that you have to kind of see, and it also depends on the opponent. But for sure, it's my goal to win every game, so I'm trying really to be proactive. I feel like on my first round, I was like, a little bit waiting for chances. I want to kind of force everything to get these chances. So I'm trying to do that, but honestly, I'm always trying to do that. So it's not like a special thing right now.
Now, you're in a third round, and players usually, as they go further and further in tournaments, especially Grand Slams, we sometimes have superstitions. We have the same breakfast, maybe we eat dinner in the same place. Do you have some superstitions?
Not really. I'm actually trying to kind of break the routine sometimes, because Grand Slams are so long that it's kind of impossible to stay in the rhythm for like 2 weeks. But I don't know. Also, playing sometimes night session, sometimes day session is really like messing up sometimes with the rhythm. So tonight, for sure, I'm going to have a free evening, and it's going to be much nicer than yesterday, because yesterday's I was already thinking about the match, So I'm going to try to enjoy it. But I'm not superstitious. I would say I actually just changed my playlist before the match. I was listening to the same songs for like 2 years, so it was tough. But I did that, and it's working, so hopefully these songs are not going to mess up my head.
Last one, you get a day off and you finish pretty early today. What does a day off at a Grand Slam look like for Iga Swiatek?
Well, for sure, it's a lot of fun. 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 It's a Well, in Melbourne, usually it's sunny, except today and yesterday. So I need to change my plans. Yesterday, I actually went for a walk at 7, and then it started raining, and I was just hiding under the tree and waiting for like 30 minutes. So if there's anybody who's gonna see me tonight walking in the rain, please save me, give me an umbrella or something.
I'm sure we can find you an umbrella somewhere.
But maybe tonight, maybe nice dinner, because I've been eating sushi for like whole week and I can't look at it anymore.
So you do have some superstitions?
No, it wasn't superstition, it's just, I don't know, the only thing you can take to go from here, so I don't know, it just happened.
Well, whatever you're doing, it's working. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the third round. Ladies and gentlemen, Iga Swiatek.
Delightful young lady. Now, top seed here at the Australian Open. Trouble today. The straight sets winner 6-2, 6-3. And it gets a little tougher though, we suspect, if Andreescu gets through in that section of the draw.
It will be a lot tougher, but the good thing for Iga Swiatek is it felt like she had another 2-3 gears to step up to today if needed, and she was able to do that to try and close out the match. That last game with some of the best serving that we saw throughout. I see 80% first serves in. That was very strong today. 19 winners, 16 from Osorio, which was also decent, keeping the unforced errors somewhat down. That could probably drop a little more if she's looking to do some damage here, but this part of the draw is absolutely stacked, so every match is going to be a tough one from here on out. And the first two were already tough. Niemeyer and Osorio, that's tough route to the third round.
It certainly is. Rybakina, the Wimbledon champ, Danielle Collins, last year's finalist, just lurking nearby as well. So it certainly is a difficult part of the draw. So Iga Swiatek, dynamic as always, incredible movement, and that was a dominant display from the world #1. Moves safely through to the third round here at the Australian Open.
The action continues on Rod Laver Arena on a rainy day 3 of Australian Open 2023. We're under the roof though, and after victory there for the world number 1 Iga Swiatek, we are about to watch the world number 3 Jessica Pegula of the United States, very much a leading contender for the title this year. She'll be taking on Alexandra Sasnovich, the world number 38.
Women's singles second round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, Alexandra Sasnovich. And their opponent this afternoon, please welcome from the USA, Jessica Pegula.
Well, she is up there as one of the favourites for Australian Open 2023. The American is the 3rd seed for this tournament and reached the quarterfinals here over the last 2 years, losing to Ash Barty in the quarters in 2022. Sasnovich, she came through her first round match against a qualifier for Pegula. Well, she absolutely demolished her Romanian opponent in round 1 in just 59 minutes. So she absolutely raced through 6-love, 6-1. But looking at the top half of the draw for this encounter, alongside me, Alison Mitchell, is Liz Smiley. And this one is, Pegula is very much up there, exciting player. But what sort of contest do you think she is going to find here in this second round match?
I mean, she's playing against Alexandra Sasnovich, and Sasnovich, she's been on the tour a while. She's at her highest ranking, and when she plays good players, she plays well, and they have to play well to beat her, normally in 3 sets. So I'm really looking forward to this match.
So we'll see what Sasnovich has got to dish up to Pegula. The Hot Shots mascot ready to go. Let's listen into the toss.
Can we please take a photo first in that direction? Turn around. Okay. No, you stay here, between the girls. And smile.
What a great occasion always for the mascots.
Okay, perfect. Just a couple of reminders. We have the shot clocks in all 4 corners. Same for the towel bin. Jessica, the red towel box for you, the blue towel box for you. All calls are made by the system. Let me know if you want to see anything else. Any questions? Alexander, would you like to have Ken Roswell or Australian Open? Ken Roswell, go for it. AO it is. Receive. Thank you.
That's such a nice touch from the Australian Open this year to commemorate our great Ken Rosewell, still the youngest man to win the AO at 18 years of age.
It's important, isn't it, that the greats are recognised, whether it's the naming of a whole arena or indeed the side of a coin, because it sparks conversations.
And the hot shot, he gets to keep that coin, which is even better.
It is. Great memento. Well, here is Alexandra Sasnovich then, 28 years old, fractionally taller than her opponents across the other side of the net. But up to 38 in the world, has been a little higher than this in September prior to the end of this year, but had a notable run to the last 16 of Roland Garros just this year, and she will really draw on those results, Liz, because there are some notable scalps amongst her opponents.
Yeah, this time last year she was ranked 76 in the world, so it's on an upward trend. You call someone a veteran at the age of 28?
It's
I think
harsh,
you can in women's tennis.
But they are, yes. It always feels a little bit harsh. You're under 38, you're a veteran, but it's the same for Jessica Pegula. She's also 28, but she has really risen up through the ranks, and as world number 3 here, well, it's off the back of a 2022 in which she made quarterfinals in 3 of the slams, starting here at the Australian Open, at the French, and at the US. Didn't quite get that far at Wimbledon, the round of 32, but she is a player hotly tipped to challenge.
Finishing the year well, winning the event in Guadalajara. That was her first title win since 2019, where she won in Washington.
Yeah, that really helped her to boost the rankings. Well, on that way to the quarterfinals of the US Open last year, she did come up against Sasnovich, so have an idea of what to expect there. It's a straight sets win last season, so can Pegula repeat it, or can Sasnovich push her to 3? Win predictor heavily favouring Pegula, as you would expect, with the higher ranking and the higher seeding and the form that she has shown coming into this.
Gee,
Unbelievable.
what a difference a day makes.
Unbelievable how the temperature has dropped. That was reading 37 just 24 hours ago. And rain, and it really does look dismal in the outer court, so thank goodness for the roofs, and the several roofs across the major courts here in Melbourne Park, because it does mean that we can get some full programs of playing across these major courts.
Very fortunate that we do have 3 roofs here. Jessica Pegula, of course, coming into this Australian Open after playing United Cup. She led the US to a win in that competition. She had 4 wins, 1 loss to Kvitova. She beat Świątek. And then she was supposed to play in Adelaide the next week. Unfortunately, couldn't compete there.
Do you think that would have helped her? I mean, I think it was the schedule just sort of citing the tight turnaround from United Cup into Adelaide, into the Australian Open. Some players just like to have more of a breather rather than keep the intensity of competition going.
Certainly the United Cup is a new event this year, and it was a terrific event that was spread across from east to west in this country, and
1 minute.
just probably needs a little bit of tweaking, because that probably is a bit of an issue for players coming into the AO to change locations several times before you get to Melbourne.
That's right, because if you progress through, then semi-finals and finals in different places. But as a concept, I really enjoyed the idea of the men and the women coming together as one team.
Yeah, and I think the players enjoyed the concept too, didn't they?
Now, is that the Buffalo
The
Bills?
Bills.
It's the Bills. Of course, Jessica Pegula's father, the owner of Buffalo Bills, so some fans of American sport in to support Pegula as well. Notably, she wrote on the camera, "Go Bills #3" at the end of her first round match, because that was one of the players from the team who suffered a cardiac arrest back at the start of January. So she wanted to wish him well, and did so with the scrawl over the camera lens, which is a really lovely touch. It shows that the great connection that she's got to that part of her world. And she's trying to keep herself very grounded. She's very much aware of the privilege of her upbringing. She's spoken about that numerous times, but she is working as hard as everybody else on the tour to make her own way and put her own stamp on the sporting world.
It's her 6th Australian Open, Jess Pegula. She played in qualifying the first 2 years, so it's her 4th in the main draw, and she would be looking at improving on previous results. Quarters on 2 occasions.
So the stage is set for this second round match.
First set, Alexandra Sasnovich to serve. Play. La 15.
Inauspicious way to start the second round match. Sasnovich has beaten top 10 players in the past. She'll want to draw upon those experiences coming into this sort of encounter. First thing, just to get this serve working. Could be a few nerves as well, playing on the biggest show court.
Gee, that toss got away from her on the serve. She really had to go out of her way. Probably should have caught it and then begun the service motion again.
It's a very soft start, this, from Sasnovich. First rally of note for the error. Early break points for the world number 3. Pretty comfortable start. She hasn't been asked to do much yet in this opening game. Still 2 chances. Pegula's just been so consistent over the course of the certainly last 12 months. That's what's really got her ranking up. Still searching for that big breakthrough in a Grand Slam.
Reached the quarters of 3 of the 4 majors last year, Jess Pegula.
The early break goes the way of the American 3rd seed. It's a very gentle start from Sasnovich. Pegula, game to love. She's not necessarily a flamboyant player, Pegula, is she? We've sort of come to associate her with that consistency, sort of steadiness to her game.
Yes, and she moves well, but you know, these first few rounds of majors, you're just trying to work your way into the tournament, aren't you? Trying to settle quickly. Jessica, I'm sure she's very appreciative of the fact that she has been scheduled for this court today with the weather outside.
Makes such a difference, doesn't it, when you know there's some certainty you're actually going to get on court.
Oh, it's so difficult for the organisers. You know, when I left here last night and you left at the same time at about 10 p.m, there were still matches on court. Yeah. There were matches that were cancelled, so they come back, obviously, today. So all the courts are in a... And tennis players are used to it. I mean, you know, there's rain delays and there's rain delays at all sorts of locations and tournaments, but at a major... It certainly was very chaotic as far as the weather here yesterday and scheduling.
Empowering Sasnovich off court at the moment. Some powerful forehands. Not doing too much wrong. Gets herself a point on the board.
14-15.
Should be of some relief. Still 2 game points.
Game Pegula.
Backing up that early break. So Pegula with the advantage in this opening set.
By 2 games to 11.
Well, not much so far to stretch the world number 3. Up to Sasnovich to try and make a bit of the running here. I mentioned the top 10 players that Sasnovich has beaten in the past, and you do draw on those, don't you? When you come up against a high-level opponent, yes, so much is on your recent form and what you've done recently, but always look back and think, when have I done well? When have I beaten an opponent at this sort of level?
And it gives you the confidence to know if you've done it once, you can do it again.
And some of those names, well, both of them coming in 2018, in fact, so a few years ago now, but Petra Kvitova, so beaten a Grand Slam champion once, Alina Svitolina being the other, and Kvitova was at Wimbledon, no less.
So former champion.
Sasnovich did opt to play the lead-up tournament in Adelaide. Wasn't able to progress past the first round in either of them.
Those tournaments were so strong, both Adelaide 1 and Adelaide 2. That second week, the cutoff for the main draw was 21 in the world.
That's some calibre.
Oh, she turned defence into attack there. Sasnovich did well. Pegula had the upper hand early in the point. Right inside or on the baseline and looking to force the play. Probably let her off a little bit there, didn't she, Pegula?
It's a game point.
Too good. Beautiful strike there from Pegula up the line. Sasnovich just unable to react, just didn't have the time. This will show us a good view of it.
Forehand working well for Pegula so far. Still game points.
Oh, that was a bit adventurous. When you approach the net from deep in the court, it just gives your opponent just a little bit more time, doesn't it? And you see how deep she is there, Sasnovich, and really Pegula didn't have to move very far to hit the forehand. Can't give a quality opponent like Pegula that much time and space on a pass.
Beautifully played, nice and deep, approaching.
Gee, I like that play from Pegula. To be able to take that other hand off when she's pulled wide on the backhand side. This shot right here. And then followed it up with the nice touch slice up the line. Good work.
So from game point, Sasnovich facing break point.
Use.
David Witt, a coach on the bottom left of your screen. WTA Coach of the Year, no less, for the work he did with Pegula over 2022. And he was with the United Cup team, the USA as well. Nice, that first serve has been a little problematic.
Advantage, Sasnovich.
This is the 5th out of 14 that she's managed to land. That one's a really good effect.
Use.
Third opportunity she's had to hold serve to close out the game.
That slice, when it works well, it's no surprise it's effective, particularly on a grass court, and one of those wins against Kvitova was at Wimbledon on grass.
She'll have another chance now.
Advantage, Sasnovich. Game, Sasnovich.
Closes out that time. First hold in this opening set. It's Pegula a break up,
Pegula
leading
leads
2-1.
by 2 games to 1.
A hold of serve's going to make Sasnovich just feel a little bit better about life, isn't it? It's such a different experience coming out onto the big courts at the major tournaments, and you're playing one of the top seeds. And it's just a very different feel. The court is big. Of course, the occasion, you feel it. Oh, it's all the hot shots.
We love the hot shots, kids. It's a tremendous program. But also, it is First Nations Day here at the Australian Open. So you might see some extra colour, the Aboriginal flag there. It's also a discount, actually. If you're Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, there's a $10 discount on coming to the Australian Open today. So it's all about encouraging inclusivity, getting people into tennis who might not otherwise have been to Melbourne Park before even.
Let's hope they see some tennis on those outside courts.
Gotta hope. So Jessica Pegula, the world number 3, already a break-up, and looking to further build on this lead in the opening set. That was wonderful. Even get some applause from Pegula.
Love 15.
Decision to find the line. Pummeling the backhand of Sasnovich.
15-30.
And forced to pick one up practically off her shoelaces. Pegula under some pressure and a bit of an opportunity for the World 38. Pegula might not give her too many chances on her serve. She's a hungry player, Pegula, I think particularly having got to those 3 quarterfinals in slams last year. She wasn't satisfied with them, particularly after the US Open. Oh, nice return. Spot on.
It's all about building blocks, even if you're, you know, one of the top couple of players in the world. You get to the quarters and you want more, don't you? As we see a beautiful inside-out backhand return winner.
A break point.
It's a little bit like Sabalenka, who is another winner coming into here because she won the event in Adelaide. She's been to 3 semis of Grand Slams, and, you know, she's looking for that next step. A little bit like Pegula.
Yeah, her comment after the US Open was not to be pleased that she'd reached the quarterfinals, but to say, you know, 3 quarters in the same year, that really sucks. She was quite honest about it. Not satisfied. The hold of serve again. A little bit of opportunity for Sasnovich. 1 break point she couldn't convert, but Pegula comfortably ahead at 3-1 in these early stages. Look at that.
Gee, that's a terrific number for Pegula, isn't it? Converts the early break 80% of the time. That put just huge pressure on your opponent.
So that stat just explaining that if a break of serve comes in one of the first 4 games, and Pegula goes on to win the set 80% of the times.
Lefting.
Wonder if Sasnovich is aware of that early break stats for Pegula.
Let's hope not.
I think you'd put it out your mind, wouldn't you?
You would. See, that was a hard shot to try and execute there. It didn't get up very high at all, and Sasnovich trying to go up the line. The net's just a fraction higher. You've got a little bit less court to work with. Her 11th unforced error.
Out. 15-30.
A few spectators just taking a moment to settle down, holding up Sasnovich. She won't be rushed.
Yeah, the intent is clear, isn't it, from Pegula? Just rushing her opponent into that error. That was actually a forced error as compared to an unforced error.
So 2 further break points for the world number 3. Coach of Sasnovich, with his tablet in front of him to get all the match stats. Can advise his player if he sees fit. Needed to find a good first serve under pressure on break points. Came up with the goods.
Yeah, the body language from Pegula tells you everything you need to know. She's pretty disappointed with those last 2 returns. Sets a high standard for herself.
Advantage.
Well, that was a fabulous serve right at the centre. Not much that Pegula could do to reach that one. A little bit more like it. There's some fist pump from Pegula to say, yep, that's where I wanted it. Makes it look very simple. Another break point then. Third of this game. She'll first be looking to get a strong return of serve in. Here's another break, and Pegula moves 4-1 up in this opening set.
Pegula leads by 4 games to 1.
Extending the advantage, making life that much harder for Alexandra Sasnovich, the world number 38. She's playing pretty solid tennis.
As I said, you know, the expectations are high, and the Ladies' Open is a great opportunity for a new winner of the Australian Open.
Well, there you go. That's the prize that's on offer.
The Daphne Ackhurst Memorial Cup is the ladies' trophy, and they are on their way to somewhere very important. Not to us, but they're going somewhere, I'm sure, to have their photograph taken.
Where are they off
They're
to?
the most photographed thing.
Time.
And always handled with the precious white gloves.
Absolutely.
Get any fingerprints on them, polished to the nth degree. Maybe we'll see where they ended up. Well, Pegula would desperately love to get her hands on that trophy. That was a good point. Variety from both players.
Good anticipation there from Sasnovich. She read the play well here. You see the disguise on the backhand from Pegula, just not quite good enough with the drop shot. Sasnovich says, right back at you.
Nice from the back of the court. Lovely control.
We've seen a lot of variety on that backhand side from Pegula, haven't we? You know, when you look at the majors, what did she get to? The 32s of Wimbledon last year, and that's the shot that she would be looking to play on a grass court. Nice to add that to the repertoire. Not only the drop shot, but the slice. We've seen her hit on that side, and when she's pulled really wide, to be able to get that ball back into play. Always looking to add elements to their games, the best players in the world.
Oh, what a return that was. Short cross-court angle.
30.
The second serve doesn't have much on it from Pegula, does it? Didn't kick it anywhere near wide enough, just 124 Ks. Dealt with severely.
Well, here's a break point. All important for Sasnovich. It's currently a double breakdown. Oh, that's a poor miss. And Pegula is broken. She's still a break up. But that's a real boost for Sasnovich. Just instill a little bit more belief. She can start to create a few little chinks in the Pegula game.
No, not good enough with the attempted drop shot.
The system showed good.
Just asking the umpire, are you sure that serve was in? The umpire said, well, I can just go by what the system said, and the system said good.
2 millimeters in, that was, which
Hard
is
to
good
argue
enough.
with the machine.
I don't see it asked for quite so much now as the first year that it was brought in, and players, I think, probably just learning. Well, they're in the habit, aren't they, of requesting Hawkeye.
Love 30.
She points just as she's got the break of serve. But yeah, I think players now, on the whole, do trust, and they're much more aware that the electronic line calling is there. So.
Yes, they know the call's not going to be changed. It's just for their own peace of mind, the confirmation, if that makes sense.
A couple of misses.
15, 30.
A pretty cool, calm presence in the box.
He's been a good coach for a long time, David Witt. Lots of experience.
So 2 more break points. Could really see Pegula able to close in on this opening set. Serve at the centre is a good one. Just getting Pegula on the stretch. Broken again.
New balls.
Pegula just one game away now from taking this opening set.
Pegula leads by 5 games to 2.
So hard when you play against the top players in the world to just find that area where you don't make the unforced error, but you're still playing aggressively. And Sasnovich, case in point on that last point, going for the big forehand up the line because that's what she feels like she needs to do. But you know, the unforced errors from her are just really hurting her in this first set.
It's a big discrepancy, and it's 16 unforced errors from Sasnovich. And only 7 on the Pegula side of the net. He's also coming up with marginally more winners as well.
Yeah, that's not a good matchup, is it, for Sasnovich?
Time.
Up comes the 3rd seed with an eye on closing out this opening set. 1 hold of serve. It was a straight sets win for her at the US Open when these two met last year as well. That time it was 6-4, 6-4.
Showing the new balls. Nice courtesy.
Fifteen left. Out. 30 left.
Fault. Fault.
30-15.
First double fault for Pegula, coming as she's trying to close out this set. She's got a cushion though.
On.
Well, she anticipated with Sasnovich initially, but Pegula just in charge of the point.
Wasn't sure if Pegula was going to hit that previous one on the full, but nice disguise with the slice, just coming underneath the ball, dropping it short.
And a first set point. Oh, she really leapt on that return of serve.
Use. Advantage, Pegula.
Another set points for the 3rd seed.
Game and first set. Pegula.
Comfortable opening set.
Nice 6
One
games.
break for Sasnovich, but Pegula, third seed, closing it out 6 games to 2. Do you see anything, Liz, that could potentially trouble Pegula moving into a second set? Is there something that Sasnovich could look to try and work on?
Yeah, it's interesting. Sasnovich just had a little conversation with the umpire, and that's never a good sign when the umpire gets on the phone, because it invariably alerts the training room and the locker room that possibly a trainer is required. But for the most part, Pegula played a good set, didn't she? Right when she needed a point, whether it's a first serve on break point down, or whether it's coming up with the winner or not making an unforced error, she was equal to the task. Just a couple more unforced errors in there than she would have liked, but Sasnovich, just too many unforced errors from her racket, and that's the danger when you play against someone like Pegula. She makes you go for that little bit more, because you know that anything that's going to be dropped short or not exactly where it needs to be, it's going to be dealt with severely. I do like that variety from Pegula on the backhand side. That was the perfect illustration on that backhand, because when she was pulled wide, she has the ability to take the left hand off and play the slice, and then a couple of drop shots. So, you had the disguise, and it's nice to see that kind of variety.
Your serve. No sign of a trainer out on court yet. We'll keep an eye on Sasnovich.
Sasnovich, your serve.
I think she was. Had she forgotten that she was serving?
She was.
She was getting ready to receive.
Yeah.
Umpire had to remind her. It's your serve. That forehand slice. That side spin on the ball.
It's a good shot, a shot that stays low. Most girls that play with 2 hands, and it's a difficult shot to get under and get beneath the height of the ball. Undervalued shot, in my opinion, the slice backhand.
Fault.
Or just slice in general.
Fault.
Love 30.
It's the same way that the opening service game of the match began for Sasnovich. A double fault in early. Proving costly as well here. And the early break stat that we gave you earlier, saying that when Pegula breaks early in the set, she goes on to win 80% of them. She's already improved that statistic in this match.
Out. 15-14.
That's the early break once again for Jessica Pegula. She'll be looking to exert her authority on this match now, leading by a game to love. It's an ominous sign Now then, that early break, it's exactly how the opening set started.
Well, rhythm and momentum are such a huge part, not just of sport in general, but tennis in particular. And Pegula is, she's a good front runner, as that statistic proves.
She is going to go deep in this Grand Slam. At some point, the player who she followed on court today, Iga Swiatek, she, well, you would expect, need to beat her. She's to reach the point where she can lift a first Grand Slam title.
15 love.
And she did get a notable win over Swiatek in the United Cup. So again, these are all pointers as to why Jessica Pegula is heavily favoured as a contender for this year's tournament.
On.
Should take a little bit of assistance from the net at this stage.
Yeah, sorry, but not sorry. I'm going to try and do it again if I can.
She has been in this position on her serve already. Sasnovich buoyed by the fact that she did manage to get a break of serve in that opening set.
Fault.
Out. 15-14.
And here's the opportunity to break back straight away, which would make things a little interesting.
Let for serve.
Once it hit the net, forward just sat up nicely. Pegula could have gone either way with that forehand.
So the net helped Sasnovich before, this time rather worked the other way. One break point saved.
Once again, a tough point, wasn't it, from Pegula, a good second serve. She's played the big points well in this match.
That's so often the sign of the higher ranked player, the more experienced, or a reason why they've climbed the rankings in that way.
Advantage, Pegula.
Way to turn things around. Nice up the centre, thank you very much.
Well, you know what? It was a little bit of a mishit, but Sasnovich won't mind. She'll take it. Didn't come off the very middle of the racket here. Just the top edge.
Helped to put it out of the zone, Pegula.
Fault.
Another break point.
Advantage, Sasnovich.
Gee, she'd like that one back again. Second serve.
Pegula's notably been winning far fewer points on her second serve. It's where Sasnovich feels she's got an opportunity.
You must make the return when you have break point. Couldn't make that return.
No.
Pegula.
It's not all about the pace. Sometimes it's about placement. Pegula getting good slice on that wide serve.
Well judged lob from the back of the court from Pegula. Had to save break points, but turned it around to consolidate on the break. Leading 2-love. An important and possibly significant turnaround in that game.
Oh, she had to fight hard, didn't she, Pegula? 3 break points she saved.
And just a little bit dispiriting for Sasnovich that she had those opportunities and couldn't convert them.
Love 15.
We saw the stat earlier then, 80% of the time when Pegula gets an early break in a set, she goes on to win that set, which means that Sasnovich has it all to do to stay in this Australian Open. Pegula's still got very high expectations of herself.
Well, what you try and do at a major, you know, you've got 7 matches to win, so the idea is to get better and better. And, you know, Pegula's standards are high. You saw the body language after she missed that return. Not impressed with that.
Another error. Just the odd one sneaking in.
30-15.
Sasnovich was broken twice during that opening set. Did get 1 break of serve herself. Hasn't been able to convert break points when she has had them in this second set so far. She's got to focus on holding serve for the moment. Pummeling return from the 3rd seed.
30.
Once again, though, a big point, wasn't it? Second serve and a good return.
That's more like it for a first serve. Serve out wide, swinging away, out of reach of Pegula. Such a notable difference between first and second serve for Sasnovich. On second serve, only winning 22% of the points.
She doesn't have the pace on that second delivery to worry Pegula.
First serve helping her out once again. A good hold in the end for Sasnovich. Crowd willing her to stay in here, but Pegula a break up 2-1 second set.
Did a good job on that last point, Sasnovich. That was 158 Ks, a big flat serve out wide, and followed it in with the swinging forehand volley. It's the unforced errors from Sasnovich that have really hurt her in this match. She has played quite well from time to time, hasn't she? Looking to come forward. She's got good variety on the slice. We've seen a couple of drop shots, but the best players in the world, they really make their opponents get to an uncomfortable position, try and make them play a way that they're not happy playing with. And I think that's what we've seen Jess Pegula do well today.
Time.
Just taking Sasnovich out of her comfort zone, made her try just a little bit more.
Pegula break up in the second set, having won the first without really being taken out of her comfort zone. Now looking to extend this advantage.
15 love.
Pretty good way of doing it.
Out. 30 love.
Nicely wrong-footing her opponent. Sasnovich imagining she was going to need to cover that backhand wing.
Well, the forehand gets the credit for the winner, but it was the serve that was really the telling factor in that point. Opened up the court well.
Well, the hold to love. And dominance from Pegula.
By 3 games to 1.
Stretching ahead. Just in a, well, no position at all for the return. Marginally on court longer now than the 59 minutes that Pegula needed to win her first round match. 6-love, 6-1. That was against Romanian Jacqueline Christian.
Out. 15 love.
Sasnovich being asked to scramble at the back of the court. All on Pegula's racket.
That's controlled aggression from Pegula. Knowing once she got Sasnovich on the run, then just went back the other way, had good net clearance, nowhere near a line, a safe winner. Oh, good eye. Would have been easy to hit that volley from Sasnovich.
15.
Just put a little bit more juice on the approach, didn't she?
She was in position. Very much tempted.
Oh, she missed. Oh, no, she made it. Gee, that was close.
Only just.
And she knows it.
15.
Well, didn't get it the first time.
Jess is asking, gee.
She wanted to check. But again, the electronic line calling. It tracked
Too
that
close
ball.
for comfort.
40-15.
It is game point. Checking on the score, Pegula.
Flat for serve.
Well, she was distracted there because she actually thought the ball was out. So maybe that's what took her focus off the fact that her opponent has a couple of game points.
Game Sasnovich.
Valuable hold of serve for Sasnovich, who really needs to dig deep and find something here.
Pegula leads by 3 games.
Pegula still a break up, 3-2 in the second set. I'll give her a little bit of a boost, but somehow she's got to find a way past the Pegula serve, and that's the greatest challenge at the moment for Alexandra Sasnovich.
And this is going to help Sasnovich. She wants to come forward. She hasn't always come forward on the right ball, but on that particular occasion did a good job.
See the frustration from Pegula, letting that slip, and maybe letting her concentration slip as well, just with that, the close call that she thought was out. Just seemed to throw her. It's not too often you see a player ask the umpire for confirmation of the score. Some colourful characters in today.
Time.
They just need to make sure that they sit on the right side of each other.
I don't know what "och" means. Rod Laver Arena, watching the world number 3, Jessica Pegula, looking to advance to the third round. The Australian Open, where she was a beaten quarter-finalist last year, losing out to Ash Barty, the eventual winner.
Led for serve.
Who is here at the Australian Open today, I believe, for First Nations Day.
She was here on Kids Day as well, which was Sunday before the Open Championship started, and was down on Rod Laver Arena hitting balls.
Oh, it's a miss. Poor miss.
La 15.
Yeah, everyone misses Ash. You know, not only the fans. And Iga Świątek talked at length about how when Ash said that she was going to retire, it was a real adjustment for her. Because, of course, that made her the number 1 player in the world.
Certainly a lot of focus is on you in a very different way. Also just the prospect of what that could have developed into as a rivalry between the two of them. Players spurred on by the greatness of other players around them. It just lifted the quality of everybody.
15-30.
It's the way of all sport, isn't it? Someone sets the benchmark and then everyone just goes after that goal, that focus.
A double fault handing Sasnovich 15-30 here. Can she take advantage?
And yes, she can.
Well, she needed it, and she needs it. Needs to convert one of these.
15-40.
She's running out of time here, isn't she, Sasnovich? So that will help the cause.
Game Sasnovich.
It's the break that Sasnovich needs. We're back on serve in the second set. It's come just at the right time for the world number 38. Just throwing Pegula off track slightly. She's going to have to rally and find another break of serve if she's to avoid going into a decider. See Sasnovich, he's got to find another way of breaking again at some point.
Fault.
Love 15.
Sasnovich knows on the second serve that Pegula is looking to be aggressive, and we saw it there. Pegula inside the baseline looking to move forward, so it makes you go for just a fraction more on that second. Thus the double fault.
Too much.
Love 30.
Well, how dearly would Pegula like to get a break again straight away? And she really would be in the driving seat. Got that first serve in that time.
Love 14.
Just the mistake, and now 3 break points to give Pegula the advantage. Back again straight away. Well, you get the break, but then you let your opponent off the hook. And it's a break to love. Pegula, a break up once again, 4-3 in the second.
It's a sloppy game from Sasnovich there. Didn't take any of the rhythm and the effectiveness of the previous game where she broke, and apply it to her own service game. And you put so much pressure on yourself. I've got to break, I've got to break. And then, oh, gee, you know, you forget that sometimes you have to hold, of course.
Afterwards.
Not a good follow-up game from Sasnovich there.
That's a better sign. No umbrellas up in the outer. And fans coming in determined to enjoy themselves around Melbourne Park. What a precinct it is as well. A complete festival site for all ages.
It's not just about the tennis, is it? You've got entertainment, you've got great food, you've got a kids zone.
Time.
So many reasons to come to the Australian Open.
Well, it's drier out. It's drier outside Melbourne Park. Wonderful and dry. Rod Laver Arena under the roof, and continuous play here is the second match of the day. And Pegula looking to make it 5-3 and a step closer towards the third round.
Fault.
Oh, it's a miss.
15.
All the time to think about where to place that.
It wasn't an easy overhead. You know, she was going back, and you know, she had to put some side spin on it, just overcooked it. Wasn't like she was on top of the net. Good retrieving skills from Pegula.
A couple of those serves into the body have been really awkward for Sasnovich.
They have. They have.
Fault.
I'm just not convinced that this ball
Ms.
was in,
Pegula
but
would
the
like to see a
palms
replay
down.
of the in call on the left baseline.
from the umpire indicates that the ball was good
30-15.
by 4 millimetres.
It was a very similar spot, wasn't it, where she was questioning a call before, but I mean, that is millimetres.
That's what you call the back edge of the line.
That's why the electronic line calling is there. And a chance to go 5-3 up. One of the longer rallies. It was a good return. Picked it up and sent it deep in at the feet of Pegula.
Deuce.
Disappointed with the double. Well, she might be. Here's what she needed after that, getting a good first serve.
Advantage. Pegula.
She's done it time and time again in this match today. Jess Pegula, right at the crucial moment when she needs a first serve or a big shot. She's managed to produce exactly what she needed.
Too good up the line. A deserving winner to hold serve and move 5-3 up in the second set, leading by a set to love.
By 5-3.
So now it's all on Sasnovich. Can you hold serve to stay in the Australian Open? Pegula eyeing up that spot in round 3. A tournament here where she reached the quarters the last 2 years here. And she's determined to go one step more. Never been beyond the quarterfinal at any Grand Slam. But 2022 was her most successful year yet at the majors.
It's
good, strong start. Serve out wide's been pretty effective when she's executed it well.
Particularly when you're serving with new balls too, it just puts just a few more Ks of speed on the serve.
Just put a little bit more on those ground strokes. Stepped up the pace mid-rally, Sasnovich. Definitely enjoying those new balls.
It makes such a difference to someone like Sasnovich, who just needs a little bit more zip on the ball.
So a chance to hold here and at least extend this match and ask Pegula to come out and serve for it.
Game Sasnovich.
Which she does. Still Pegula a break up. 5-4. She'll be coming out to serve for a place in the third round.
Games to 4.
Well, she's done what she needed to do. Held serve. Now it's all about whether she can stop Pegula in her tracks. Much stiffer proposition. For a player who had that strong run at the French Open, picking up big scalps like Angelique Kerber, beating Emma Raducanu, a Grand Slam champion herself, albeit she's had a dip and so many injury troubles. But this time, Australian Open, she's coming up against the world number 3, who is herself looking to make a charge at this year's tournament. Plenty of support in the crowd as well for Pegula.
Time.
The world number 3 coming out to serve for a place in the third round. Tell you what, earlier today you couldn't see the skyline or the coast because it was that drizzly and cloudy. So that is a much better sign for the outer courts. Pegula hasn't had to worry about the weather though, under the roof, serving for the match.
Oh, that's a well-played point.
Love 15.
This big shot here, just climbing all over the backhand, just limiting the amount of time that Pegula had to get out and get a racket on that, but Sasnovich equal to the task.
She made it.
Well, she didn't do enough with the first one, and she just made the second one. Jess is just looking down at that line as if to say, well, it was in, but just by the barest of margins.
The baseline has not been Pegula's friend in this match, but it's been rather more friendly to Sasnovich.
Trouble here at love 30.
Really raised her game through that point.
$15-13.
Allowing Pegula back in here. It's more like it. Pegula's got her eye on the prize here.
Gee, that is a huge forehand for Pegula to come up with. She was under the pump at 15-30. To produce a winner like that up the line, that's quality.
Fault.
Oh, what a time for a double fault.
We weren't expecting that, were we?
Definitely not. Sasnovich, a real opportunity here to put a spoke in the wheels.
Let for serve.
Sasnovich fights on, and she has broken back. And this match, in this set, we're back on level terms, 5 each.
Jess Pegula saying to the umpire there, I thought it was a let off the serve.
If it wasn't called a let, you play on until the umpires call. Oh, is she a little bit rattled, Pegula?
She absolutely is. Since these new balls came into play, Sasnovich has really just hit the ball with more pace of shot off the ground, the confidence to come forward. Just a few more Ks on every shot.
Something about the roof being closed as well. Always feel as if the balls travel a little bit faster somehow.
There's no wind, nothing to disrupt the flight, is there?
$15
Sasnovich has got to keep believing. She's broken the serve of Pegula 3 times now in the course of this match. Equally, she has been broken herself 4 times.
$15.30.
Oh, she can't believe it.
Yeah, that's a let off though, isn't it? Just needed to put a little bit more work on that forehand, a bit more racket head speed. That was a big miss from Sasnovich at 15 all.
Well, she really put Pegula on the run.
30 all.
She made that volley look easier than what it was, Sasnovich. It was dropping, it was below the height of the net right here. Really had to just brush up the back of the ball to keep it in, force the error. She's thinking that any ball is close that's not going her way, Jess Pegula. She thought there was a let in the last game. There was one off the back edge of the line. Chance to hold.
And she does hold, and putting some pressure back on the world number 3. We're with serve in the second set. It's Sasnovich, 6-5.
By 6 games to 5.
Well, Pegula has somehow got to put these little niggles out of her mind, because she does seem to be letting them get to her. These close calls that aren't going her way.
And then, you know, she thought there was a let on her last service game, you know, where she dug herself a bit of a hole. She got down love 30, got back to 30 all, and then served a double fault, which hasn't been the norm in this match. Normally, Pegula's been able to produce the exact shot she wanted when she needed it, and that backhand was of a second serve on the last point. She went for the big backhand up the line and missed.
Time.
She certainly let her opponent back into this match.
Pegula is now serving to stay in the set. It's quite the turnaround. Sasnovich has shown a bit of fight to get a break back.
Out. 15-love.
Just overcooked the last slice, didn't she? Sasnovich really played that shot well in this point. The previous backhand slice really had pulled Pegula wide on the forehand side.
Fault.
Pegula looking at the line again. This time the call did go her way. No doubt to be had there. So, chance to hold here.
Fault.
See if she can take this second set to a tie break. We are going to a tie-break in the second set. Pegula not having it all her own way through set number 2. Sasnovich looking to stretch it to a third. I just had one previous meeting, that was at the US Open last year. Second round matchup there as well. And Pegula came through that in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4 on that occasion.
Fault.
An early mini break. Going the way of the world number 3.
That
baseline again.
It's getting a workout, isn't it, the baseline? This was off a first serve. Great depth.
Be losing paint, it's been clipped that many times.
Fault.
Miscue from Sasnovich. She knows she's won a number of points now by going really deep to Pegula, and is seeing it's been playing on her mind. She's almost looks accusingly at that baseline and the ball hits it.
Yeah, you're right, Al. That really big shot that Sasnovich hit right on the line, and Pegula was so focused on thinking that the ball was going to go out and making sure it was the correct call, she wasn't ready to hit the shot.
It's a miss on the back of the wonderful first serve.
That one back again.
3-2.
It's just a sitter. Pegula knows that she dodged a mini crisis right there. It's a gift.
Up to her to now capitalise on that.
Oh, that's nicely done. Really nicely done from Jess Pegula.
Skill and class.
4-2, Pegula.
Yeah, she didn't panic, did she, with the slice? You know, she could have just overplayed it, but she didn't. And immediately she hit that backhand. She looked to David Witt as if to say, yes, that's exactly the shot that I was looking to play.
Pressure all back on Sasnovich again.
Fault.
Very well done on the return of serve. The fist clench says it all. She's a mini break back.
4-3, Pegula.
Running round the forehand to hit a backhand.
Really well executed by the world number 38.
Not up.
Oh, gee, that's a little bit fortunate, isn't it?
5-3.
Sasnovich, she wanted to make sure she got that first serve in. She didn't want to feel the pressure on the second, so didn't have much pace on it at all. And here's the winner, Letcord. For such a big point in the tiebreak, that's unlucky for Sasnovich. Too good. Terrific point.
Crowd have really enjoyed that one. And why not? Because there's a lot of fighting spirit here being shown by Sasnovich.
Time for Pegula.
It's turned into a very tense tussle for this second set. Felt as if it was one-way traffic in the early stages when Pegula got the break in the opening game. Well, now we've got a couple of match points for the first time.
6 for
the American world number 3. It's gone her way this time. Is that payback?
Can't do anything about that.
6-5, Pegula.
Has that cushion, though. It's still match point. It's on the serve of Sasnovich, however.
Fault.
Pegula is through.
2 sets allowed, 6-2, 7-6.
Didn't have it all her own way through that second set, but the world number 3 into the second round, a straight sets victory, but not without a bit of fight from Alexandra Sasnovich. Pegula, popular player and a real contender here for Australian Open 2023.
For the most part, Jess Pegula was pretty good in this match, wasn't she? Just that one blip when she was serving for it. She served a double fault and it just got a little bit awkward, but you know, full marks to her opponent today. You know, she's beaten really good players before, and when you beat her, you really have to work hard. And Pegula, you know, she dug herself a bit of a hole, but she was good enough to work her way out of it in that tie-break.
How about problem solving, isn't it? In tennis, you always hear the players talk about it. Please, David Witt, her coach. They've had a lot of success together, those 3 quarterfinals throughout 2022, not least. Pegula helping the USA win the United Cup. But Alexandra Sasnovich showed a bit of grit to get that break back late in the second set to take Pegula to a tie-break. In the end, the quality of the world number 3 shone through. The crowd really enjoyed it. Wouldn't have minded seeing a third set. The way Sasnovich had battled. Pegula, talent.
Well done, good stuff.
And we can hear from her now.
Jessica, congratulations. You've had a wonderful time here in Australia, winning the United Cup last week and quarterfinals the last couple of years. What is it about Australia that you love so much?
Yeah, I think my game just really suits the conditions. The courts are pretty fast, the ball stays pretty low. I hit pretty flat, so I like that I can get into a good rhythm and kind of hit my way through the court. So I feel like just the conditions kind of suit my game really well.
Can we see you take an extra step this year? I mean, 2 quarterfinals, you're getting close.
Yeah, I hope so. That's the plan. I think every tournament you want to take it one match at a time, but at the same time you still want to have like those big goals. And I think definitely going as far as possible these few weeks is my main priority. But it's tough out there, so I'm just trying to take it one match at a time.
And just noticed on your skirt here, the number 3. Can you just talk to us a little bit about what that signifies?
Yeah, I know I saw a Buffalo Bills flag somewhere. The guy, I swear, he doesn't stop holding it. I don't know how his arms are still okay. There it is. But yeah, one of the football players obviously had a really tragic accident, and it's just trying to show some support and kind of bridge Australia and Buffalo, New York, which is very strange, but kind of bridge those 2 worlds together. And he's recovered amazing, so it's been awesome to see.
Yeah, great support. Thank you, Jessica. And just lastly, in Sydney, we know you were doing some escape rooms with your team. You were the team captain there for the United States. Any chance you're doing that on your days off here?
You know, it depends on if all of our schedules lined up. We did do one Saturday night because we're trying to keep the same team chemistry going. Everyone so far is doing pretty well, so it was a lot of fun. I don't know if everyone watched United Cup, but it was so much fun. We had a blast. Pretty good fan turnout as well. So yeah, I'm rooting on all my teammates. Got a couple more, actually a lot of us are playing today, so hopefully they can keep it going.
Well, you're on fire, Jessica. Congratulations. Good stuff. You're into the 3rd round. We wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
At the Buffalo's Bills link is a strong one, of course, father being the owner, and there has been good support for her at this tournament. And she speaks really well of her ambitions and her approach.
And the fans like to hear something other than, gee, your forehand was really good today and your backhand cross-court wasn't so good. So I think the fans really enjoying just getting a little bit of personality from the players. And Jess said she likes coming to Australia. The conditions suit her, and she's just going to take it one match at a time.
Well, this is how the match shaped up. Straight sets, but the second set being taken to a tie-break, but yeah, big golf in the number of unforced errors.
Yeah, 41 unforced errors in 2 sets of tennis. That was a hard mountain to just try and climb over for Sasnovich today. And it doesn't get any easier for Jess Pegula, as you wouldn't expect it to.
So waiting to see who her opponent will be. Could be Australian Gadecki. So that would be interesting with a big local support for her if she comes through her 2nd round match. And Maria Sakkari came through, was pushed to 3 sets to make her way through to the 3rd round, but yeah, potential quarterfinal matchup there. So Pegula, the world number 3, seeded 3 for this tournament, has come through. Kept on court a little bit longer than her 1st round match that was wrapped up in just under an hour. This time, Sasnovich stretched her to a 2nd set tiebreak But it's Pegula through to the third round, winning 6-2, 7-6.
Well, we're not waiting for David Wood, I can tell you that. But he's backstage after Jess Pegula's tough, gritty win there in a couple of sets. He's hanging around waiting for his player as we're just waiting for Mackie McDonald. There is Jess Pegula just taking her time to walk up the champions corridor. Who knows? The American who has been in such wonderful form over the last 12 months. Maybe, just maybe, this could be her maiden major win. Good times for Jessica Pegula and good times for American men's tennis at the moment as well. It's been a strong surge from a number of the players. Mackie McDonald will be hoping that he can continue that trend. It's going to be a tough ask, of course, against a player that he's played once before. Defending champion, two-time champ here, Rafael Nadal. There's Nadal's towels. I'm alongside Brad Stein. How are you, Brad? It's great to be working with you.
I'm doing well after that comment. That was to get Rafa's towels. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. You know, I'm close friends with Mackenzie McDonald, and so I'm you know, interested to talk to him a little bit before the match. Talk to Robbie Ginepri quite a bit, and you know, like you said, this will be a tough ask for Mackenzie, but we'll see. He's on a little bit of a different path now than he was last time he played, with his game and his game style,
and a different surface.
And a different surface that definitely lends itself more to his style and what he wants to try and be doing out there. But nonetheless, you're playing one of the all-time greats.
And one of the all-time lates.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rafa works on the, you know, they can't start the match without me. And I'm pretty sure they're not going to give him any kind of a penalty for holding things up here a little bit longer. There's a few of the all-time lates. Do you have a top 5 list, Patch?
Rafa.
What about Sasha?
Sasha's, yeah, I should have put him in there at 4.
I thought you were going to say Sasha for sure.
You're right. I should have put him in there at number 5. But there they are. There's the team. Mark Lopez in the middle there. Carlos Moyes, Physio Rafael as well. And now it's been a nice tight group, and then things have gone well through difficult periods as well. Last year, of course, it was almost a miracle that he picked up a couple of titles. Not just the miracle in Melbourne, but of course the struggles that he had with his abdominal. The rib issue that he picked up in Indian Wells prior to the final with Taylor Fritz was significant in the end, and it has been a pretty tough time since that semi-final withdrawal at Wimbledon as well, just to try and find his form. He's by his high standards has not looked as though he has found that form or recaptured it. He's always struggled a little bit at the World Tour finals, so we can't read too much into that. But even coming here at the United Cup in Sydney, his losses to Alex de Minaur and Cam Norrie was somewhat surprising for a man of that stature. Although I have to say, the man who played late last night, who has won this title 9 times, looked supreme, Brad.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch any of that. I was calling the Casper Ruud match, late one last night. But
I think he hit his forehand the hardest consistently that we've ever seen in a tennis match.
Yeah, that's scary.
And it is important because there's no question that Rafa has felt that the conditions perhaps this year are favouring people that don't play with as much spin. And one thing's for sure, that Mackenzie McDonald doesn't play with a lot of spin. He's been to the 4th round of this tournament before, and he has been out on tour for many years now. 27 years old, the American. He's got a little bit more experience, and these opportunities for players like McDonald do not come around every day. And at this stage of his career, he will look to try and capitalize on it. He knows this is an opportunity. It's a difficult one. But can he topple the defending champion?
Men's singles second round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from the USA, Mackenzie McDonald. And their opponent this afternoon, from Spain,
What an atmosphere every time one of these legends of the game continues to play, and we are thankful for their longevity as well. Their resumes are full. They have achieved virtually everything that you would want to achieve in the game, and yet here they still are, thrilling the crowds. And this is where Nadal slots in at the top of the draw there. Savicina takes on Nishioka, a Czech qualifier there. Nishioka playing some great tennis this year. Looking forward to Kublev and Khachanov. Tiafoe up against Zhang. And that will be interesting to see, the youngest player in the draw. Juncheng Chang, and it's nice to see the Chinese men coming, of course. We've had lots of success with Li Na and the ladies in recent years, but the men are coming. Spanish men are staying for a while, of course, and then we have the emergence and unfortunately the absence of Carlos Alcaraz as well. Yeah, that's interesting. Teresa is on my counter. That he should be sitting in the other chair there.
Yeah, it's Rafa seemed a little out of sorts there when he came out. He's like looked at Mackie and said, "Hey, you're in my spot." Normally, the first guy goes to the furthest bench.
Hi,
it's kind
how
of
are
the
you?
protocol.
No problem at all. So guys, just a couple reminders. 1-4-1 for the warm-up. 25 seconds in between the points. System is making all the calls, including foot faults. Any questions? No? After the coin toss, can you please have a photo with Brooklyn facing this way? Would you like to call it? We have Ken Rosewall or AO? AO, his choice. Can you toss it, please? Ken Rosewall. Sir? Photo, please.
What a moment that is. Look at that. That's a big, happy smile, isn't it?
You gotta love that.
Thanks very much, buddy.
Okay, Brad, we're going to obviously waltz our way through some of these stats here for Mackenzie McDonald. Of course, working with Robbie Ginepri, as you said right now, but has had some help with Wayne Ferrer over the years up at the Claremont Hotel over there in California. It was he talked a little bit about it being his dad's master plan to obviously get him into the pro ranks. He obviously went as well through the US college system. Was he always somebody that was on your radar?
I mean, I've known Mackie since he was 12 years old. He's a NorCal guy, and I'm from Northern California as well. And so I've seen him and was aware of him for a very, very long time. Was always a very talented young junior player, and opted to go to the collegiate route and won an NCAA title when he was a junior at UCLA, and then turned pro after that. I was lucky enough I was working at the USTA at that time, and spent about 18 months working with him when he first came out and turned pro. Tough time from that period. When he first came out, he struggled to get a lot of wins early on, but I always had a feeling that he would be a top 100 player for sure.
I have a feeling that win-loss record is incorrect. I believe, and it's the reason I say that is because it's significant. I believe he's won 1,068 matches, and by doing so has tied Ivan Lendl for the third most wins on the ATP Tour, behind Jimmy Connors with 1,274, Federer retiring with 1,251. Just couldn't quite get past Jimmy. Another great left-hander. So that would put him in the third in the all-time list. What can Mackenzie, we talked a little bit about this last night with Roberto Caballes-Baena about how you bridge the talent gap in matches like this. How much of this is about Rafa not bringing his best tennis onto court, and how impactful can somebody like McDonald be?
Well, I think the thing that is an advantage, if you can say an advantage, I'm not sure it's an advantage, but at least helps Mackenzie a little bit is that Rafa has just looked a little bit more vulnerable over the last 6 months or so. And he comes into that match knowing that. It goes around the locker room pretty quickly. You start seeing a guy like Rafa losing a few matches to players that he wouldn't normally lose to. And a guy like Mackie McDonald comes out in a match like this with a little bit greater sense of self-belief and confidence that he has the potential to win a match like this. And I think that's, I actually messaged and talked with Robbie Ginepri a fair amount this morning, and one of the things he said that they've really been working on is Mackie's sense of self-belief and confidence in himself. So hopefully those things for him give him an opportunity to play his best tennis here.
1 minute.
Two titles, of course, for Rafa in the course of his illustrious career. None so far for Mackenzie McDonald, and just the one final, of course, at Washington in 2021. He lost to Yannick Sinner on that lovely run through there for McDonald. He actually had 10 set points in the opening set in that match. Wasn't able to convert any of those and went to 3 sets. So it was a pretty, and we all know how important the opening set is on any match, particularly in a championship match when you're trying to win the title for the first time. Ended up going down to the Italian 7-5 in the third in that particular encounter. He's got quality and he's got form, as we say. 4th round here, previously lost to Medvedev on that particular occasion. But such a unique style of player that Rafa is, that makes life just that little bit more difficult.
Yeah, there's certain aspects to this match and the matchup that are going to be interesting. Rafa's forehand cross into the McDonald backhand is going to be a big question mark right off the bat. Can Mackenzie stand up to the Rafa forehand and be able to take that ball early, which is what he's going to try to do. He's going to try and stay up a little bit tighter and not let the ball get up and away from him too much, and try and put it back on Rafa as quickly as he can from that position.
Do you think the conditions are significantly different this year, Brad?
Significantly different, I would say. Not so much from the outside courts. I haven't watched a match on this court yet, on Rod Laver Arena, but I've heard from a number of people that the court's playing significantly slower than the outside courts. You know, I'm with Tommy Paul, who missed being seated by 1 spot. So as an unseated player, you don't have as many opportunities to come out and hit with this on this kind of a court. We got here a little bit later because he played the week before in Adelaide as well. So the only bigger arena that we've practiced on is 1573. We haven't been out here, but I've talked to a couple of people, including Robbie today, that said that this court is playing quite a bit slower. I thought it was interesting also that in the modern era, we don't see players choosing to serve first as much. Rafa opting to serve first in the match. Back in your day, Petch, everybody chose to serve first.
You certainly did if you had my ground strokes. Somebody that'll be alongside us for the duration of the match is Wally Masur, who had a lot better ground strokes.
Everything's relative, Petch.
Nice to have you with us, Wally. Wally, just give me a little bit of your insight when you were taking on some of these great players in moments like this as Mackenzie finds himself today.
Yeah, I guess, firstly, I'm just curious about the roof being closed. I mean, I'm in awe of Rafa's forehand when it's hot and lively and how much jump he gets. Does it help for the roof being closed for Mackenzie, who, as Brad said, likes to hug the baseline? But I think you've got to play your game. If you try to elevate your game and do more, the trouble can start very quickly.
Visual confirmation of what Wally's just said there. Of course, still, unfortunately, rain in the area at the moment.
30-all.
Serve that's been through a number of modifications over the years. Biggest difference in recent times has been the second serve speed more than anything else.
Interesting scenario there. I mean, we've seen Rafa with a couple of errors that are just not the norm for him in any way, shape, or form. That was really weird how he got caught on that ball, hitting a backhand from the kind of the middle ad side of the court there, going. Just his movement to that ball was very strange. Nonetheless, break point for McDonald.
And there is a strategy that has paid off handsomely in the opening game, attacking the Nadal forehand. That is a play right out of the Djokovic playbook. And congratulations to the American, he's up and running. Wally, did you hear what Rafa was saying?
Yeah, I guess he was sort of brushed his hands in front of his eyes, and it was almost like something at the back of the court was in his line of sight. I couldn't tell you what that was, whether there was a light on in the bunker or something, but he definitely picked that ball up very late. Just interesting here, sitting courtside, Mackenzie likes to play up heavier conditions with the roof closed, nothing getting up above chest height for Mackenzie, and I think that's got to play into his hands a little bit.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage for him, Wally. Mackey's what he used to call a pocket player. He likes the ball right around pocket height. So if it doesn't get up chest high or more, that's right in his sweet spot for him.
Yeah, you kind of consider what Rafa's forehand does at the French Open. I mean, it's an absolute nightmare. Everybody's playing the ball 2 foot above shoulder height, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to replicate that sort of dynamic today.
One thing he's already achieved that he didn't manage to do in Paris was break the Nadal serve. In fact, he didn't even create a breakpoint opportunity in their match, so already a little minor victory here for the American.
$15
Any concerns, Brad, for McDonald physically over the course of 5 sets with Rafa?
I don't think so. I think Mackey's actually in extremely good condition right now. He's been working hard, and I know that he put in time in the offseason. We'll get a chance to probably see in his box. He works with Richard Langfeld, who is his Langford, I'm sorry, who's his strength and conditioning coach. Works with the USTA as well. And Mackey's a hard worker. He puts in time.
$40-15.
And you were mentioning Rafa's serve. I think that's an area that Mackenzie's improved a lot over the years since he's been on tour. We see his box there. Richard is the upper left-hand corner there.
Game.
A couple of big first serves.
It's a quick action, isn't it?
Yeah, he changed his motion a little bit after he and I had stopped. He started working with a coach working through the USTA, Matt Clower, who's now taken a collegiate job and went to that abbreviated motion. And his serve's improved a lot over a number of years. Good extension there. You see the explosion off the court. Pretty ideal start if you're in the Mackie McDonald camp.
And it gets better for the American. Terrific tennis.
Lao Tzu.
Desperate effort there from Rafa. Thrilling start for McDonald.
Interesting shot selection on the last ball. Didn't love that, but look at the backhand prior to that and where he was on that forehand. Both times straddling the baseline, taking that ball right there early. I thought he should have stayed aggressive here, ripped that forehand. He was still on or inside the baseline on that ball.
It's like water, the drop shot, isn't it? It can save you and it can kill you. And at times over this summer, I have to say, it hasn't been one of the most effective shots. It's unlucky. Did well to get himself up back on the baseline. Usually once you get caught that far behind the baseline, Rafa is relentless.
At that point, an indication of more of what Rafa wants to be doing.
Lovely form on that particular forehand from Nadal. He gets his first game in this contest, but it is McDonald leading 2-1. Definitely looks as though he's throwing his arm a little bit more at the ball there on the forehand side. We'll keep an eye on pace from Nadal's perspective, but here we go. Brad, you'll be pretty happy with this if you were coaching McDonald at the moment in terms of where he's directing most of his traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always interesting from this standpoint. You know, we think of Rafa's forehand as being such an incredible weapon with the top spin and the heaviness of it, but on a faster court like this, and this is exactly what Robbie Ginepri told me coming into the match, that they want to be able to try and rush him to the forehand side. His tendency on that side is to drop step and give a little bit more ground than he does on the backhand side. He actually takes the backhand a bit earlier and he drives it and penetrates it through the court more. So it's not a surprise to me to see that Mackie's applying exactly what they want him to do from that standpoint.
What a day it was yesterday. It was some spectacular tennis all around the grounds until obviously the rain came, but it was always one of those opening sort of couple of days that really get you in the mood for the next fortnight of Grand Slam tennis. And then you get one of the legends of the game stepping out onto one of the most iconic courts that tennis has. Doesn't get much better than this.
$15.
That's a tough one. And
15-0.
That first move by McDonald here, I was thinking to myself, Mackie through the match so far has worked really hard to get around and find forehands there, finding a forehand again, but Rafa countering that with down the line so well.
30-15.
Rafa somehow rescues it.
Is that skill or is that luck? I mean, his back was facing the net. Is he that good?
What did it look like from down there, Wally?
I thought he was gone. I thought it was over his head, but that is a great save.
I mean, he's got eyes in the back of his head to make that shot.
Takes a lot of courage to come into that side.
40-30.
You would have seen hours, months worth of footage of him making forehand passes from all parts of the court. Credit there to McDonald for doing the right thing.
Gary McDonald.
Terrific serving, great accuracy as well.
Yeah, his serve so far through this early portion of the match has been
McDonald
really
leads
impressive.
3-1.
Finding his spots.
It's just one first serve out of 11 so far, McDonald, in this opening little segment here. And well, these great players, they know that you can light it up against them. They know that you come in with a little less pressure on you because they're the ones with the bullseye on them. And they are used to being able to navigate their way past you still. But this has been a tremendous start from McDonald. And I have to say, it's probably the best I've seen Rafa hit his forehand, even though he's still trailing 3-1 this summer.
15-1.
Well, you've seen him a fair amount, Petch. You saw him at United Cup, and I don't know if you saw him here in the first round.
Yes, I did.
But yeah, I heard he wasn't particularly sharp in the first round. I didn't get a chance to watch very much of the match, but
tough, gritty win over 4 sets against Jack Draper. Draper, of course, suffering with cramp early on in that third set.
$30-11.
15 minutes gone here, Brad. Has he slightly overplayed that strategy now? Rafa seemed to be waiting for it.
Yeah, I think it's you've got a sense that your opponent's recognizing what you're doing, and then just there's a benefit to being unpredictable. You're going to try and maintain some degree of predictability there with what you're doing. The old saying, don't change a winning game. That strategy has gotten him to this point where he's up a break.
Gosh, that's good.
I was sort of thinking, guys, with the drop shot that Mackenzie played a little earlier, and then we see that little hit and go. The fact that he has got the break, now it's just, you know, hang on to your serve for dear life, and to be a little bit adventurous and do some different things on return, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, because I do feel like Rafa is starting to pick up on a few of the patterns.
Fault.
That is not easy. That is a 163k second serve coming in with spin. He's given himself a little bit of space there by moving a bit more to his left on the backhand side. But to connect with it that cleanly and then get in on top of Rafa is not easy, because if it was, players would have done it against the Spaniard all of his career.
You also see some of the skill sets that make Mackie McDonald a tough guy to deal with for everybody. He does hit a very, very flat ball. His forehand, he's an inside of the ball hitter, so his ball has a tendency to slide away from you. And there again, that's the same ball. Looking down the court, from the back of the court with him coming in there, you can see that ball sliding away from Rafa. You watch this approach. He finds the inside of the ball. It's got topspin, but it's actually going away from him as well.
But I'm with Petch on that. I'm used to seeing Rafa make that. I'm not saying he's going to hit a winner, but make it. He's had 3 so far. They've all landed bottom of the net.
Can't dig it out. McDonald continues to impress, and he extends his lead. Double break to the American, 4-1.
McDonald leads 4 games to 1.
Wow.
I mean, a bit of a surprise for everybody here, I'm sure.
I cannot go with the towel. Every time I am on a rush, even serving normal, without the towel, every time I see the clock at 5, 4. With you, it's always the same. It's okay. For you, it doesn't matter. I cannot take the towel anytime. The towel is there, in the farther part of the court. You don't know. You don't know, mate. You try to understand, but you don't make that happen.
Where do you sit on this, Brad?
Here.
Where do I sit on this? I mean, my reaction to that is you don't often see Rafa out of sorts like that, where he's really complaining about something to that degree.
Rafa very disgruntled with the umpire, feeling as though she's a little trigger happy with the time clock between serves. Feels as though he's getting rushed consistently out here, even when he's not going to the towel. He's not saying it's just about the towel, because in the opening match against Jack Draper, he was getting annoyed with the fact of how big the Rod Laver Arena court. In fact, he actually asked Tennis Australia if the court was bigger than it was last year, because he felt that he was having to travel that much further as he goes over to his box to have a little chat with Carlos Moya.
That's what happens when you get older, Petch. Everything just seems that little bit further away.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Wally. That's exactly what I was thinking. He's a year older than he was last year. The court just feels bigger.
But, guys, he's absolutely under the pump here. I think that's as much about his frustration with the scoreline and just how well Mackenzie's playing than anything else.
McDonald with a 4-1 lead and a double break. Rafa will try and figure out a way to try and get back, but there is some uniqueness in what's going on out here as well. We take a look at the spin rates. Rafa's been talking about how he feels. McDonald sitting under 2,000 RPMs on both his forehand and his backhand as well. The lowest in the top 50, incidentally, last year was Ruusuvuori at 1,750. So he's right down in that lower echelon.
Yeah, it's always interesting. You talk about the spin rate. It's a common thing we talk about. You know, I was covering Casper Ruud last night, obviously talking about the spin rate all the time. There's an advantage at times to being able to flatten the ball out. Mackie is an extremely flat ball hitter.
30,
continues to find spots on his serve. The flatness of that ball creates difficulty for players also. It takes a little bit more time away. It tends to get on you a little bit faster. And part of his strategy coming into the match was to rush Rafa to the forehand side.
40, 15.
And Mackenzie McDonald is absolutely on fire right now, though.
He doesn't serve this well normally, surely, Brad.
I mean, he's definitely serving a little bit better than what you would normally expect.
Check those speeds out as well. He's got 8 Ks on Rafa's forehand out here.
Feeling some freedom right now.
40, 13.
So there was a ball, slight shank, but it got up above shoulder height on Mackenzie, and there was an earlier ball that got above shoulder height on his backhand. Both times he didn't deal with it nearly as cleanly as that pocket ball that you were talking about, Brad. So that's something Rafa's got to look to create.
Yes.
Still phenomenal serving here. 15 out of 17 first serves made. 88% of his first serves going in. That would be his best number if it remained there. His best ever has been 82%. Was recently against Musetti. He ended up losing that match as well. Here comes the point out mentality of the top seed here at the Australian Open, no matter what the situation is. And it was a forlorn looking one at the start of this match, down a couple of breaks already. Here he is on the cusp of getting one of those 2 breaks back.
I mean, that's a... Wally, sure you're seeing it down there, but Rafa drop stepping on that ball is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, it's a first step back towards the back fence, and then his head's up in the air, pulls right off it.
Yeah,
Very strange.
And that ball was relatively short from Mackenzie. He didn't need to drop step on that ball. To me, that just shows a little bit of a lack of confidence in how he's feeling on the forehand side.
Advantage, Nadal.
It's a big game in my mind, just from the standpoint of not allowing Rafa to shift the momentum in any way, shape, or form.
Let's for service.
But that's exactly what's happened.
McDonald leads 4-2.
The only good thing about that approach shot was that it was in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was he trying to play that through the middle? It's become a pretty common play now to go hard through the middle on that shorter ball like that. It definitely didn't spread the court out, that's for sure.
It was too short as well. It's one thing to go through the middle, isn't it? But then you hit the service line with the approach shot. Just too much time for Rafa to be able to set up for the pass.
I tell you, I love the way Rafa volleys. I just love it. Transitions, it's all legs, doesn't do much with the racket, gets his head over the ball. So careful, never overplays. Great numbers when he moves forward. Good hands there too.
So well to stay with him again, McDonald.
Stay with him, and that point again was a little bit of difference there. That time Rafa not giving any ground, but Mackenzie up on top of the ball, just driving it down through the court. Must be a big difference in trajectory from down there, Wally.
I'm waiting for Mackenzie to start hitting the net. He's just clearing the net by a matter of centimetres.
Absolutely phenomenal. What a punishing game this has proven to be.
15-30.
And Nadal just posing the question whether McDonald wants to go physical with him. And the American has answered in the affirmative. Barely hit a serve down the tee on the outside. I think he's around above 80% of his serves just being swung out wide to the backhand of McDonald. And a much quicker first serve as well from Rafa as well at 197 Ks. He's been averaging at 184 in the match so far. Wanted a quick point and he got it. And that's another one with plenty of velocity.
Yeah, it's also a position that Mackenzie's done a good job so far in this set of keeping Rafa away from. To me, Rafa is always most dangerous when he can find his forehand from his off side of the court, the deuce side of the court. He can go inside out from there, pull it inside in. He hasn't had an opportunity to play that shot too much so far.
Game, Nadal.
Couple of compelling games. but a couple of games that have gone Nadal's way. Closes the gap to just one. McDonald leads 4-3.
McDonald leads 4 games to 3.
Excuse me, I need the stringer, please.
Let's just take a little look at some of the stuff that's going on out there strategically. And Rafa's serve obviously has always been an interesting one, particularly at the moment with the ab issue and how much he's been able to get up and stretch and hit the serves that he wants to be hitting at the moment. And let's just take a look at what McDonald's been having a look at in terms of direction of serve that's been coming from Rafa's racket.
That's good, thank you. Can you please pick up the racket?
We'll do that another time.
Time.
Well, as much as they're tennis tournaments, they are days out for so many of their spectators as well, and all of the Grand Slams have been investing heavily in the infrastructure, not just on their courts and roofs, but also in the areas that the fans can come here and enjoy some of their time away from the lines as well. And they are the lucky ones today. 3 of the courts, of course, with roofs here getting play underway, and these especially lucky as they get to see the defending champion. How's Tommy found the difference between the new balls once they come out of the can?
I mean, like everyone, they're like pellets when they come out of the can. They play very fast. And then within a relatively short period of time, especially if you're hitting groundies, with any sense of consistency, they fluff up and slow down a fair amount. A couple of pretty surprising points from Rafa there to open up this game. That'll work.
$30-15.
Well, he got a lucky with the tape, didn't he? But great racket head acceleration to get the spin on the ball that you could see there as it left the racket. But a big difference. Almost 40 love from McDonald.
$40-15.
Well, that forehand that's been as reliable as a great cup of coffee in Melbourne is just not been here this summer as of yet. He's searching for it. He's seeking it. And mum and sister living through the agony.
Game McDonald.
Mackenzie will be very happy with that very comfortable hold from there.
McDonald leads
felt like coming out there serving for that game at 4-3, that after being broken the previous game and Rafa getting through his game, that there was definitely a little bit of a momentum swing. Big game there for Mackenzie to close that out, get himself to 5 here.
And Brad, I felt exactly like you. I could see Rafa down here. You know, the eyes are narrowing, the jaw is clenched. He's getting into right into the zone, and then he just makes those 2 errors, the first 2 points of that game. And
yeah, those first 2 errors, Wally, were absolutely shocking for me.
And that's un-Rafa-like, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the window he's giving players now.
Well, yeah, I think that's a great point, Wally, is that's the thing that you're starting to see a little bit more often, that creates this sense of vulnerability in him that wasn't there before.
like this big out.
30 love.
Rafa a little worried that he'd actually hit the ball kid, but the ball kid had attempted the catch. I mean, obviously a good cricketer.
Some lovely little ventures to the net. A lot of variety here from McDonald.
40 love.
I really like that, though, with the benefit of a bit of scoreboard pressure on Rafa. Why not be adventurous in some of these returning games now? Get back to your patterns when you're serving and hope for those few free points when you are serving, but I think that's a good play.
Fault.
And one of the things you never see really in data is the consequence of something as well, Brad. When you look at the kind of moves that obviously McDonald has made on the returns and the sort of crush and rush and the hit and go, as Wally's nicely described it, you don't always win those points. But you know what? He may serve a double because of the threat that's potentially there.
Absolutely. There's a cumulative buildup of that pressure when you apply that pressure on a consistent basis. And often, less often maybe with a player like Rafa, but often in matches that creates opportunities where you do get a double now and then, or there's just an expectation from the server that, man, I'm going to be in trouble here. I know he's coming.
Game Nadal.
That was a very hard return he was attempting there for Mackenzie McDonald. The next game will not be easy either as he serves to try and take the opening set. At a time, Wally and Brad, not to complicate things for Mackenzie, stick with what you've been doing.
Well, I'll be curious, as you said, Petch, these are the hard games to win. Does he just maintain this sort of faultless serving that he's displayed so far? If he doesn't, who knows? But, you know, just looking at Mackenzie, I'm looking at him, and Brad, you know, you're on tour, you're coaching. You look at a player, and they just look safe. It looks safe, even though he's really hitting it close to the net, close to the lines. I feel very confident. Whenever he's about to unleash, I go, yeah, that looks good. When I'm watching Rafa, I've almost got my heart in my mouth on that forehand. I really have, because the ball's just not coming out of the racket the same, you know, for 2 or 3 shots. It's really quite strange.
Time.
Well, can he continue to make his serve work as well as it has so far? And it's been a key part of obviously the reason that he's in the lead that he is at the moment. First serves in at the moment, almost 80% of his first serves going in, and he has won 14 out of 20 of them as well, 70%. But when he misses his first serve, Rafa has been capitalizing on it, just 33%. It's a big shift, and it's not as easy to make great first serves when you're trying to do something as monumental as this, and that's to win your first ever set against the defending champion here at the Australian Open.
It's a good start for him. Yeah, these games are, it's the moment of truth. Hand the Matador the sword and see if he can finish him off.
Let for service.
It's also indicative of what Wally was saying about the safety that McDonald feels out here. He didn't hit that serve on the first point particularly hard.
think he thought that ball was out. He hesitated in playing that.
15-0.
Just caught the outside of the line.
Just once too often to the forehand.
15-13.
You know, and again, he's been averaging 183 kilometers an hour in this opening set on his first serve. The first serve that went in on the first side, which I was like, well, he feels confident off the ground, was 175. That was 168. Almost 50% of his first serves have been unreturned in this opening set. That was more impressive.
Back to where he was, 192, and great location. Spreading the court out right off the first ball. Amazing, really. Amazing when you think where he's been through this set, how inconsistent he's been on the forehand side.
30-14.
Mackenzie playing exactly the point that he's wanted and he's played throughout the set. Good approach, really. And Rafa this time comes up with the goods.
Thank you.
Break point.
Yes.
Petch is looking at me, Wally. What should I say? Man.
I'm looking at Rafa. I just, yeah.
166 on the serve and just can't find the strings. Mackie found the baseline on that approach again. Not spreading the court out there. A little bit cautious with what he's doing. And one of the things that Mackenzie has a tendency to do, because he does play his game with such small margins. You mentioned it before, Wally, that him clearing the net by millimeters is the norm for Mackenzie.
What a point to finish the opening set off with. Nadal posed the question. He had a breakpoint chance. McDonald sees off the threat and takes the opener 6-4. And it's the oscillation in Rafa's play as well, because I guess he just feels a little unsure about his ground strokes, that he goes from being quite aggressive, quite a lot of activity with the feet, to suddenly there again just trying to chisel balls back in a court and hope his opponent was virtually going to miss or give him a chance at the pass.
Yeah, it's maybe sensing the moment, maybe feeling that you know, just keep asking questions of McDonald, see if he can make balls, but feeling that you think he's going to throw in a few errors here and there. But Mackenzie up to the task.
Guys, for me, when I'm watching Rafa, there's a little bit of doubt. I doubt, you know, the ball striking is not consistent. But there's been some really unusual, almost like a shot selection problem. And you touched on it, Brad. There's been a couple of times where you think, OK, he's going to step into the court now and flatten it out. But he takes a backward step on that particular ball and then tries to play something a bit more loopy. A couple of points in that rally, in that game, I should say, he was very deep and he crushed a flat backhand, which basically gave him no time to recover and was pretty much in the strike zone of Mackenzie McDonald. So for me, it's this, it's almost like some sort of self-doubt, not just in the timing of the ball, but the shot selection.
Speaking of the legendary Rod Laver, did you know that he has a famous nickname? I'm sitting here with Martin, who's going to try and guess what that nickname exactly is.
Well, the American flag has been flying pretty high in recent times. A real sort of birth of a new dawn for American men's tennis. 9 players at the moment residing in the world's top 50. And it has been lovely to see the rise up the ranks, the ascent of the likes of Taylor Fritz and, of course, Frances Tiafoe and Brad Stein's Tommy Paul as well, and a real push you feel that they're going to be back in those halcyon days that you obviously had in the 90s as well. Sebi Korda doing a very nice job in Adelaide, 1 championship point short of beating Novak there.
Yeah, the American boys have been producing a lot of really good results over the last 12 months or so, and it's great to see. They've got a ways to go to catch up to those days of the 90s, Petch, where we had an American in Grand Slam finals in almost every Grand Slam there was, but they're getting close. It's nice to see Fritz in the top 10 now. You've got Tiafoe in the top 20. Tommy cracked the top 30, just outside of that right now. Waiting for Riley Opelka to come back. You know, that's another guy that's got the potential to do some real damage. Sebi Korda, such a solid, incredibly good game. Mackenzie's got the capability of doing some damage. Jensen Brooksby, who's matched up against Casper Ruud in the 2nd round here. American tennis is definitely on the rise. There's still even more guys. JJ Wolf, who had a nice 1st round win, and then young Ben Shelton, who's just turned
Nadal
pro not too long ago and is already doing some damage on the tour as well.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play.
I'm trying to think of who I left out, because I'm sure there's a few guys I left out.
Love 15.
That was more of the same from that first point there. That ball right there, look at Rafa falling away and leaves the ball hanging in the middle of the court to the McDonald forehand.
Great improvisation from McDonald, and he put that in the hardest possible place for Nadal to continue with the overhead.
I think that sums up his afternoon, though. I don't think in 18 years of watching Rafa play I've ever seen him not put the first smash away.
Good is that from McDonald? Breathtaking defense from the American. Don't know about stars and stripes and have stars in his eyes after that endeavour, won't he?
Absolutely. He looked like he was having so much fun at the end of that point as well. Covered so much ground. We haven't really talked about it, but Mackenzie McDonald is one of the quickest guys on tour as well, and he's a phenomenal mover. really highlighted his movement through that point. Such good defense there.
Living the dream at the moment. Up a set against one of the greatest players of all time. It's dreamland for Mackenzie McDonald out here. Everything he touches is turning to gold. He cannot miss.
First game, second set.
And Rafa's going to count himself a little unlucky that he has lost that particular service game. But once again, credit to American. It's not always easy, is it, Wally, as well? When you want to set against a great player like Rafa and you have that reputation, you know, sometimes there can be a little bit of a dip adrenaline-wise for that lower-ranked player. But Mackenzie McDonald's actually raised his level there.
Yeah, I agree. He just got better. It's unbelievable how he's playing and how he's moving. And the trajectory, I just cannot get over it. So it's so low over the net, and Rafa's literally hitting balls below knee height. So I'm watching this from side on thinking, Rafa, you've got to get it above his shoulder. But it's a really tough assignment. It's coming in like a little dart down around his knees. And yeah, he's battling. He's in all sorts at the moment.
Yeah, Wally, we just saw the replay on that last point, and the last backhand that Rafa played, he literally made contact just at knee level.
And look at this from McDonald's point of view. 95% of his shots after the serve have been forehands. The ability to obviously vary your attack straight away after your serve with more pace. Expect a response.
And I don't know what you guys think, but I think Rafa's almost got to go full clay quarter. Just go back, play high, play heavy. Just change the shape of these rallies.
Yeah, it may not be a bad idea. Maybe he needs to change his position sort of the other way on the return, get a bit closer to the baseline, try and cut the angles down for McDonald's first serve, find the backhand of the American by redirecting. Because at the moment, he's struggling to find that two-hander from way behind the baseline.
Just too good. Petch, I got to agree with you. I mean, Wally, I would push the other direction a little bit, especially right now. One of the things that Mackenzie's been able to do so far through the match is he's finding so many forehands from the offside. He's doing a great job with the legs and working to find forehands, but he's been able to really control the play with the forehand. We talked about it earlier. I would have expected Rafa to find the backhand more often of Mackenzie, and he hasn't been able to do that much.
The big thing for me, he's just so good waist to chest, Mackenzie, so good. Like he doesn't even look like missing, and it's very hard to push him around. As you say, he's very quick. I'm just not seeing Rafa. I mean, he can't go through him. He's certainly not going around him. I think he's got to create a bit of height and get this kid to hit a few even slower, loopier balls above shoulder height.
Surprising to say this sometimes for Mackenzie McDonald. I'm sure, Petch, you've seen him play a few times before, but it's one of the first errors we've seen in the net, which is someplace when Mackenzie goes off a little bit because he does have such small margins. He can hit clean shots that just catch tape. You wouldn't have expected coming into the match
40-13.
that Mackenzie McDonald would be winning the majority of extended rallies from the baseline.
There's the angle that he's giving McDonald, and McDonald has exploited it on numerous occasions so far. And just to highlight what Braz just said, that's exactly what's happened. He's winning probably a couple of the massive areas there. The quick points as well. He's doing a nice job with his serve, keeping things short on his service games, but suddenly winning 9-5 over 9 shots.
Yeah, it's you would never bet on that. Mackenzie McDonald coming into a match like this, but he's been so sharp, so consistent from the back.
Under 5, the most important, of course. About 70% of tennis is played in that particular range from 0 to 5.
Never wait for a volley, go forward and get it. So even though Mackenzie smashed it, refa obliged, attacked it.
Of course, with an excellent record against Americans in the course of his career, 84 wins, 14 losses, had a nice little 20-match win streak going against American men as well before losing that final to Taylor Fritz in the desert at Indian Wells. Has subsequently lost another 3 after that as well, and Brad Stein knows one of them.
Was it the last one?
It actually wasn't, no. Francis got him, of course, at the US Open.
Okay.
Biggest win, I think, at the US Open since James Blake in 05 in ranking terms.
Tommy beat him at Paris Indoors.
Correct. And Taylor Fritz got him at the Tour Finals.
30-15.
You know things are bad when he's losing to Americans.
I mean, hopefully they're getting good for the Americans.
More of a platoon than an entourage these days for Rafa. Of course, his son here, his wife there, Mary. Oh, my goodness me, that is so sweet.
40-30.
Mackenzie's just in full flow. He's finding everything. Keeping the pressure on Rafa consistently on these service games. Even the couple of balls that he's missed within this game, still been longer extended rallies.
Yes.
Well, a goal without a plan is just a dream, and a a plan without a player that can execute it is, again, exactly the same thing. But this has been absolutely spot on. Take a bow. Mackenzie McDonald. You are thrilling Melbourne.
It's so impressive what Mackenzie's doing right now, because even as Rafa is trying to push himself to lift his game, Mackenzie's countering everything he's got. So often we see in these situations where players ranked around where Mackenzie's ranked, they start to give in a little bit, start making a few unforced errors under this kind of pressure. Mackenzie just rock solid right now from every area of the court.
I'll be negative, guys, because that's what I'm good at. But I just feel like Rafa's actually making Mackenzie look pretty good. I'm yet to see from side on any ball above shoulder height. I've seen one little slice drag him down low. If Mackenzie wanted the ball in a certain position at a certain height, he's getting it. And that's a consequence of his great play. Don't get me wrong, he's got Rafa on the back foot.
Advantage, Nadal.
Rafa's got to change the shape of some of these rallies, and he can do it with his forehand. We know that.
And he can change the course of this match with his attitude too.
Oh, goodness gracious. Wally, do you think that part of that, though, is a function of Mackenzie's position in the court, the roof being closed?
Yes.
The balls playing on a faster court. I mean, I think Mackenzie's doing a good job of positioning himself, you know, in a manner that makes it really difficult for Rafa to be able to get the ball up on him.
100%. And I think there's only been a few occasions, maybe 4 or 5 balls, where I've thought, here we go. But he has proceeded to be quite linear, even when he's had those rare opportunities.
And Rafa is having to work so hard here just to hold in this game.
Advantage, Nadal.
Well, we saw the individual skill and capabilities of Mackenzie McDonald in the opening set and, of course, these opening couple of games. But it does feel as though we're entering the territory where this is all about your heart and your soul. Might be the biggest game he's won today. Terrific tussle between these two in the second set as well. 2-1 to the American.
McDonald leads 2-1.
Well, we talk a lot about Rafa's forehand and his movement character, but his serve is such a big part of his game, isn't it? And that came to the fore there in that last sequence of points there as McDonald was looking to capture another break in this second set. Made the first serve on the break point out wide, another one on the deuce, and even after a return from McDonald got him back to deuce, it was still Rafa that managed to set up to line and deliver what he wanted to. Look at that reaction.
He needs that reaction right now. He needs that emotion. He's in trouble. opportunity to break again in that game for Mackenzie McDonald to have been 3-love up. He's stretching Rafa.
Time.
Sure what Rafa said to the umpire at that particular moment. Valjevic is Rafa just gesticulating with his arms.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Get the sense there, Wally, that he was looking at asking where he should be on the court. Get up to the baseline. Was he trying to say push up, or was it something else?
Well,
entirely.
My Spanish is pretty good, but I
Thank
just
you,
couldn't
ladies
quite
and
decipher it.
gentlemen.
I'm not sure.
Ready for play.
Muchas gracias.
Maybe ordering a couple of enchiladas, I'm not sure.
Some cervezas, I bet.
Well, he shifted up to the baseline there. Whether that was the consequence of a better return, I'm not sure.
But again, how many times in the match have we seen him be able to find a forehand from his offside?
But how did he find it, Brad? He found it through a slice. He found it through a change of pace.
Yeah, agreed, Wally. Agreed.
So yeah, I think, yeah, it's like a throw a jab to get the knockout punch.
15-all.
I think that's an important pattern right there, Wally.
15-13.
Mackenzie's been working very hard to find forehands and has done a good job getting out to that. And he's most dangerous as well because he is an inside of the ball hitter. When he finds that offside forehand, he can slide it away. And Rafa, I think, more often has to take that forehand down the line.
I agree entirely. We see the forehand pass down the line. I mean, his forehand down the line is one of the great shots in tennis, but
15.
we just assume he's feeling 100% every day, and maybe he's just not had the confidence to pull trigger on that. He's really just been defending everything that's been thrown at him. He's sensing a little momentum shift here, boys.
The opportunity's there, that's for sure. Is the interest on the investment in the previous game.
2 games over.
And I'm going to be a broken record here, but both those forehands from Rafa were a little higher, a little more spin. The first one, he got a net cord, and the second one, he got some value into the net.
Well, let's see what he can do from here on in. But that is a significant shift. Heaviness of forehand there. Rafa well above average on the tour. McDonald's a very different shot, as both Brad and Wally's been saying, has been coming through, skipping in low. Doesn't have the raw pace at times of Rafa, but as we showed you early in the match, it had some pretty decent velocity for the first set and a bit. Can he sustain it? Players don't stay the same all the way through the matches. You go and kind of look at the way that Berrettini played yesterday. He started off pretty sluggishly, 122 Ks on his forehand in the opening set. By the third set, he was crunching at 136 kilometers an hour. dropped off by the 5th set as well, back to 120. So there are fluctuations, and the great players can capitalize on them.
Great play. But isn't that's also the beauty of 3 out of 5 set tennis. You have time, you have the ability to make some adjustments, and there are going to be ebbs and flows within the course of a 3 out of 5 set match normally.
$30-15.
That forehand down the line again from Nadal that Wally's and Brad have been saying should be used a little bit more. And as you can see, he's been pretty conservative with his forehand so far. 67% of them he's been trying to batter the backhand of McDonald. It hasn't worked out. We'll keep a little look at that number and see whether he does start coming down to more sort of a 50-50 play with that forehand. But there's an extra little bit of punch in the attack here from the Spaniard.
Attacking balls there from Mackenzie McDonald. Line, line, line. 3 balls in a row.
40-13.
Taking time away from Nadal off those.
Terrific revival in this second set from Nadal. He looked as though he was going to be 3-love down. He's now finds himself 3-2 up. All the champion qualities that we've come to admire from the great Spaniard over the last 3 decades coming to the fore. 19 seasons with a title on the ATP Tour. It has been, as we say, their time here and the investment the fans have had in them have caused moments and afternoons like this. Packed crowd here on a Wednesday at the Rod Laver Arena. And Nadal is fighting for his tennis life out here.
I need one more towel, please.
The energy and the emotion that we've come to expect from him in every battle. He still gets up for the battle every single time.
Time.
I guess we're at that stage where you start looking back at Mackenzie's record against the best players and how has he managed to do. Does he have enough tools in his toolbox to be able to get past them often enough? And of course, there is just that 1 win and 9 losses against top 5 players, and that came against Juan Martín del Potro in the quarterfinals of Delray Beach back in 2019 for him. So the suggestion is that this is obviously going to be a tricky match for him to put away. Hasn't been able to do it that often against elite players before. And Rafa, with that sort of cloak of belief that he carries onto a court like this when he plays a player like Mackenzie McDonald as well, is a huge factor. This is his 18th Grand Slam tournament for McDonald. It is Rafa's 18th Australian Open.
So there's just subtle variety. Not that, I mean, Rafa was forced into it with the slice, but he got the slice. That forced Mackenzie to roll up. Then he went a little higher with the forehand. Starting to feel it now, Rafa. I like it.
Rafa's starting to look a little bit more settled. He's cut down on the unforced errors. Those return of serve errors that he was making earlier have kind of faded away now. Talking about the cumulative pressure earlier of McDonald attacking and coming forward all the time. It's constant cumulative of pressure from Rafa just when he doesn't miss balls. What a point. What a point from both guys. Those forehands cross-court from Nadal through that point, much better, even though he didn't get the benefit in the end, winning the point, but spreading McDonald off the court.
Third all.
Hasn't hit that cross-court pass as well as he's hit the one down the line, has he?
Yeah, and that one, McDonald pulled that approach out a little bit into the middle of the court. Rafa had plenty of time to execute on that one. Now, those are some of the kind of mistakes that we've seen throughout the match that just not the norm, not what we expect when we watch a Rafa Nadal match.
Game McDonald. New balls, please.
Everything right, Wally, apart from the last shot.
3 game.
Yeah, and I thought that might be the one where he just goes line. But he was pretty determined to hook that back into the backhand. But just talking about the physical battle, what would Mackenzie be? 73, 75 kilos, Rafa probably 10 plus. I'm just sensing the arm wrestle. This, I wouldn't call it fatigue, just an edge taken off that the brilliance of Mackenzie, the physical brilliance that he displayed in that first set. Just the slightly smaller man up against the bigger man takes its toll.
Lal Pitin.
Crack the new balls. This might be just what Mackenzie needs.
Fitino.
Fault.
A few more errors
30
creeping into the McDonald game right now. Some basic unforced errors that we haven't seen as much, coming down out of the clouds a little bit from where he was playing.
Oh, my goodness me.
And that'll counter the previous error, that's for sure. Rafa saying the same thing, Petch.
Charles Ponzi couldn't have given you returns like that in the 1920s.
Who?
Charles Ponzi, you must know him. He spawned a lifetime of comments and schemes and plans.
Bernie Madoff tried to emulate him.
But indeed.
Well, the time starts whenever I say the time. So you can't see the ball while the time is running.
Come back here. I cannot see the way that you see the ball in the tower.
Unfortunately, I cannot wait every time.
Thank you.
Fault.
That is a very, very big moment. There are just some
40-30.
points that are just simply bigger than others. And not to make Nadal play is a costly miss for McDonald.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a big opportunity in general, and given how Mackey's played up to this point, expectation would have been that he would have done some damage with that point up.
Time through the middle.
Yes.
That's the serve that he's been missing since the ab trouble kind of came to bear. Does look a little better in this particular tournament so far than it did even in Sydney. Got caught in no man's land.
He normally transitions so well, and that was one of the few times I've ever seen him hesitate. Maybe he thought that forehand was going long, but he did fully commit, had a bit of a look, propped.
I think we're going to get the cutaway here. That was very interesting. I believe the umpires have been told when the players are at the net to not press the time button, the shot clock, until you go past the baseline. Rafa went to the baseline to the right. He then stopped. Oh, and he can't be stopped at the moment. Mackenzie McDonald, a brilliant return from him. And it is a break to the American again in this second set, 4-3. Just circling back to that point, I believe they've been told to not press the shot clock. It was interesting to watch Rafa. He walked back to the baseline. He was going to go to his towel on our right of the picture. He then stopped and started going to the left of the picture to take a little bit more time before he ultimately crossed the baseline, and then I saw the shot clock get pressed. And it is one of the discussion points in tennis at the moment, is the shot clock being utilized in the correct way, or is it getting too much time between the end of the point before it actually gets pressed?
Oh, I think it's still subjective based on the umpires, and that's the thing that's difficult. It's not always applied evenly or equally depending on the umpire who's in the chair.
Time.
Well, if you left us for an advert just to finish that point I was making, I'm led to believe that the umpires are being told to not press the shot clock until the players that have played the point of the net go back to the baseline and cross the baseline. And obviously here on Rod Laver Arena Court, to get to the towel after that is a pretty decent sized walk as well. And it was interesting to watch Rafa. He was trying to buy himself more time, but he was kind of caught between a situation there where he tried to go to the right but didn't want to break the baseline, went to the left, ended up not being able to get to his towel and was still under time pressure. And he's out of rhythm, and he's behind the 8 ball here in the second set again.
Great start from Mackenzie McDonald.
15 love.
I just felt like Rafa, that serve volley point under all sorts of pressure, chose to serve volley. His instincts are not quite, his confidence not quite where it was.
Grimace about the scoreline there, Brad, or you think he's physically felt something?
Hard to say at this point, Petch. He's definitely out of sorts. There's something going on with him. Whether it's mental or physical. He obviously hasn't played his best tennis throughout this match, but Mackenzie McDonald has also played some stellar tennis. He definitely pulled up right there, Petch, no doubt whatsoever.
I think we got a little.
Yeah.
Is it a hip flex or a hammy?
That doesn't look good.
You okay, Rafael?
It's not the foot, is it?
Well, that's what I'm just wondering.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, he's in big trouble. About to go down 2-0. Physically looking like he's having some kind of a real issue, serious issue at this point.
Game, McDonald. McDonald leads 5 games to 3.
I mean, he's a serious limp going on here.
He is walking like he's got glass in his foot.
Yeah.
Well, he had the injections, of course, didn't he, that basically put his foot to sleep at Roland Garros. I mean, absolutely phenomenal that he was able to win that. Then he had the radio frequency ablation, of course, that seemed to have solved some of the problems that he had. And it feels a while ago now, as the crowd begin to understand the severity of the situation that he's in and give him the compassion that is due, that the foot problem had kind of gone away to some degree. But
Ladies and gentlemen,
this
the physio has been called to the court.
what it is, and is this a recurrence of an injury that we thought maybe would see one of the greats of the game retire at Roland Garros last year? But the nerve in his foot, it seemingly was healed by that radio frequency treatment. But he, it would appear here, Brad, is pretty in tune with what's going on. And that doesn't look like the player that is going to perhaps feel he can get out of this situation.
Yeah, it's, and we'll get a better idea once the physio comes on court and get a chance to see where exactly he's looking at. But doesn't look good, that's for sure. You hate to see this from a competitor like Rafa Nadal. That looks like a high degree of pain on a scale of 1 to 10.
And given Rafa probably doesn't feel pain, he's in trouble.
I mean, you have to feel as though actually he wouldn't have probably called the trainer if it was the foot, would he? I mean, this looks like a hip flexor problem.
Yeah. And that's why I said we're going to get a better idea once it's clearly in the hip. Something different, something new.
Wally, I should know this. When did you retire? What age?
Well, I probably should have retired a bit earlier, but I was around 33, I guess.
Were you late at that stage?
Yeah, I was. That was a good age to make it to that on tour. So it's pretty extraordinary what some of these guys are doing, playing their best tennis well into their 30s.
This is not the scene that anybody wanted to see, obviously. Ken Rosewell, of course, won the Australian Open at 37 years of age.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nadal will now receive an off-court medical timeout.
When he was 36 years old, 173 days when he beat Cilic in 2018. Rafa won it last year, of course, 35 years old and 241 days. But nobody has beaten Father Time.
So what can one do if it is a hip flexor or a high quad strain, soft tissue injury? How do you mask that? Can you tape that?
Pretty tough to tape a hip.
Yeah.
Not sure. I mean, even if it's, you know, just like you said, regardless of whether it's soft tissue or harder tissue, if the pain level is such that it hinders his movement to the degree that it looked like there at the end, given the level Mackenzie McDonald's been playing at, it just is going to be an awfully tough call for him to come back from this position.
Yeah.
If he goes down here 2 sets to love, I mean, he's got to be able to compete out here for another 3 hours.
And he has been excelling, hasn't he, all the way through his career. He became the oldest Roland Garros champion as well. Andreas Gimeno, he passed when he won it last year against Casper Ruud, and of course the championship as well when he won in Roland Garros, when you wonder about what his capabilities are, where he beat 4 top 10 players in that particular tournament, a feat that doesn't happen particularly often throughout the course of history. Only happened a couple of other times. Wilander managed that in '82 to beat that caliber of opponent to win a title, and Federer in 2017 in Australia as well. as we see Rafa's wife, and oh dear.
It's tough, I think, for everyone when you have, I mean, let's be honest, whether it was Roger last year or Rafa now, I mean, these are players that are the idols of tennis fans everywhere, including tennis coaches and commentators. And it's hard to watch guys that have been your idols start to fail physically when you know what they've been able to accomplish throughout their careers.
Brad, I did a few previews, you know, for the Australian Open. People are asking me about my favourites, and I wasn't including Rafa in my favourites, and I kind of felt like I was losing my religion because, you know, yeah. I've worshipped it at the altar of Rafa for so long, and it just seems, I felt like, yeah, it just seems amazing that, yeah, as you say, Father Time does catch up with you. And then you contemplate all the matches that he's played, all the brilliant matches that he's played, and then we think about the pyramid of training to get to the point to play the way that he's played over all these years. It's actually extraordinary to look back upon, you know, just the sheer workload of this man.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that we all have idolized him in ways. You know, I'm thinking in my mind about the comments that you hear from Rafa that he said so often, you have to be willing to suffer. And he's suffered so much in both training and matches to become one of the greatest players of all time. And it's a different kind of suffering than what you have to go through when you have something that won't allow your body to produce the kind of athleticism and tennis that you need to have to play at this level.
Mackie McDonald just sitting there on the verge of the biggest win of his career as well in one of the 4 biggest tournaments of the year, and he's up against one of the biggest stars that the game has ever had. And just as there are billions of stars in the galaxy, and some just burn a lot brighter than others, and Nadal has burnt as brightly as anyone has ever had and does on a tennis court. Dylan Thomas's poem always comes to mind when you watch where Roger was last year and Rafa is right now. Do not go gently into that dying of the light, rage, rage. And that's exactly what they have done. And as much as the fans here are going to continue to try and keep an atmosphere going as we wait to find out what's going to happen with Nadal. There is a sense, an inevitable sense, that perhaps this is going to be the end of Nadal's campaign for this year at least. He will give it absolutely everything he can, if he can, and we're about to find out whether the 2-time champion, the defending champion, the leading Grand Slam winner, can continue his trek here in Australia, or is he walking back out? Well, from all appearances, he's going to give it a go here, Wally.
The extent of the injury, but it just seems highly unlikely that he can stay competitive given just how proppy he was. Virtually couldn't decelerate. So the whole idea that he's going to push hard into corners and power out of those situations. And as Brad said, if he wants to turn this around, he's got about another 2.5 to 3 hours of tennis in front of him.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, well, let's see where we go.
Ready for play.
Well, we continue to follow a journey that has been as successful as it has been unique. What, if anything, can Nadal conjure up here?
Hold. Love 15.
Can one get needled for that sort of thing, hip flexor?
I don't believe you can get an injection, but I stand to be corrected. I know there was some debate about what was happening with Novak in the final against Dominic Thiem here when he went off at 4-1 down in the third set, and what they could do to kind of help his situation out there. I don't believe you can, but Brad, maybe you can shine some light on it.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure of the exact rules, but I don't think the ATP physios look pretty decent there, but I don't think they can, Wally. I don't know exactly. You might be able to get some more information from somebody someplace about that, but
Big thing, of course, for Mackenzie is to play the ball, not the man. Stay at it.
And you've got to be ruthless. If you're Mackenzie McDonald, you have to be absolutely ruthless in this moment. Doesn't matter who you're playing, doesn't matter what his history is, doesn't matter what his name is. You got to play your game and try and close this out. You got to punish him if you think he's hurt.
Thinking about it, he's still hurt, isn't he?
Yeah, that movement to that last ball
40-30.
not look very efficient. The first forehand as well was a bit of a slap, just trying to close out the point.
Well, he still illuminates this game, this beautiful game, and he is given everything to it, every ounce of his soul, Nadal, and he continues to do here. Of the situation, it feels, and I might be completely wrong here, but it feels as though he's just going to see whether McDonald has got his nerve here to go 2 sets to love up.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Petra. My feeling is the same, that if Mackenzie can hold serve here, there's a good chance that Rafa may stop. He's just going to kind of test the waters and see where Mackie McDonald is at mentally and emotionally, if he can deal with everything that's swirling around right now.
Time.
"12 months can be a long time in a tennis player's career." It was the start down here in Melbourne of one of the great streaks that he had on hard courts, of course, last year. 21-match win streak going through to that final against Taylor Fritz. Goodness me. If you want to know whether the world's against you or not, watch that point. What a stick volley from McDonald. Years of age, it's the second longest streak that he's had on hard court as well. But right now, everybody just holding their breath.
Yeah, absolutely. The entire McDonald camp there probably thinking to themselves, don't double fault at that moment.
Easier said than done, though, isn't it, for Mackenzie just to stay at that high level that he was. He's had a big delay, obviously. He's rolling around all the permutations and possibilities in his head. Tough to stay on track.
Yeah, you couldn't be more right, Wally. He's got to try and clear his mind and just stay within himself. Play the ball a little bit here.
Fault.
And he's just settled enough to knock enough balls back into play for Rafa to take a big swing at the ball. He's trying to shorten the points.
Thank you. Game and second set, McDonald. 6-4.
That looks like he's going to stay out here. McDonald leads by 2 sets to love. Well, I'm not going to lie, it feels like somebody's just stuck a pin in a balloon right now.
So true. It's interesting, the stats from that set. I mean, Mackenzie McDonald outperformed Rafa in every area in those stats. Fewer unforced errors, more winners, produced more breakpoint opportunities, converted on the breakpoints. But the story really at this point is, can Rafa continue? And at what level?
And for what point? You just wonder what.
Time.
$1,277 matches in Nadal's career, and he has retired just 9 times. Twice of those, of course, have come here in Australia, once to Cilic, once to Murray. And it looks as though he doesn't want to add a third one to that particular number.
Third set.
But the wisdom of continue here is certainly debatable.
Nadal to serve.
What do you do, Brad? You're coaching Rafa. What would you say right now?
I mean, you've got to know the situation a little bit. And, you know, we have the ability to communicate now. So, I mean, after this game, he can come over and they can talk about it. But for Rafa Nadal, if you don't think you have an opportunity to continue matches beyond this match, it doesn't make much sense to continue necessarily.
What happens if you think this is the last time you're going to play in Australia?
And that's what I thought he was thinking on the last changeover, Mark. When I was looking at him, and he looked like his mind was just thinking this could be my last Australian Open. That was my thought.
But his legacy it's complete.
Of course.
He doesn't have to give us any extra or show us anything. So I'm kind of with you, Brad. I think if there's no future in the tournament, I'm not quite sure what the point is here.
They think differently, don't they, at times, these great players. That's why they've been able to do extraordinary things in this game. And maybe he just wants to close the circle.
Yeah, I think there's a degree of stubbornness that
30-all.
makes a Rafa Nadal. And maybe in this moment that stubbornness isn't as logical as it should be.
Well, he's hitting his forehand better.
40-30.
No helicopter finish on that one, just straight through.
It's well done. Left that very late to flick it inside out.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you look at it from the other side of the court again, Mackenzie McDonald needs to just lock in here and play his game, play his tennis.
Advantage, Nadal.
I mean, obviously, we're all a little bit in the dark here about what went on in the treatment room. We don't know exactly what's been given to Rafa to possibly make him feel a little bit better, and maybe over time there will be some alleviating of the symptom that he finds himself in, and if he can stay out here, maybe he's going to feel better. There's an awful lot of ifs and buts, but that is a big win for Nadal to hang on to his opening service game. Just having a look back, just 4 times he's managed to come back in his career from 2 sets to love down, which doesn't sound like an awful lot, I guess, but he's lost 20 times, but look at the amount of times it's been to either team, Djokovic, and numerous times to Novak down 2 sets to love, Del Potro, Murray, Tsonga at a peak, Federer, Hewitt, Roddick. It's not easy to turn those matches around. The last time he did it, of course, was on this court.
Last year. You and I were sitting right here.
Never forget it.
15-love.
It's interesting, his gesticulations with the box communication there, but he doesn't seem to be getting. It's awfully hard, I think, to say like you should stop. It's more of you're playing. What are you feeling?
30-15.
Fault.
And you can't imagine that that kind of play and that kind of movement is going to give him a chance to win the match.
Fault.
Game McDonald. One game on.
Just taking a look at McDonald's record from 2 sets to love up in his course of his career, and maybe that's what's giving Rafa a little bit of hope here. So, somewhat surprisingly here, because most players obviously great front runners when he's won the opening set. When he's won the opening couple of sets, He's actually lost 5 matches. He's won 9 and lost 5, which is an incredibly high number.
I sat through one of those, his first U.S. Open main draw match.
Casper Ruud.
That was Casper Ruud, I think, was the year after he played a Czech qualifier.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. Jan Satrel.
Jan
2016.
Satrel, who had never won a match in a Grand Slam at that time either and was 2 sets to love up. That was a tough match to sit through.
It's actually happened to him, yeah, as you say. It's happened to him 3 times at the US Open. Lost to Robin Haase in 2018 from 2 sets to love up.
But we're operating under the assumption that when that did happen, his opponents had 2 legs. This is a very, very different scenario, isn't it? Rafa just looks completely disinterested.
He's not got a problem with the shot clock now either.
Third CPT. Fourth CPT.
Well, it hasn't been a fun-filled couple of hours for Rafael Nadal. And while he's on the court, and while he's between the lines, and while he's still fighting, you just never know. Maybe there's another miracle on the cards here.
Nadal leads
2-1.
2 games to 1.
Often talks about searching for solutions, but this is a different sort of solution. This is a physical solution that is only going to get better if whatever anyone's been able to give it to him in the treatment room once he went off court is got some magic cure.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Tough images to look at.
Time.
Pensive, philosophical, in pain, all of the above. That's Rafael Nadal right now. And as the next 10 minutes kind of whirl by, we're going to get a better idea of whether he's going to start feeling a little bit better physically, or if he's going to continue to play the way that he just suddenly has, which is serving very quickly and just trying to hit as many winners as he can potentially.
You look at his
15 love.
As soon as Mackenzie missed that first serve, Rafa standing 10 inches behind the baseline, stepped in, made contact with that inside the baseline, just trying to hit a winner off the return.
Third tee love.
And guys, we've all been in this situation playing a wounded opponent, albeit not on such a big stage, but it is not easy for Mackenzie. I guess half the time he's probably got looking at Rafa out of the corner of his eye thinking, is he going to shake hands? then you play a little bit safe just to make him move. You give him a little bit of time, and he burns you.
Yeah, absolutely. Wally, those two backhands from Mackie, if you look at those in comparison to what he was doing in the first set, second set, it's just a let-off from him, just kind of stroking those balls into play.
Well, he just thinks Rafa's gone. He just thinks, I've just got to make balls. Rafa's done. But just an awkward situation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy.
But it's not easy if he can keep connecting with that type of shot.
128. 128 second serve. So he's got this mindset now. I'm just going to make balls and Rafa will miss. I think he's got to strive to play his best tennis. See what happens.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wally. I mean, his first serve percentage has dropped off enormously here in this game, and he's gotten a little bit cautious. It's better.
Advantage McDonald.
It's so tough because emotionally, you're just in a different position. You know, if the score was this exact same score and Rafa was normal Rafa, Mackenzie hits that ball and he pumps his fist and is probably fired up about that, but it's almost like you don't want to stick it in the guy's face because he's hurt.
Game McDonald.
There you go. A little more celebration.
And it's tricky, but let's be honest. If you were to say to him before he came out today, you're going to be 2 sets to love up, and Rafa's going to have a fairly significant injury, you're going to be going, yeah, where do I sign? Oh, yeah, right there?
Yeah,
okay,
there's no doubt about that, that's for sure. He's got to get himself a little bit fired up emotionally again here.
I'm thinking one break and Rafa's out of here.
And that's what we're all thinking.
So Mackenzie has to come out of his shoes right here.
No way.
This is how they should have made him play at Roland Garros for a few years.
15 love.
Still probably would have won. I mean, that's outrageous.
That is absolutely outrageous. Yeah, that was better movement from Mackenzie, actually. He's got to stay inside his own head right here and just push himself to play the absolute best tennis that he can play. Shot for shot.
Fault.
What you are seeing here is how much he has in reserve, isn't it? It's a little bit like the golfers at times when, you know, you see them drive, but, you know, consistently down the middle, and they're just using 80% of their pace. I mean, he has just gone pure nuclear off the ground here.
This is like when you practice with Rafa. And Rafa always plays enormous in practice sessions.
But how weird is it? Mackenzie can barely get the ball away from him. Rafa's just walking around the court and somehow he's there.
Yeah, that's what I feel like, Wally. Also, it's like watching a B horror movie. The monster's always walking, but somehow he's right behind the girl that's on the full sprint.
It's Attack of the Zombies, right here.
Exactly. Oh, goodness.
40-13.
Pretty incredible to watch, to be honest.
It is.
Game, Nadal.
And on we go. And on Nadal continues to dig deep
New
and
balls,
fight
please.
like only he knows how. 3-2, third set.
Nadal leads 3 games to 2.
One thing's for sure, it feels as though he is definitely going to finish this set right now, given what he's invested in it. At 3-2 now, I mean, even if Mackenzie breaks him to go 4-3, it's only a couple of games away. You would be surprised to think that it was going to be pulled out, but his wife obviously feeling the emotions of the moment, and everybody knows that this is close to the end. You just don't want it to be the end. You don't want to believe it's the end. But what he's been through in the last 12 months, it can't be far away.
Time.
"18 times he's come here," and we look at all these great champions, don't we? And we just illustrate their successes. But that means that 16 times he came here and he didn't win. 4 times of those as well. He was just 1 match away, so close, so often to winning the Australian Open for a second time. Of course, just 4 men have won all 4 majors twice in the Open era. There has been heartbreak here for Rafa.
Love 15.
Well, if he does recover from this injury, I think he's found a way forward with his game.
I thought you said you were Mr. Negative.
God.
Did the trainer give you something, Wally?
I'm always searching.
30-15.
That's impressive.
Well, that's something that McDonald's needed to find. He hasn't made a lot of first serves these last few service games, making life hard on himself.
40-15.
Brad, you said that, you know, even when he plays a good shot, you know, it's a muted response. He can't really, you know, it can't be the fist pump. It's almost like you're rubbing in the injury, but...
It's a selfish sport, right?
Yeah,
you've got to be a little bit selfish. You've got to do what you need to do to play the kind of tennis you want to play.
I mean, that's just all or nothing from Rafa, but I think if you're Mackenzie, I think it's got to be just game on. Yeah, you've got to bounce around in between points. You've got to be busy. Body language has got to be great. Just forget about the man up the other end of the court. It's a match.
Game,
smart little
McDonald.
shot there, cross court, 3/4 length, and he's halfway through, potentially getting through here in straight sets against Nadal. McDonald.
I couldn't agree with you more, Wally. At this point right here, 3-all now. I want to see Mackenzie come from where he's at off the court, talking to his box, jog back, come to the return position, and Show them that you're ready to compete.
I haven't got the draw in front of me, but I believe, I mean, the next round is a pretty good matchup for Mackenzie. I mean, this has got to matter right here. Don't just think Rafa's going to give it to you. Just take it, as he took those first couple of sets.
Third T-Love.
The big problem for Rafa is sometimes it's not so much getting to the ball, but it's propping and turning, powering out of the deceleration. He just can't do it.
Fourth T-Love.
Well, Sivacina and Nishioka will square off against each other. Nishioka certainly wouldn't be an easy match, to be honest, the way that he started the season, and he certainly doesn't miss too many balls. He's going to test you physically out here. The lefty from Japan.
Game Nadal.
Well, it's miraculous, no question about it. 4 games on serve for Rafa in this third set.
Nadal leads.
And he leads.
4-3.
Played pretty quick now as well. That's the other thing. He's serving and volleying, just trying to put the ball in the court. It's not giving Mackenzie any time to really think in between points as well, whereas before he was having a nice bit of time to kind of get ready, set up. Suddenly it's a whole different rhythm on the Nadal serves.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I think what Wally said is so true. I mean, Mackenzie just looks a bit flat at this point. He's got to come out with some energy and some emotion and get himself fired up for these games. If anything, maybe he needs to slow Rafa down now.
Time.
Well, it's unusual, but it's not uncharacteristic, because Nadal once again has dug in against seemingly impossible odds on the Rod Laver Arena court and is trying to make a match of this second round contest. Smart tennis from McDonald.
15-love.
.114 on that serve, just kicking it out wide. Maybe a little input from his box before he came over to this side of the court.
40-love.
Those first 2 points, he certainly spread the court out a lot more, made Rafa have to play balls from outside the singles line.
You never know how players find their rhythm on serve as well, as it sometimes just slow it down, or you keep going for it and it kind of clicks back into gear. But as you say, he kind of dropped off a little bit in first serves, getting into the court.
Game McDonald.
Had an exceptional couple of sets as well. His average is around 64%, so it had been superior to that.
I mean, the key here has obviously been these return games. Rafa just slap-shotting balls for winners, serving and volleying that last game. And Mackenzie's got to work for some quality returns here. He's got to be able to start the points out neutral.
Left for service.
And it's pretty amazing to see the difference on his forehand that he's able to sort of introduce into this match here. Serving, obviously, he's just trying to look to try and serve and volley as often as he can, and seems to have worked out very nicely in terms of rhythm.
Third-11.
Better return there from McDonald, but the delta between what he's capable of hitting his forehander and then what he's managed to do as he's just slapping it around here. Look at the loss of spin on that. You won't see too many forehands that change that dramatically ever. It's a completely different shot that's coming out the American. And this is perhaps his shot that he's been waiting patiently for.
Yeah, a couple of good returns there.
And that's where the legs are just a little more sluggish than they were in the opening couple of sets, weren't they? He was picking that up on the fly and just crushing it cross court using the angle. That was a little conservative in the racket head speed from McDonald.
Yeah, it's just the environment in my mind. It's taken a little bit out of the focus and intensity that he had mentally, which translates to foot speed, explosiveness, getting to the balls. Another opportunity, though, here.
Excellent focus from the 27-year-old.
Advantage, McDonald.
This would be the pinnacle of his career in terms of a win with the ranking that Rafa brings into this tournament.
It's amazing how Rafa's actually served better, finding his spots.
That last serve was the fastest he's hit so far today.
So many times Mackenzie's just tried to play a ball that just puts Rafa in a difficult situation rather than playing the shot that would probably come natural to him in a normal match type situation. Just not quite getting it right.
He's not ready to leave Melbourne just yet, and he has got a full house behind him. 5-4, Nadal in the third.
Nadal, 4-4.
Well, I think you were right from before also, Petch, that whatever it is that he got from the training staff, it takes a little while to kick in, and It seems that he's actually moving a little bit better now. Not a ton better. Certainly not 100%. But he looks a little bit more comfortable. And at the same time, you've got all the issues that are going on that Mackenzie McDonald is trying to deal with as best he possibly can. And Rafa is still dangerous. There's no doubt about it. We've seen what he's capable of doing. Whether it was serving and volleying or slapping forehands, he's still as dangerous as can be.
How was that little jog out there, Wally, as well? Right in front of Mackenzie.
I just don't know what to make of this. I really don't. I mean, the forehand is hilarious. There's not one helicopter finish. Everything is straight back, straight through.
Thank you.
Circa 1975.
Well, plan A is always the best plan, isn't it? But Rafa's plan B isn't too bad either here. That's what Wally's talking about. He is invested. The disappointment from Rafa after he misses that return. McDonald needs to find his ruthless streak.
As well done from Mackenzie.
30-15.
And there was a little sign there too. You said Rafa's moving a bit more freely, but he really was proppy there, trying to decelerate. It almost looked like when he had done the original, that original moment of the injury.
Yeah, even that one moving to his right there while he was just gathering himself as he slowed himself down.
Game McDonald. Five games over.
He'll be an orthopedic's dream, won't he, Rafa, when he finally does retire? Imagine all the surgeons in Mallorca, they'll just be lining up. They'll have to rebuild him.
He's going to be the $6 million man.
Oh, yeah.
Better ball strike from Mackenzie McDonald there. A little more aggression, much closer to where he was earlier in the match. He's got to try and do his best to keep Rafa from being able to get his feet set underneath him. If he gets his feet set underneath him, he's just lighting that forehand up.
Love 13.
Guys, was there a similar scenario when Rafa played David Ferrer here one night? He refused to quit, even though he was in all sorts of trouble, sort of out of respect for Ferrer. That's some shot there from Mackenzie McDonald, but it's almost like, as you say, if this is going to be his last Australian Open, he certainly doesn't want to quit.
Thank you.
Really good memory. I think it was the one all the way back, was it, in the quarters in 2011? Fairly comfortable win for Ferrer back then, 4-2 and 3. against his fellow Spaniard.
Game McDonald.
McDonald strikes late in the third, and it leaves him serving for the greatest win of his life.
McDonald leads 6 games to 5.
And he's done really well there to kind of compose himself, to reset, to see an opportunity to hold on to his own serve while he was struggling to find a way to obviously get into the Nadal service games. It was a completely different rhythm, serve, profile from Rafa, and a forehand that was coming at him. He's adapted well. And of course, although it's not the obstacle that it would have been if Rafa could have been fully fit for the entirety of the match, it's still been a really wonderful performance from Mackenzie McDonald. He is fully deserving of the lead that he has. And the opportunity to cap off this performance is coming up for him.
Time.
This man's defense of his title is hanging by a thread. Credit to Rafa for staying out for the entirety of this third set and giving McDonald his moment in the sun.
Fault.
Out. 15 love.
Fault.
Thirty love.
Fault.
Please.
One more memory for his fans. One last-ditch effort. And this sums up Nadal, doesn't it? No matter how great the lost cause is, he is going to put whatever he has left into it.
C15. Thank you.
What a moment for McDonald.
Fault.
Game, set match, McDonald. 3 sets to love. 6-4, 6-4, 7-7.
Mackenzie McDonald topples the defending champion here in Melbourne. The finest afternoon of his life, and one I'm sure that will be one of the most emotional as well for the 27-year-old American. He has worked, he has strived, he has overcome injuries himself, and he is fully deserving of this moment. Really special from him early on in the 2 sets. Unexpected what happened, of course, at the start of the third, but credit to the American, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the story is Rafa Nadal, but you can't take too much away from Mackenzie. He was the better player for 2 sets. And Rafa wasn't at his best. He hasn't been at his best throughout this Australian summer. But you still have to, as we saw in that third set, you have to find a way to win points and break serve and close out sets. And Mackenzie was on fire in that first set especially, and then played well in the second. The level that he played at in the first set was extremely high. All credit to him. In the end, he merits the win.
Not going to lie, this feels like a pretty significant moment. If it is the end of seeing Rafael Nadal in Melbourne, it has been beautiful. It has been unprecedented. If it's not the end, it definitely feels like the beginning of the end. And whatever happens next, there will be no one like this man. There will never be another Rafael Nadal. And as he leaves the Rod Laver Arena with us wondering whether he will come back, let's take this opportunity to say thank you for the memories, Rafa. It has been an incredible journey.
Well, Mackenzie, an incredible win. I know ultimately probably not the way you quite wanted to win it, but gee, the way you started out there against a fit and fresh Rafa was pretty incredible.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks everyone. Yeah, I'm really happy with how I started that match. I thought I was playing really well, serving great, returning well too, so I was really taking it to him. Hate that for him in the third set there. It was actually pretty tough to stay mentally engaged a little bit there, but I found a way to just pull it out, so I'm happy.
What was going through your head? Because it's very hard just to play the ball and not to play the man. I mean, he's a legend of our sport. You're on the cusp of a great win, but he won't go away, and he was actually playing some pretty adventurous tennis. So what was going through your head?
Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible champion, you know. I mean, he's just, he's never going to give up regardless of the situation. So even closing it out against a top guy like that is always tough. You know, I was trying to stay so focused on what I was doing, and, you know, he kind of got me out of the rhythm with that. But, you know, I'm happy I kind of just kept focusing on myself in the end and got through.
It's one thing to have a plan, it's another thing to execute, and I saw you reading some notes. What was the plan coming out against Rafa? How do you break down that game?
Yeah, you know, I think I got the guns to do it. You know, I was blasting the ball, hitting really flat. You know, last time I played him was at Chatrier, and he kicked my butt. So, you know, on clay court, it's tough to hit through, but here, I like my chances on hard. I really want to take it to him on a hard court. I'm happy I got that opportunity and got away with it.
Your next opponent, possibly Nishioka from Japan. He's playing a young Czech qualifier. Any thoughts on those two? I mean, you've been to the fourth round a couple of times of these slams, but this is a big opportunity. You take Rafa's draw.
Yeah, just got to keep focusing on myself, keep doing what I'm doing. Definitely need some revenge on Nishioka. He's got me a couple of times, but I'll do my homework, get some rest, and I'll be ready.
Mate, amazing match. Well done. Keep it rolling.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm glad the spotlight always falls on these type of players, because you know what? They're putting in exactly the same hard work. They don't always find a way to bridge the talent gap. Johannes Baena, and we saw that last night against Novak Djokovic. When these great players are at their absolute best, you are going to be second best. But for today, Mackenzie McDonald and the USA continue their lovely move in the last 12 months to keep rolling through, and Mackenzie through to the third round, and maybe brighter things for him as well. Brad, the stats will tell us a little bit, but obviously the story of the match was ultimately Rafa's injury, but a clean match from McDonald.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Wally did a great job there expressing the fact that Mackenzie McDonald deserves a lot of credit. I mean, the way he came out and played with a healthy Rafa Nadal in the first two sets was really, really impressive. If he can maintain the level that he played in that first set with his game, he can compete and play with anybody. The question is, can you play at that level for a guy like Mackenzie week in and week out? And that's what he's obviously trying to do. But impressive effort from him. I know Mackenzie extremely well. It's fun for me to see him be able to get through that match and close it out like that.
A portrait of pain for the runner-up, the ecstasy for the winner.
No, I want to do some front throughs.
Yeah. Couple seconds. Right, keep it wide. That's on, right?
Okay, this looks like we're going to simulate the umpire calling time, which means the two ends are going to go to their set positions. I'll then call clear the court, we'll go off. Time.
tables are open. As the man, we are a part of the oldest living, continuing culture in the world. Each letter of our welcome word, Marinda, brings an individual commitment to continuing ancient customs and the law of the land. We pay our respects and acknowledge all ancestors, elders and communities across this nation and neighbouring islands. Welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people.
Please now welcome to Labour Arena. With her call to country, proud Wurundjeri woman, Shaniel Chandler.
Wandiat, Galbane, Narajanun, 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 Durero.
Thank you, Shaniel. Joining us now on Rod Laver Arena, please welcome Isaiah Firebrace, Lee Kernaghan, and Mitch Tambo performing their song, Come Together.
And I'm so far, my friend. Stars are singing in the sea. Stories of the past that hold me back. Come together, come. Let's go. Come together. Your land, come together. Thank you. Thank you. Firebrace, Lee Gilligan and Mitch Stelmar doing this performance to celebrate First Nations Day here at the Australian Open 2023. Put your hands together for a performance once again. It was great to see many of you taking photos and videos of that performance, but I did notice a few of you had your flash on. Now is exactly the moment for you to turn your phones to silent. It is exactly the moment for you to turn off your flash. Please feel free to continue taking videos and photos tonight. Share them on socials, but make sure you hashtag them AusOpen and hashtag RLA. And we're going to get you up on the big screen. Look at it. Pop it up on the big screen. So get your selfies up there onto Instagram.
Good evening, a very warm welcome to Rod Laver Arena, the start of the night session, and we really could be in for a treat here because we're going to be seeing a really fascinating clash pitting probably the two biggest and youngest stars of the game against each other. Coco Gauff, the 7th seed American French Open finalist who's been in excellent form and on track, setting out her ambitions to try and win her first Grand Slam, up against Emma Raducanu, the teenage sensation who shot to fame when she won the US Open as a teenage qualifier in 2021. That's what is in store for us tonight. And the crowd on Rod Laver Arena have already been treated to quite a wonderful display, music to celebrate First Nations Day here at Australian Open on day 3. And fortunately for these players playing on Rod Laver Arena, the roof has been closed all day to protect them from the wet and wild weather, which is really hampering matches on the outside courts. So no dramas for Raducanu and for Coco Gauff. They always knew when they were going to be playing today, and matches have gone to schedule and they're going to be starting on time. Alongside me, Alison Mitchell, is Chanda Rubin. We welcome you to Australia and to Melbourne again. Chanda, how are you?
I'm good, and I'm excited to be here. And, you know, these early rounds of Grand Slam, the first major of the year, there's always so much energy just that little extra tension, the extra nerves that come into play. You see some smiles from the players just trying to get into their routines, relax enough to play their best tennis in these big matches.
What are these moments like shortly before you come out onto such an arena like this?
You know, it can be difficult sometimes to just, you know, keep your focus very small, you know, to look at everybody walking by. You've got all the energy, all the excitement going on in the hallways. Everybody's trying to get going, get into these early rounds, and you see Gauff, players like her with their teams just trying to kind of stay in the normal routines they have week in and week out, but that becomes a little more difficult here on such a big stage.
Well, that is the coin that will be tossed. Ken Rosewall on one side, and I believe it says AO on the other, and it's a memento that the kids get to keep as well, the mascots from the Hot Shots program. Well, there's some British support for Emma Raducanu. She's putting a pretty relaxed figure out there at the moment, Chandler, isn't she? And it's been an incredible rise for her, and a really intriguing journey, because once you shoot for the stars in the way that she did and burst onto the scene at the US Open, expectation balloons, and yet there's been injury problems, trying to get some sort of stability around her coaching setup as well.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the key for Emma Raducanu, is, you know, as she progresses, to have that stability in terms of her team. You see, those are the people that are around you week in and week out, and they can really help in terms of stabilizing you, helping you to weather the ups and downs. See the smiles on Raducanu's face, and it's good to see that she's happy, hopefully healthy, and able to go out and play some of her best tennis. That's really been the challenge for her since winning that US Open. I mean, such a shock to everyone coming through qualifying. And, you know, she had to hold up over 3 weeks, not just 2 weeks, and it was remarkable tennis that she played. Can she recreate a little bit of that magic again? That is going to be the goal, and it starts in matches like this one.
And she and Coco Gauff have a pretty friendly relationship on tour as well. They do speak to each other because they're similar age, and I think Coco Gauff can recognize in Emma, and probably vice versa. You know, both of them youngsters who achieved so much so young. Coco Gauff still only 18, which feels remarkable because she's been on the scene for so long, but she was only 15 when she knocked Venus Williams out of Wimbledon, and then everybody knew the name. So she's had to weather that kind of expectation as well.
Yeah, it's been, you know, feels like so many years since Gauff did burst onto the scene, but she was so young and still just 18 years of age. Her parents there in the background, they have been a solid force in her travels. She is also, you know, brought in, you know, coaching expertise as well alongside her father, and it seems to be working for her in the name of Diego Moyano. And I think overall she's had that stability in terms of the week in and week out, and that has been a tremendous factor in the growth that she's continued to have.
And these are the moments when you're nearly ready, you think you're ready, you think everybody's ready for you, and finally start to get that nod. And you separate from your team, and you're out there on court on your own. Well, not as on your own as in previous years, because on-court coaching is now allowed. But this is just an inspirational walk out onto Rod Laver Arena. More time to let the tension build.
It's women's singles second round action here on Rod Laver Arena. Please welcome, from Great Britain, Emma Raducanu.
Raducanu is ranked 77 in the world right now. And everybody knows the talent, carrying left ankle injury she picked up in Auckland. Got through a first round match, so I think that is behind her now.
And their opponent from the United States of America, Coco Gauff.
She has had an excellent 2022 French Open final, reaching the finals of the WTA Championship and winning a career high ranking of 4 in October. Comes in here as the 7th seed and with ambitions to go one further in her Grand Slam career. So we're in the top half of the draw here. Second round action and a lot of matches still to get on court because of the weather around the place. But Zhang or Pera will await in round 3. Ostapenko could well be a formidable opponent later on in the draw.
Yeah, this is kind of the stage where, you know, depending on the type of player you are, you may look a little bit ahead, but you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, especially when you have such a tough second round match as both of these players would be approaching it as. Raducanu, a Grand Slam champion. Coco Gauff, of course, a Grand Slam finalist. And, you know, this is one of those matches we haven't seen before. Even though they're about the same ages, they've had very different trajectories and paths up into the pro ranks. And so this will be the first time meeting.
And if everyone could first face this direction, we'll have a photo, Lola, in the middle. Excellent. Simple for me for the towels, blue on this side, red on this side. They're in the 4 corners, as are the shot clocks. Any questions? No? Lola, who would you like to ask? Ken or AO? AO is the call. Nearly gotcha. It is Ken, this side. Receive. Thank you. Well done, thank you.
Coco Gauff comes into the Australian Open as a title winner early in 2023, winning in Auckland. So just getting that run of wins behind her, Chana, means she comes into here with that winning mentality.
Yeah, I think that's such a big help when right out of the gate, first week of the year, first week you're playing, you're able to get a WTA title. Some players struggle to get a title all year, so that has got to be a little bit more relaxing for Gauff going into this first major. And I think especially because of how difficult she ended last year. A little bit up and down, didn't quite finish as strongly as she might have liked, as strongly as she played throughout the year. Went 0 and out in terms of the matches at the WTA finals at the end of the year. So I think starting the year with a title is huge. And for Raducanu, you mentioned it's been about trying to stay healthy and get to this match and be as close to 100% as possible.
Yes, her year ended with a wrist injury and then started with an ankle injury, and that's been something of the pattern for Raducanu. So it's a matter of getting some stability on court and off court, and then hope that those results will come. So 20 years of age, plays 18 years of age. It is as if we're seeing the next gen right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, it's only about 16 months that separate these two in terms of their ages, already having accomplished so much, you know, respectively in their respective careers.
3 minutes.
But for Emma Raducanu, you know, this is a real test for her and her game, playing against another young opponent, but who has had such success already getting into the top 10, top 5 in the world.
2022 was a breakthrough year in terms of getting into the top 5 for the first time. Also, it's the stage in the arena, and Coco Gauff played her first round match on Rod Laver Arena and had the real presence of mind and appreciation to say how humbled she was to have that honor.
Two minutes.
Her opponent, Coco Gauff of the United States at just 18 years of age, the world number 7, already has 3 titles. Linz in 2019, Palmer 2021, and Auckland just weeks ago. Turning pro in 2018, Gauff entered the top 100 in 2019, the top 50 in 2020.
It's adapting to your surroundings, isn't it, this sort of occasion? this arena. For Raducanu, which hasn't had the taste of it this year, and Coco Gauff already has, which might aid her in terms of getting through this one.
Yeah, you think about the experiences that these two players have had. 18 years old in terms of Coco Gauff, just 20 years old for Emma Raducanu. Doesn't have quite the experience that Gauff has had at this level in these big stage matches, even though she's already won a major. That's kind of an interesting thing you don't often see.
It's an enticing matchup, that's for sure, with these two youngsters. And how do you feel that their games will compare and contrast, Chanda?
I'm interested to see, you know, with Gauff, it's a bit more of a power game. She's such an athletic mover around the court. She can come in, play at the net. Raducanu is a little more of a economical mover around the court. She takes the ball a little earlier, tries to really add weight to her game with her court positioning. How much will she be able to play close to that baseline against Gauff, who is looking to hit with power, hit with depth? That's going to be the challenge. And can Gauff do it consistently and really kind of put Raducanu a little further back behind the baseline, particularly with the backhand? That's the real strength of Coco Gauff and her serve. We're always kind of curious as to where the serve of Gauff will be on a given day. So far, it's been great.
Yeah. Came through her first round match with very little trouble, dropped serve once and was able to break right back. And parents, Candy and Corey, on the left-hand side in the box, and of course the tablet there, the electronic tablet, to offer the stats which the coach can draw upon, and some words of advice and instruction and info can be passed through to the player on court if they're at that end.
Coco Gauff,
here we go.
Ready?
Second round action, night session, Rod Laver Arena. Some solid ball striking and confident start from Gauff.
15.
I think generally Raducanu likes pace. She can use it, she can redirect. Gauff, though, spreading the court beautifully in that first rally. One of the other advantages that Gauff has really shown is the mental strength and fortitude. That has been a real staple of her game.
40 left.
And I think it helps when you get into these kind of pressure-filled matches, when you can focus in as quickly as possible, get off to a good start. Right now, Gauff using her serve exceptionally well.
First point on the board for Raducanu.
40-15. Game Gauff.
A confident enough hold for Coco Gauff and some excellent serving.
First game.
Yeah, those first games, especially getting on the board, just allows you to settle into a match that much quicker. Gauff serving first, tucking that game away. Bit of an advantage now. She can take a few swings and try to put a little more pressure on Raducanu.
predictor pretty heavily in favor of the American world number 7, just in terms of the rankings, with Raducanu down at 77 in the world. It reflects that. But you never know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know till you toss the balls up, but everything, including maybe those intangibles, on the side of Coco Gauff.
Emma Raducanu to serve.
Just a little bit of strapping on that left ankle that troubled her in Auckland, and she rolled it.
Fault. Fault.
That's not the best way to start, particularly saw the way how cleanly Gauff served throughout her opening service game. The first thing to compete against Coco Gauff is play some clean tennis. Do everything that you can right. At the moment, a couple of cheap points given away.
Fault.
Good start with that serve, the body serve that Jan Gauff.
15-30.
Raducanu is going to have to use her serve smartly, try to move it around, and keep Gauff just a little more off balance. And of course, the first serve is going to be crucial.
Some extra power from Raducanu. It's a good comeback from love 30.
30 on.
That was one of the things Raducanu did so well on the road to winning that U.S. Open. She was taking the ball so early, hitting beautifully up the line, just keeping opponents on their heels. She doesn't have the most power, but she can play and add weight to her game that way. That's a nicely constructed point as well. She's solid off both sides. It's a good contact point, and that is keeping her ahead in that last rally. The serve, nice smooth take back, everything in good rhythm. Has a pretty high ball toss, but can get up to it right at the height, and that's always the key. Get out into the court. So a nice clean motion from Raducanu.
Game point.
Game Raducanu.
Helped by getting some good first serves in towards the end of that game. Plenty of support out here for the Brit.
1 game on.
That first game is where you can relax and just take a deep breath after getting on the board, holding serve for the first time. That is always critical to feeling like you're locked in a battle.
His excellent serve, swinging out wide.
I think Raducanu can comfortably go toe-to-toe off that backhand side. Gauff has got a fantastic shot off the backhand wing. That is a real weapon for her.
Going wrong a couple of times. A little bit of pressure early here for Coco Gauff.
It's a combination of the depth from Raducanu and the consistency. That one just beyond the baseline. Forehand side of Gauff is that side that can get just a little shaky.
Fault.
Oh, that's great play from Raducanu. Accuracy with that forehand.
15-40.
And break points.
And her ability to go up the line, that is going to be valuable in terms of opening up the court.
What an answer.
30-40.
Another one of those would be nice right now.
That's a terrific serve from Gauff, and she went for it. Could see Raducanu just inching in to try to apply a little more pressure. Got jammed with excellent second serve.
That is how to serve your way out of trouble.
Fault.
How tough is it to contend with that serve which swings away from you? It seems to just keep moving.
I mean, it's been really mature serving from Gauff here under some pressure, and she is getting it just a little heavier.
Oh, well in on the body. An excellent recovery from Gauff, having faced break points. Good serve. Gauff leading 2-1.
By 2-1.
The signs are hopefully this crowd are in for a bit of a treat tonight, and a really good contest between these two. You mentioned their friendliness on the tour, both talking to each other quite a bit. I think Coco Gauff has said not necessarily close friends, but friends on tours, in the way that players do get to know each other on tour, become friendly.
Yeah, it's a pretty small world, and in the locker room, you know pretty much who everybody is, even if you haven't played them before, you haven't practiced with them, or spoken to them very much. You're very much aware, and certainly these two being similar ages, it's even more of a factor.
Well, hopefully this is a good sign for the outer courts, because it's been so wet for so much of this third day. And the change in temperature is quite remarkable from yesterday, when it was in the high 30s, dropping down to 20 and under certain times of the day.
Yeah, players are needing their sweatsuits and making sure they get warm. These two, though, they are well into this matchup.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats.
Fault.
She had the right idea on footing Gauff, who's anticipating
Love 15.
needing to cover off the forehand side.
And you have an opponent as quick as Gauff is around the court. It's a good play to go behind them. But Raducanu just catching that slightly late adds a little more risk to that shot. Sometimes when you get out of trouble on serve, saving break points the way Gauff did, you feel just a little freer in that next return game. And it is paying dividends for Gauff. Swinging out on those last couple of shots.
Love 40.
Well, here is some early pressure then. 3 chances for Gauff to get the early break. Had to save 2 herself in the last service game. Gauff managed to find some really good first serves to steer herself away from trouble.
Game go.
There is an early break then. And the 7th seed, world number 7, moves ahead 3-1.
Gauff leads by 3 games to 1.
We've got former British number 1 Laura Robson courtside for us as well. Laura, what are your thoughts on the early exchanges? And also any signs of Raducanu's ankle troubling her at all? Or do you think that injury is well healed?
No, I think she's actually moving pretty well tonight. I saw her after the first round match and she said it wasn't much of an issue and that she didn't have too much swelling, which was the main positive. Obviously there's going to be some soreness in the ankle when you push it that hard for the first time in a while, but as long as you stay on top of it with the recovery, she's looking good to me. She's looking really strong, and yes, she's break down, but I feel like she's doing all the right things, trying to play with a lot of aggression.
Love 30.
Oh, it was good. It was good. Gauff was almost waiting for it to be long.
I think everyone was. Chanta, I don't know if you feel the same, but sometimes for me, when I'm playing such a good movie, you almost overplay the first couple of games when you're just trying to figure out how close can I get to the lines, how good do I need to hit it in order to win these points.
Both players kind of got into just trying to feel each other out, and having not played each other before, trying to see what kind of openings they can create, how much they have to kind of push forward. And I definitely feel like Raducanu, she's working that out here in real time.
There's some big power from Gauff coming right at Raducanu there.
back-to-back aggressive points from Gauff after letting that ball go, almost like she got just a little extra mad at herself for not trying for that ball, making up for it here.
Fault.
Talked about Raducanu trying to step in on returns, and she's done that, but a few of them have gotten away from her, and it's the heaviness, little extra spin that Gauff is putting on some of those second serves that's doing the damage.
Oh, missing out, looking for the hold that would have backed up the break.
Deuce.
That's the right play, though. Again, just knowing she needs to be aggressive, matching Raducanu and trying to get that upper hand here.
Oh, here's a chance for a break back.
Advantage, Raducanu.
Raducanu trying to pick on that Gauff forehand, but you've got to go out to the backhand at times to open it up, and that's going to be the balance Raducanu tries to figure out here.
Fault.
Can Raducanu capitalize this time?
Advantage, Raducanu.
Two chances to break Coco Gauff's previous service game. Couldn't manage it then.
Game,
Oh,
Raducanu.
handed by double faults. Raducanu won't care. Back on level terms.
Gauff leads by 3 games to 2.
Well, how things can change. Back on serve.
I felt that was really all from Emma's positioning on the second serve. She was moving right up inside the baseline, making a lot of noise with the feet as well, a lot of quick steps, and then jumping around, just trying to keep an eye out on what Coco was doing, because she knew she was going to go for that kick second again and wasn't going to make the same mistake as she has a couple of times already.
The body language seems pretty positive from up here, Laura. Is that what you sense as well?
Absolutely, and this is a match that both players are going to be right up for. You know, there's clearly some nerves coming in and they're feeling each other out, as we've said, but I think they're both so pumped for this one. This is the match that everyone's been talking about all day. Everyone is excited for this potential rivalry in the future, and they
Ladies
are
and
too.
gentlemen,
This
please
is fun.
make your way to your seats quickly. Time.
This hotly anticipated clash. We've seen a break of serve for both players so far.
Please take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Real buzz around Rod Laver Arena. Everyone to get in and take their seats. And watch these two highly talented youngsters. One a Grand Slam champion already at the age of 20. But Coco Gauff, writing in her column she has on the BBC Sport website during this tournament, saying that she sometimes asked whether she might feel a bit envious that there's already a title against Raducanu's name. Well, the point's not over till it's over. Coco Gauff's reply to that is that it's simply an inspiration.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to look at it. I mean, you would imagine Gauff, when she saw that run Raducanu made at that year's US Open a couple of years ago, that she's thinking, okay, I see myself doing that. And so you have to look at it positively, especially with everything that Gauff has accomplished. Different trajectory for every player. It's so interesting, though, when you think about the 16 months or so separating these two. Raducanu is a little bit older, but it's Gauff with more experience. She's played 50 more professional matches. She's played twice as many of these major events. So for Raducanu, she's still gaining some of that experience at this level, relatively speaking.
Yeah, this being only her second appearance at the Australian Open. So in a sense, all of this is still new. Power, cross-court angle as well.
When you think about Gauff, even though she's just a little bit younger, still only 18, she's been here twice as many times. This is her 4th appearance. So Raducanu, I think, has also had to kind of stay positive and keep things in perspective for herself after winning such a huge title.
Well, that's an important point. And Coco Gauff has another chance to break.
15-40.
Yeah, sometimes Gauff just pulls off of that forehand. She hits it a bit more open stance and pulls away from it versus the backhand where she just gets more solidly behind that shot more consistently. That last forehand flying as a result.
Game goal.
You could feel Raducanu trying to get more and more aggressive. She's broken. And Gauff has her nose in front.
Gauff leads by 4-2.
I'd love to see Emma try and put a little something extra on the first serve. She's missing a few and kind of defaulting to a high percentage first where she's getting a lot of rotation on the ball, but it's just sitting up nicely for Gauff to get herself in the rally. So not many free points, and at this stage that's kind of what you need just to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, only getting fractionally over half her first serves in. Found the line.
easily measured by Raducanu. I think that's one of the advantages that Gauff has on her serve. She can get the occasional free point. 1 out of every 5 or so is unreturned. Raducanu has not been able to generate many of those free points, as we call it. She's having to do it the hard way.
Out. 15.
Oh, great pass, cross-court from Raducanu. Magic.
That was just beautifully played. Raducanu held that backhand, running somewhat full speed, but it set up just enough, held it long enough for Gauff to slide to her right. Raducanu went left. One of the strengths of Raducanu's game is how balanced she's able to stay on those ground strokes, forehand and backhand. Gauff just trying to find those openings to get Raducanu off balance like she did on that last one.
Important service game now for Gauff to once again try and consolidate on the break. Raducanu broke straight back last time she had this opportunity.
Game Gauff.
There's the hold. It backs up the break.
New balls, please.
And Coco Gauff leads 5-2 in the opening set.
5 games to 2.
That's got to be a little disappointing for Raducanu, the way things shifted after her being right there neck and neck, back on serve, and just a couple of points that Gauff has really settled down and found a way to just get Raducanu missing slightly. I've been impressed with Gauff's serving, the way she's defended the second serve. At times, that's been more important than the first. We're seeing some solid rallies, though. Both players trying to find those openings to be a little more aggressive. Has not been easy,
Please
but
take
it's
your
Gauff
seats quickly.
with
Thank
just
you,
that
ladies
slight
and gentlemen.
advantage right now.
Time.
A lot of work for Emma Raducanu to do here to salvage this opening set. Break down at a crucial time. More and more people piling into the arena, which is great to see. Coco Gauff is 1 break away from winning this first set. Emma Raducanu has hired a new coach now in Sebastian Sachs. who helped Belinda Bencic to Olympic gold and into the top 10. Oh, how much running did Coco Gauff have to do? And then just simply plays the ball in behind her. That will please the coach.
30 love.
Emma's really happy with how things are going with the new coach as well. She hasn't been with him for that long, but they did a solid amount of work together in the off-season, plus a couple of weeks now to start off the year. And I think there's always a lot of chat about what she's doing with her team, but she wants to stay with this guy long term.
Nicely played.
Yeah, she's looking very relaxed right now, Raducanu. She's settled nicely into this match. Even though she's down a break, it seems like she has a clear understanding of how she wants to play, even though she may miss one or two here or there. Looking good here on serve.
Game points. That's way to return.
That serve from Raducanu set up right in the middle of the service box. Gauff treating it accordingly.
It's pretty dismissive.
Game. Raducanu.
Hold serve to stretch out this set and ask Gauff to come out and serve for it.
Gauff leads by 5 games to 3.
On that coaching front, Laura, I mean, when Dmitry Tursunov left, he had a few words to say just about how many voices Raducanu was hearing or consulting. But do you feel that by having fewer voices, she will be able to listen and have that stability?
Yeah, it's really what she's been looking for all this time. And, you know, her opinion was, if you're not with the right person, why continue? And I'll keep trying until I find that right character who I believe in, who's going to take my game to the next level.
15 left.
And I think that's not always the view of a lot of players. It's, oh, well, I've just started, I'm going to tough it out, I'm going to see how it goes, I'll give it 6 months. And I don't know, if that's not the vibe, why would you stay in what feels like it's a bit of a dud in the nicest possible way?
It's taken in the nicest possible way. Well, this is their first big test together.
Out. 30 love.
Gauff taking a step closer towards this first set. Not far off.
Yeah, she's hanging in there, Raducanu, making Gauff have to work to take care of this first set. Still not over.
Well, a miss. Oh, maybe can Raducanu turn the tables?
Well, she's finding ways to rush Gauff just a little bit more, and that time the forehand just a little too late. Add to it the pressure of the moment, trying to close this set out, and nothing is easy.
Well, Raducanu now with the break points.
30-40.
It wouldn't be said that serving out a set is easy.
The opposite. Completely changes the most basic of shots.
Well, there you go. That's the aggressive, combative Coco Gauff that we've come to know.
Use.
Geeing herself up. Raducanu was off balance as she hit the return. Actually always helped her.
Yeah, she got a little bit lucky. That return much shorter
Raducanu
than Gauff was expecting. Having to improvise, and Raducanu just keeps the focus, keeps her head down.
Another break point. Well saved.
That's a gutsy shot, though. Down, break point, excuse me, trying to get from under, having been down a break point, to go for that kind of backhand. That's a confident shot.
This matchup is not disappointing.
And those are the types of points you love to see between two young players, just finding ways to get the ball in uncomfortable positions for their opponent. Saw a variety of shots and good competing. Raducanu with the last word.
Yes.
Did you enjoy that point, Laura, from courtside?
I almost stood up and clapped. I was on the edge of my seat, and it was just so good to see the variation, the athleticism on show when they're both pushed out wide. They're still so strong, pushing off the outside leg.
Here's a set point then, for the first time for Coco Gauff. Just had to stave off 3 break points. And she did it at the first time of asking. Raducanu fight lives on.
Yeah, it was impressive, and she went for that return. She's gotten jammed on a few of those serves. A little more kick from Gauff, but that time, the footwork from Raducanu to get away from that ball, get it in position, and lean on it.
explosion of pace. In the end, overcooking it, and Coco Gauff now another set point.
Advantage, go. Game and first set,
Great
go.
way to close out the sets. Had to
6
work
games
hard,
to 3.
but it's Coco Gauff 6-3. Well, we hope this would be a scintillating contest, and it's proving that it's going to entertain us as well.
Yes, it's been, you know, high quality, high level, almost from the start. You know, both players trying to push and create openings, the other pushing back, and it's Gauff. Even though that was 6-3, it was a lot tighter than that score felt. But the serving of Gauff really came through when she needed it. The big second serves as well. And, you know, both players had more enforced errors, but it was because they're being a little bit more aggressive. Gauff just doing a better job capitalizing when she had those break points as well. This was really fantastic ball striking. We saw some extended rallies. We saw just a little bit of variety, players going to the slice when they needed it, being aggressive. Some nice moves from Raducanu, but it was the athleticism of Gauff, especially at the end when she was battling to take that first set, just getting to those extra balls, able to go from defense, transition to offense, and she held her ground in some critical moments when Raducanu gave her everything that she could handle. So impressive stuff from Gauff when she needed it most.
Time, 40-50.
Great reaction.
Take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to begin.
So the first set going the way of the 7th seed. Started as a hefty favourite for this match, but it's always going to be a fascinating tie-up. Two really bright young talents. Raducanu already with a Grand Slam title to her name, and Coco Gauff laying out her ambitions for 2023. And a Grand Slam title is very much part of it. Electronic line calling. The court always seems a little bit empty without any line judges, doesn't it? It does mean that there's no disputes to be had.
Let her set.
This is where Raducanu has to get right back to what she's been doing. Even though she lost that first set, she was right in there. So these first couple of points, very solid from her racket. Lovely play. Laura's got that angle just right then.
Yeah, she has. I thought it was interesting that she came out of the changeover before time was called and headed straight towards the towel box on the far side, just wanting to get a few words in with the coach, perhaps, before she starts the second set, and seems to have worked, whatever was said.
Game.
A hold to love. Well, certainly make Raducanu feel a little better, a strong start
First
in the second set. You feel with the on-court coaching, it'll be interesting. Some players, it may benefit more than others. Some may naturally be better problem solvers and more able and have had greater success doing that on their own. Others really probably will benefit from being able to have a direct word and instruction from a coach during a match.
Yeah, I think it can help, and certainly it just takes away all of the issues you have with trying to determine if there's coaching going on, signals, and all the other things that would come into play in matches. So, there's, I think, been very little bother about it, and players have been able to kind of just go about their business.
There's so much data to be accessed as well, isn't there? Oh, a little bit of assistance.
Love 15.
A few of those returns that have gotten away from Raducanu, it's still been difficult for her to handle that kick above the shoulders on that backhand side, and Gauff is using it very strategically.
Oh, the right idea, wrong execution.
That's so difficult to try to drop shot Gauff with how quickly she can get up to some of those shots, how much ground she eats up, and just maybe Raducanu second guessing herself because of it.
Another lengthy point.
Yeah, those rallies become more and more physical the longer they go, and both players getting good depth and nice pace on their shots. So in the end, 16-shot rally, Gauff just pulling off of that last forehand.
So deep from Gauff to earn a game point.
I think it's also the intent that Gauff had, whether Raducanu got that ball back or not. She was coming in, was going to follow up her heavy shot, and I think that is a big part of being successful in that mid-court area. No hesitation.
Game goal.
First game on the board for Coco Gauff, then set up and one game all now in the second.
One game.
But again, those rallies, Laura, are extending and extending.
Well, I may want to see Emma try and drop into some slice off the backhand side, because she has the ability to do so, and these bam-bam rallies seem to be favouring Gauff. The longer they go on, she's so comfortable moving side to side. She's barely out of breath at the moment. Meanwhile, Emma's kind of going to the tower. And don't forget, this is a huge step up in intensity for her, considering how injured on and off she's been the last year or so. Just hasn't faced this level of player in a while.
Yeah, and I'll ask you a bit more about the strength and conditioning aspects, Emma, in a moment.
Love 15.
So she started working with Jez Green, hasn't she, who used to work with Andy Murray?
She has. They just did an off-season together. He's still working with Dominic Thiem, so he's not travelling so much with Emma. She travels mostly just with the coach and the physio. But that's a real bonus that she's added to the team. They spend a lot of time together, a lot of hard work already been put in. And I think you already can see that in the muscle that she's put on in the off-season. But it's not even so much the gym at this stage. It's the match intensity that you just can't recreate, no matter how hard you try off the court. There's nothing like being in a stadium like this, playing someone of Coco's speed and athleticism. It's just impossible to recreate on the practice court.
Let second set.
She's under some pressure here at love 30. Break points early then for Coco Gauff. I'll get this serve working. Still got a 2 break point cushion here.
15-40.
It's a different kind of work that Raducanu's having to put in against a player who is as consistent as Gauff is. That's the only way you get to top 10, top 5 in the world. And that's what Raducanu's battling as well.
She's digging deep, finding something.
30-40.
That's the physicality of just about every rally. Even that one, Raducanu won it, but it just takes a little bit out of you each and every time.
Fault.
Game.
Broken off the back of a double fault. That will be disappointing. It's the early break, though, the way of the American 7th seed.
Gauff leads by 2 games to 1.
Leading 2-1 in the second set.
Now, these are the moments for Raducanu where you really have to go back inside and try to dig deep. Down a set, down a break has been very much in this match from the early stages, but it can still feel like it's slipping away and you're further away than the actual score line. That double fault. Give away her serve there. That's just an indicator of how the intensity each and every point is maybe just starting to have a little bit of a toll.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please find those seats as quickly as you can. Time.
So Gauff a break up early in this second set now.
Just something that I'm keeping an eye on down here. Emma's been touching the left side of her ab quite a lot. I'm unsure if she's just readjusting her skirt constantly, but she seems to be pushing down on that side. Maybe just something that she's dealing with on the serve, and then all of a sudden a couple of double faults come in. I'll assess.
Keep watching. Seeing Gauff approaching, the right idea to try and pass down the line.
15 love.
I think we're all watching that left side of Raducanu now.
And she's been doing it since maybe midway through that first set. Tough to tell if it's anything physical versus just a readjustment.
Trying to take it on.
30 love.
I mean, I could be hugely speculating here, and I'm 100% wrong, but I just don't remember seeing her do that in any other outfit.
Well,
against a player of Gauff's stature and abilities, you've got to have all your concentration on what's going on between the lines and not on anything related to your clothing.
Game Gauff.
Backing up that break of serve. Gauff moving ahead 3-1.
Gauff leads by 3 games to 1.
I saw the number on the screen just a moment ago that nearly 3/4 of the time when Gauff gets a break within the first 4 games of a set, and 3/4 of the time she does go on to win the set, which is a worrying sign for Raducanu.
Starting to hear kind of the difference in the weight of shot from Gauff versus Raducanu. Just hasn't been able to sustain that push in these longer rallies. Gauff starting to take a little more advantage.
Delicately played. Just asking a different question of Gauff. We know how well she can move up the court and react to those drop shots.
15 on.
This is the time for Raducanu to just try to throw more things at Gauff. Try to create a little havoc, a little uncertainty. That's one way to do it. Not usually a shot that Gauff misses that widely. You could hear her right when it came off the racket. She knew she had caught it late.
Very uncharacteristic error. Someone that Gauff left a little short.
40-15.
Game points.
Raducanu's got to come up with some of her best shots, and it still just counts for 1 point. Game's not over.
Raducanu.
Rod Laver Arena enjoying this contest. Raducanu still a breakdown. It's Gauff 3-2 by set to love. Get you, Laura, to keep an eye on Raducanu there at the change of ends. Not noticing that she's doing too much.
No, not so much. I think it is much more on the serve that she starts to just push down on that side. And I don't know whether maybe she just pulled it, having come back so early from the ankle injury in the first round and coming back to a match intensity so quickly does change things. And another step up in intensity today, as we've seen. It's not good enough to just hit 6 good shots against Coco. You need to hit 8, 9, 10. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out on this game, but it doesn't look too bad.
Melbourne's skyline, 8:20 local time in the evening. It's been a pretty chilly day out there, but the rain has ceased, which is great news for play under the roof here. Coco Gauff a break-up and a set-up.
It's so important for Raducanu just to try to keep a little pressure, a little tension in this match by not letting Gauff get so big of a lead. That last game was very important.
Cut off forehand down the line.
15 on.
Fabulous serve.
Gauff has gone out wide a number of times, and Raducanu's got to not give too much of that space away. Hard to cover that and that heat up the tee.
She goes again.
40-15. Gamed off.
Well, that's a pretty business-like hold of serve in the blink of an eye. The 4-2.
Gauff leads by 4 games to 2.
Yeah, such a calm, measured approach from Gauff. Didn't panic. That's part of the benefit of all those matches that she's already won this year. 6-match winning streak and counting.
Getting that right, but that's when you think about the step up in intensity for
15 love.
Raducanu, that Gauff came through 5 matches in the row on the way to winning the title in Auckland, the first round match here, and rolling that ankle of Raducanu meant she had to retire after just the 2nd round in Auckland, leaving the court in some distress then as well. Well, again, another rally. It's both players moving and the crowd enjoying it.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there's something physical going on.
It's a bit of discomfort, isn't there?
A grimace on her face. Long with kind of grabbing at that area.
It's also for me how often she's now looking over at the coach and potentially at the physio as well, over in the box.
Locked to perfection.
Such a smart play from Gauff, and tough to say if she's noticing Raducanu grabbing at that area, but it was the perfect play. The lob over the left side of Raducanu. She didn't even try for it.
It's effortless.
30-15.
It's taking a lot of effort from Raducanu to try to just stay within touching distance here. Trying to hold on to her serve.
Absolutely pounced.
And I think those are the kinds of moves that will continue to pay dividends for Gauff. And she's still improving and growing in terms of her game. The forehand has been more of a weakness, but hitting out on it that way can help raise the confidence.
Game, Raducanu.
Well, a hold to extend this
New
set.
balls, please.
But it's still Coco Gauff. A breakup, 4-3 in the
Gauff
second.
leads by 4 games to 3.
Laura, if there is something troubling that left side of Raducanu, could that hamper the serve?
Yeah, it would hamper the serve. I think you just can't push as hard off that first serve as you would like to when there's a bit of an issue. The good thing is if it was really bad, then you'd notice it straight away. And the fact that we're so far into the match and only just talking about it tells me that it's not a huge issue, but it's just there and something that she's dealing with. And how do you work around that tactically? So far, there hasn't been enough variation with this taking pace off the serve, sure, but a slice and kick, I'd like to see a bit more of both. Get Coco jamming into the body on the forehand. You know, just try a bit of everything at this point.
Time.
That's what the coaches have access to. And all of that data, the footage, they can glean anything from it that might help their player. They can verbally pass it on. Players down their end of the court.
Thank you.
Coach of Emma Raducanu.
Love 15.
I was reading about Coco Gauff, Chandra, that she took up some boxing in the off-season this year. She has done some training with Mike Tyson in the past, but mixing things up. Oh, how about that for a point? Variety from both players. Scintillating stuff.
Yeah, it's always fun to mix it up in the off season, and for Gauff, she's had going on a handful of them. It can get a little monotonous at times, and a little bit of cross training can help. But he's under some pressure here.
Yeah, hugely important game this for Raducanu. Well, break points, break back points to get back on serve.
Love 40.
There is a break back. Raducanu's still in this.
Well, that was the first bit of nerves we've seen from Coco Gauff. Since the first game of the match, she's been impeccable. She's been active, looking for a positive reaction consistently, and just quieting down slightly.
Where could this match yet go from here?
Gauff has definitely got to settle and refocus here, and that was as close to giving your serve away as she's come in this whole match, really.
Great play. Finding some rhythm and some confidence again.
15 all.
And again, Raducanu taking that ball early, pushing Gauff further back behind the baseline, creating that extra space.
Well, that was a wonderfully constructed point. Hammering everything Gauff's direction and then finesse to finish.
Yeah, just kept picking on the forehand.
30-15.
Got something a little bit higher each time. Able to push her way forward. Textbook volley at the end. The more Raducanu has elevated here, the more tentative Gauff has gotten on that forehand side.
It's the game, and Raducanu is 5-4 in front with serve in this second set.
Raducanu leads by 5-4.
We talk about Gauff and the matches she's won in a row here, and this is where she's got to pull from that experience, from that confidence. First title of the year in Auckland, and I think for me most impressive about it was her winning it as the #1 seed. first time in her career. #1 seed at a tournament and winning a title when you're sort of expected to at the start of the week. That builds a whole nother level of confidence. So that is going to come in handy here for Gauff if she can try to pull this match out in 2 sets.
Time.
Well, from Gauff leading 4 games to 2. Suddenly Raducanu 5-4, a run of 3 games in a row.
$15 love.
Just needs to refine some of that focus and poise that served her so well towards the end of the first set. She served her way out of trouble a couple of times already this match when faced with break points.
I remember Gauff talking about her first match against Siniakova when she struggled in the second set, struggled to close it out. She said, I just kept reminding myself that I was up a set, that she had to win this set more than I did. And that kind of helped relax her.
And she did need 7 match points, didn't she, to close out their first round match?
How is she 18? She has no right to be that mature.
Double fault creeping in successive service games. Those cheap points that gave away a break of serve, making it 4-all.
I didn't mind that one, though. She definitely went big on the second serve, clearly trying to do something, create an easier third ball for herself.
Well, now then, Raducanu with a surge back from mistakes by Gauff.
Yeah, just pressing a little too much, Gauff is here.
Well, here's a break point for the world number 77 against the 7th seed. Raducanu from being a breakdown at 4-2 has a chance to level things at 1 set each.
Advantage, Raducanu. Thank you. Please.
That was tight. Coco took the pace off every single one of those forehands, especially the last one dropping short. If Emma had just forced herself inside the baseline a little more, she would have been right on that one.
It's another set point Crowd rising behind Raducanu.
Advantage Raducanu.
I want to see a bit more of this battle. Not quite, not quite. Tension in this arena.
Yeah, it was a gutsy play from Raducanu. So difficult, this kind of tension building. Not an easy shot to pull off.
From set points down to game points.
Advantage go. Yes.
Strong at the net. Fabulous play for game point once again.
And that one got Coco's dad on his feet. These are important moments. Everybody knows it in golf. Just holding her nerve beautifully there.
That was one defence too many for Goff.
There is no lack of effort on either side of this court. Who can hold their nerve? Who can not blink first here?
Who's got the stamina? Well, what a first serve to get behind. The absolute raw.
Advantage go.
Yep, she knew as soon as she hit the serve. That's a good feeling right there.
It's a gripping contest. Really important time of the match.
Game goal.
Well, finding some big serves just when she needed it. Coco Gauff. Level at 5-all.
5 games on.
In that last game, that's one of the things that makes golf so special. Her ability to battle in those tough moments and to not shy away from it. Such a young age, that kind of maturity, can't teach.
Raducanu now serving, knowing that she had 2 chances to close out this second set.
Ledfersen. Ledfersen.
It's the right call to make by Raducanu.
I'm just loving this.
15 love.
It's so fun to watch courtside. They are pushing each other so hard, and you can see between points that they're trying not to let the other one show how much in physical pain they are, but they're just keeping it together.
30 love.
And it's like one person steps up to the line, bombs down an ace, and then the other one says, okay, I'm going to do the same thing. And the way Coco served her way out of that last game was absolutely clutch. And it's like Emma's just telling herself, I'm going to copy her and force myself back in this.
We hoped it would be a great contest.
It's lived up to that and then some. I mean, you can see Raducanu really pushing more on her serve in this game in particular.
3 game points.
Game Raducanu.
So 6-5 Raducanu, and it's up to Coco Gauff now to hold and take us to a second set tiebreak.
Raducanu leads by 6 games to 5.
They're certainly pushing each other on, aren't they? And they know each other well enough to the degree that when Raducanu rolled her ankle in Auckland, Gauff reached out to her to find out how she was doing. So it's that sort of friendly rivalry, but goodness, this could be a rivalry which really could grow. Huge difference in their ranking at the moment, but consider what Raducanu has been able to achieve already. She does find that consistency, she'll really shoot up.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the future holds for both of these 2 young players. And in particular, if they can stay healthy. Raducanu, that's been the struggle for her, but you can see the level of tennis that she's able to play gives you a little glimpse of how she was able to win so many matches in New York on the way to that title.
There's been a lot of tension, a lot of excitement in this arena tonight. But what is it, a grandstand opening match of the night session. 2 highly talented, exciting players. And they've given us a really contest to savour here. Gauff serving to take the second set to a tiebreak.
Talk about Gauff's mental fortitude, her ability to fight through difficult situations. It was impressive the way Raducanu came back in that service game after having the set points, not capitalizing. Let go of it, didn't let it get her down, and got right back to it.
30 love.
It's not easy to do, and especially in an individual sport like this where you tend to hold on to mistakes a little bit longer. There's no room for that in this match, and both players are bringing it.
Fabulous volley.
When she closes beautifully, Raducanu. That
30-15.
volley looked a lot easier because she kept moving forward, anticipating. No chance for Gauff.
I just feel she's stepping up a level here, Raducanu, at the pointy end of this second set.
30-all.
Backhand really serving her well.
Another terrific serve at a crucial moment that Gauff comes up with. Her mom can barely watch It is nerve-wracking.
Can she find another one like that? Recovery of a champion to take us to a second set tiebreak.
How on earth did she get that backhand wide angle that Emma hit? Coco was running right towards me, and then I looked over to the other side to see where she hit the ball. By the time I looked back at her, she was covering the far forehand side. I just don't know how she recovers so quickly.
Incredible work. This is what Laura was referring to. The backhand to the forehand. Tiebreak time. That was stupendous.
Well, that's the backhand that Raducanu is using to do more damage.
1-0.
She's springing forward, taking that backhand early on the rise, and it's cutting off the time that Gauff has to react. She's quick, but can't make up that much time.
Is that a grimace? Tell you what, we're seeing a high level of tennis from both players.
1-0.
Someone getting a bit musical. Deflating way for Raducanu to end such a point.
Gauff just makes opponents hit so many extra balls. And Raducanu maybe waited a ball or two to move forward. Kind of paid the price for it.
Really interesting. Coco has been looking up at the big screen to see how Emma reacted after that point. She was waiting to see how much time she was going to take.
Bad luck for Gauff. That was the right play, the right move to make. That tape just pushing that ball wide.
Goal.
At the first mini break in this tie break. Packed arena. What a great sight that is here. A high quality match. Just the second round here. Since winning that US Open title, Emma Raducanu hasn't been beyond the second round of a major.
Goal.
Oh, not missing by much, but Gauff has a little bit of daylight now. Oh, the agony of being a tennis parent.
I cannot imagine having to watch my child go through this. It's sometimes worse sitting on the sidelines than actually being able to play the match and actually affect things. But Gauff has put herself in good position here.
And the pressure heaped once again on Raducanu. Remember, she has come from 4-2, a break down in this second set. And 3 games in a row to get the break of serve and get back on level terms. It's come to a tie break. Separated by 70 places in the rankings. But you wouldn't know it. Should have been willing that to get over.
And if you think about it, there's just been a few misses from Raducanu by inches. A couple of shots slightly wide, that one just hitting the tape, and that's been the big difference in this tiebreak so far.
Far too much on it from Raducanu. Now, it's Gauff with match points.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't make noise during the point. Thank you.
And there was a cry from the crowd shortly before Raducanu played that last shot. Match points.
Fault.
Still in it. But still facing match point.
6-3. Gauff.
Nearly an hour and 3/4 up until this point. Off the back of the serve and the body really cramped Raducanu.
Well, Gauff certainly could see the finish line there. That is her bread and butter, that backhand.
Thank you. Please.
She tried something different, it worked. That's what it means to Coco Gauff.
6-3, 7-6.
A tough opponent in Emma Raducanu. This could yet be a rivalry which will entice the tennis world. But for now, it's Gauff, the 7th seed. She's reigning supreme and she's into the 3rd round.
She's taking a few deep breaths first.
Hugely entertaining contest.
Yeah, terrific matchup, and Gauff really had to work for. She was tested, had to battle, especially towards the end of that second set after taking the first set pretty handily. She was down set points. Gauff was in that second set. Impressive stuff from Raducanu. Hopefully she's healthy. We were kind of concerned about that, but a terrific effort from her.
We always say this, we will see more of Emma Raducanu, get the fitness right, get some matches under the belt coming into a Grand Slam. She's not had the ideal lead-in with that ankle problem. So it's another second round exit since that fabulous US Open win as the qualifier, as the teenager. She's now 20 years old. And Coco Gauff, 18, continues to impress.
Got a few of those towels in her bags. They make great gifts for people who want a little feel and touch of the majors, but what a win for Coco Gauff.
We can hear from Coco Gauff, and she's with Laura Robson.
Congratulations, Coco. That was such a fun match from both of you. You both played excellent tennis, but you were able to come up with something clutch in those tight moments in the second set. What did you tell yourself?
I just told myself to hang in there. Emma was playing really good tennis towards the end of the match, and honestly the whole match was great. You know, in the beginning I think we both started off rocky, but I think the match was good quality for the most part, and considering the circumstances, I can imagine both of us was nervous. This was a long anticipated matchup basically since the draw came out, so I'm glad that it was a good match for you guys.
Very good. You speak a little bit about that anticipation, the build-up. It was the match that everyone was hoping for when the draw came out. Is that a lot to handle? How do you even prepare for a match like this?
I think you, like the Grand Slam, you have to win 7 matches, and when you go into the tournament, you have to expect to play the best, and you know, obviously you hope it's not in the second round, but that's what can you do, and I'm glad both of us were able to just kind of, I feel like we handled the pressure pretty well, and kudos to Emma. I know she had a tough week in Auckland, so really good for her to be able to play this level after such a, I guess, scary moment.
And you're only 18. You're only 18. Somehow coming into a match like this, you feel like the veteran. What does an 18 do on their day off tomorrow?
I don't know if I'll have doubles tomorrow. I know with the rain, without rain we're supposed to, so I don't know what the schedule looks like tomorrow. So probably doubles, but if not, playing cards with my parents or embarrassing them on TikTok. I posted a video on them online and it got like 1 million views. And basically everybody was hating on my dad in the comments. So I kind of felt bad, but at the same time, like, you know, parents really do anything for their kids. So I'm glad my dad took one for the team.
Everyone's now going to go watch that video. So who's the better dancer out of the three of you?
Probably my mom. At least that's what the comments said. They said my mom ate both of us up, and I was like, dang. And I think a lot of people asked just a solo video of her. I'm like, this is my account. Like, no, I'm the star. I'll shine in my own TikTok.
We'll let you get back to making TikToks and get ready for the next match. Congratulations to Coco Gauff.
She's a shining star on the tennis court and an extremely bright personality off it as well. And how nice that the crowd here get to see that side of her at the end of such a tight and high quality encounter, Chanda.
Yeah, add that to one of the additional special things about Coco Gauff and her ability to understand the moment, and in that moment to give credit to her opponent, what her opponent's gone through, and the fact that, you know, this was an anticipated match and they really gave the crowd so much to enjoy and still able to come through with the victory. It's not easy to get all those things right, but Gauff certainly has been able to do just that.
And making the point that Raducanu made Gauff play her best tennis in order to come through this match, because she was facing set points. She did face that fight back, forced Gauff to find some incredible serves to get herself out of some sticky situations when she needed it.
It takes a special mindset to embrace that kind of adversity when it's going on, you know, to understand it's just part of the process, and, you know, to not be weighed down by it. And I think Gauff has found the ability to do that in the toughest of moments. I mean, she's a big win for just about every player that comes up against her, and yet she finds a way through these tight spots, and she figures it out. And for me, that is so impressive, the way she competes, and she pulled out some of her best weapons to do so, especially down the stretch in that second set tiebreak. 72% of first serves in, won a good percentage, got some free points, some points where she didn't have to play the rest of the rally, and that helped, and had a respectable number of winners. A lot of unforced errors from both, but that's because they were being so aggressive. But it was Gauff who was just able to edge Raducanu out, was aggressive at the net. So many areas where, you know, she really showed what she can do.
The question is, how far can Gauff go into the third round now? She'll await to see who her opponent will be, whether it will be Zheng, who is seeded 29 for this tournament, or the unseeded Pera of the USA. But Ostapenko already into the third round, of course, Iga Świątek, the top seed in the same section of the draw.
Yeah, this is a sneaky, tough section, and for Gauff having to get through Raducanu in the second round, potentially Zheng Qinwen, who is another young, big-hitting player. She's got work to do against Pera, but that would be another interesting matchup for Gauff. Got some big hitters. You mentioned Ostapenko, Świątek up there as well. So Gauff can't look too far ahead, but a terrific effort getting through this one.
I like to quote I read by Coco Gauff, where she said, "Time to leave the teenage phenomenon tag behind. It's time to be known as a Grand Slam champion." She's got a little way to go yet, but she's made great progress into the third round here. Straight sets, 6-3, 7-6.
Thank you.
I'm so sore.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Well, good evening and welcome to Rod Laver Arena. As Stefanos Tsitsipas and Rinky Hijikata make their way through the Avenue of Champions. As they're about to take to centre stage to lock horns in the second round encounter at the 2023 Australian Open. Tsitsipas, a young man who has played very well here in the past, so the feel-good factor will be nice and high for him.
It's men's singles second round action. Please welcome from Greece, Stefanos Tsitsipas. And their opponent from Australia, Rinky Hijikata.
What a response for the young Australian. How good must that feel? My name's Rob Koenig, and someone alongside me will know exactly how that feels. He's been centre stage in Australia on many occasions throughout his impressive career. John Fitzgerald, a welcome and a quick look at this section of the draw. Fitzy.
Robbie, thank you. Yeah, what a moment for the youngster, Rinky Hijikata. Gee, that's a big moment for a young person to walk out on the biggest stadium in his country and one of the biggest in the world, one of the 4 major title centre courts, Rod Laver Arena. Wow, his heart rate must have gone through the roof there. He's up against a toughie, and this will certainly give us an idea of what sort of future this young man has. He's already in the second round. What a great effort that is. He's had an impressive college career, Robbie, but this is a man that is world-class and one of the players vying for this Grand Slam.
Hi, Rinky. Our guests are going to do the coin toss, and please, gentlemen, there's going to be a picture after behind, okay? So we have the net you need, Hawkeye Live, 25 seconds between points. You have the clock on the big screen, but also in the corners. You have the blue towel, so blue box, red towel, red box. All right? Any questions? Your choice is going to be Ken Rosewall or AO. Ken Rosewall, here we go. Your turn. Yeah. AO. Serve. Stay. So now on the behind, turn behind. Look there for the picture.
Well, the Ken Rosewall coin. He is the face of the AO 2023. His muscles. And 70 years ago, this legend won the Australian title aged 18.
Of course Rinky went Ken Rosewall. Why wouldn't you?
He knows his tennis history. Good man,
yeah,
good man.
He's won me over.
Well, he'll be well tested this evening. Of that we can be absolutely certain, because this guy loves playing here. Of course, the Greeks garner a lot of support here in Melbourne. But he is playing against a local. But for those of you who don't know Rinky, probably a good time to introduce Wally Masur, who is courtside, of course, involved with a lot of the youngsters. I'm surrounded by Aussie legends. Wally, good evening and welcome.
Robbie, Fitzy, how are you guys?
Yeah, we are dangerously well. Hand us the rock. We are ready to roll, Wally.
Okay, well, so is Rinky. He does not mind a big stage. I don't know if you guys caught any of his first round. He was out on a backcourt. He was struggling. He was cramping, and the crowd got behind him. He has a great ability to take the crowd for a ride. He's a little bit of a showman, and I don't think he'll be daunted by the occasion. He may have a little trouble with Tsitsipas, though, because I called his match the other night, and he is running hot, and he came out of the blocks fast against Alice, and Rinky will have to be on his toes, that is for sure.
Yeah, Alice is a a top French player, and the Greek was well tested.
He's a three-time Australian Open semi-finalist. Coming from
Yeah, Hijikata, just 21 years of age, and you've already mentioned he was a standout at the University of North Carolina.
Yeah, he's limited with his experience at this level, there's no doubt, but he's a young player on the way up, and you can see by his body language that he's excited to be here. Anticipation, that look in the eye that only youngsters can really have, and look, he's not a big man, he's a few inches shorter than his opponent tonight, but he's got a good forehand, and Wally would know him well. He covers the court well. Look how strong those legs are. They're advanced for a young 21-year-old, I would think. He's already got a lot of miles in those legs.
And Wally, for somebody who hasn't seen Hijikata play, give us a 30-second breakdown of what his game's all about.
Okay, nice hands. As Fitzy said, look, he's not a big man, but he serves, for his height, he's got a pretty effective serve. Tremendous off the ground. He's got really good hands through the ball, good timing. He likes to take it on the rise. I mean, that'll be a bit of a challenge for him tonight, just given the power that'll be coming at him from the other end of the court. He's got a nice slice. He volleys very proficiently. He's got a good all-court game, a good understanding of how to play. It's just going to be, can he withstand the power, will be the question.
1 minute.
So, Tsitsipas and Hijikata about to get underway, and we mentioned the fact that it's a tournament where the Greek has excelled at. 2019. He was a semi-finalist, lost to Nadal. Then in 2021, that epic quarterfinal where he beat Rafa from 2 sets to love down with Stefanos, before eventually losing in the semis again to Medvedev. And last year, it was that man again, Daniil Medvedev, who got the better of him. He'll be hoping that he can go one step further and
Ladies
get
and
into another
gentlemen, this
major
match
final.
will
He
be
has
the
been
best
to
of 5
the finals of the French
tie-break
Open, of course, 2 sets lovely there against Novak Djokovic.
Stefanos Tsitsipas
Before
won the
that one
toss
got away
and
from
chose to
Stefanos.
serve.
But he comes into this one
And
with
a
a lot more experience, playing on the biggest of stages, on the biggest of courts, and it'll take a little while for Hijikata just to get used to the dimensions of this Rod Laver Arena. And there's a good energy that is circulating here.
There's a good-looking bloke.
Mark Philippoussis, who helps out the Tsitsipas camp for about 15 weeks a year. Has a good relationship with the family, and they can tap his wealth of knowledge and experience. Twice a major finalist was Flip.
First set.
The win predictor
Stefanos
heavily in
Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas's favor, and understandably so.
Ready?
Yeah.
Play.
Tsitsipas to get us underway.
I was actually talking to Rinky about this match because I covered the last Tsitsipas match, and he was unbelievably good at turning backhands into forehands, and he was very, very dominant from that part of the court. And just talking about the ability to go to the forehand to get to the backhand.
Oh, yes. Oh, Wally, you're a coaching genius.
Well, I didn't quite mean it quite like that, Fitzy. That was pretty extraordinary. That was a shoelace backhand.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to use that backhand line to get a chance to get Tsitsipas to hit that backhand on the run. Elise made the mistake of going there directly, and Tsitsipas was unbelievably good at turning those shots into off forehands.
I would say, after watching Tsitsipas at the United Cup and in previous years, he'd probably hit more than 2/3 of his balls off the forehand. And he sets it up, you know, the serve, the +1 we talk about is he's always looking for the forehand on his service games, straight after the serve. And he'll back away here a little bit sometimes after the serve to get the forehand. Bad luck. Good start from Hijikata, though. I like the way he's opened his proceedings here.
Yeah, speaking of that serve plus forehand, he's second on tour, tied second on tour. For getting the forehand into play is Tsitsipas, as we this confidence builder heavyweight that brings the forehand into play behind the first serve 84% of the time, does Steph.
Well, the first 5 points tell us that he's not lacking in confidence, the young man. He's hit some excellent balls already here, and he's prepared to pick his spot. And prepared to go down the line as well, he says.
Apostolos Tsitsipas. A fair bit to say. Communication allowed now. He's had a couple of coaching violations over the years. It's a tough hold in the end, but I tell you what, that would have sharpened Tsitsipas's focus early doors in this match.
Fitzy, one thing, just on, and you'll like this, Fitzy, as an older Australian player, one thing about Rinky that you're really going to like, he's going to be a good player because, boy, does he work. He's a great worker. I can't remember too many kids who show up every day with a great attitude off the court, on the court. He's unbelievably consistent. He's a real thinker. And I can safely say the month of December, he left no stone unturned to give himself a shot at a big opportunity like this. Now, it's a big step up from the challenger level where he spends most of his time, but he's not going to die wondering.
Well, testimony to all that effort, folks, in his opening round match when he came back from 2 sets to love down against Yannick Hanfmann. Earned his spot here on center stage.
See that the experience and athleticism of Tsitsipas gets himself into position there to hit that forehand. It's his favourite. It's his best weapon outside of the first serve, and it's dangerous if he gets around into that backhand corner of the court to hit his forehand.
Mentioned that he spent some time at the University of North Carolina. Shout out to our good friend Don Johnson, who used to play doubles with us. He was also a product there under the tutelage of Sam Paul and Trip Phillip. Very strong tennis program. That's the serve you were talking about, Wally. That's some serious pop, 191 clicks.
Oh, fantastic stuff. I'm excited. This is good stuff already, showing good signs. Rinky and Wally, you've taught him perfectly. I mean, to go into the forehand is not necessarily what Tsitsipas is used to or wants. It was the early ground stroke that took him wide, and then it opens the backhand corner up to attack. And if you've got a net game that can back it up, you've got a chance to accumulate some points.
Yeah, I don't care how good a one-handed backhand is. If you can get them to try to hit a running pass with a one-handed backhand, you're in with a shot. Now, the dynamic, of course, is you've got to go to the forehand, you've got to take a risk, but it's a play that can work for him.
Already Apostolos with a few words. He's on the same side of the court now as Steph. One apiece.
Let. First service.
Was tested early on in the season was Stefanos. Had that deciding set tiebreaker against Grigor Dimitrov at the United Cup.
He's got some flair, hasn't he, Wally? I mean, you can tell straight away. I mean, Tsitsipas came in there against the backhand and he chipped the ball unusually back down the line with feel instead of going for the stock standard one across court. He caught Tsitsipas there unawares.
Well, just for those watching at home, they might not understand when you play on a court with these kind of dimensions, what it's like trying to get used to it when you don't play on it a lot. Just explain that to the folks at home if you're a Hijikata playing on a court this big.
Just striping that backhand up the line. Robbie, but it comes down a lot to, it's sort of the visuals and the perception.
Yes.
And I used to feel a little bit impotent when I got out on a big court like this, because when you're on a smaller court, it feels like the ball is zinging around, you feel powerful. Then you get out here, and yeah, it just doesn't quite feel the same. And of course, the opposition's got more time, more space to track down the defensive shot.
Done his homework, he'll know he has to cover that first serve wide to the second court from Tsitsipas.
I tell you, the odd killer for me playing on the odd big court like this was the three bounces before the serve touched the back fence.
Gee, my serve bounced 5 times before it got... Wally's was about 2. Yeah. He was okay. Of course, you know, he has started with plenty of intensity, has Hijikata, and you wouldn't expect anything different. It's early days, and it's a long journey, best of 5 sets, isn't it? And a young player is getting to know what it feels like, playing one in the first round and recovering, playing another one now.
Let first service.
Damien Dumassois, the chair umpire. Saw the lines called electronically. There he is. Makes the job of Damien a lot easier. Oh, what wheels! No, it's out.
Game, Tsitsipas.
The sound of the electronic call is drowned out by the sound of the crowd. It was by much, but it was definitely one. Exciting opening 3 games. 2-1 Tsitsipas. Just needed to come around the side of that a little bit more. I always love watching the reaction of fans in the background when you see slow motions like that. There's the trajectory of the ball.
Time.
12 tracking cameras for Hawkeye in the Rod Laver Arena. Well, the Rod Laver Arena is the centerpiece of this magnificent sporting precinct. 1988, the first year that the tournament was held in Melbourne Park, and it has gone and grown
ladies and gentlemen.
from strength to strength.
Thank you.
It's one of the world's great sporting venues, and it welcomes the very first tennis major of the year. Struck another backhand. That is a shot of rich quality.
18 left.
Well, it's also the shot that can win points. It's lower percentage, but there's higher reward if you go down the line with this two-hander with the backhand. It's where a lot of players can hit a lot of winners, but it's a higher part of the net and it's a shorter distance to keep that ball in with gravity. So if you're prepared to do it, and if you find your range, you can get great results there.
It's good peripheral vision from Tsitsipas. Space on the diagonal. That's old school. As soon as you get the ball over your opponent's head, you come in. That's Mark Draper, the coach of Rinky.
From a very famous tennis family. Scotty Draper, his younger brother, was a top 50 player in the world, a winner of Queen's Club.
That's right.
If you don't mind. In London. Lead-in tournament to Wimbledon. There's Mark. Lovely guy, great mentor for these young players.
He's been on the journey. He knows what it's all about.
And a super tennis family. Drapers.
14-15. That's it.
You'd have to say this is a super start from the youngster Wally.
We saw this at the US Open. He had a wild card into the US Open. He took on Rafa, Arthur Ashe Stadium, which is pretty daunting, and he won the first set. He doesn't mind the show. He doesn't mind the crowd. He's not intimidated by reputation. The question, of course, is maintaining physicality over 5.
Also had a chance to play against Denis Shapovalov earlier this year in the Adelaide 1 event. Lost to Shapo in 3 sets. Of course, when he qualified and lost Cabos in 1 round, he had to play Daniil Medvedev. So he's already played 3 top players.
Tsitsipas waiting for it this time. That's the second time Hijikata has tried to guide that backhand slice down the line.
30 love.
Most players here, when they come in like Tsitsipas does, will lean more towards the left, more towards his backhand volley, because that's the stock standard slice that they're going to expect. But he picks it this time and he moved quickly to the forehand volley. Pointed to Mark Draper there, as if to say,
13-15.
Yeah, we've been working on that one, maybe.
It's the one you were talking about. He's going over the lowest part of the net there. And then the ball is going towards the higher part. That makes that shot difficult.
You enjoyed that, the coach?
And why not?
Good golfer.
Yeah.
Good piano player.
No way.
Yeah. Very, very good.
Yes, good coaches up there in Brisbane. That is a statement of intent from the Greek. 3-2 first set. It's been a good opening 20 minutes. Big step forward, head still on contact. He knew exactly where he wanted that one to go. Easy to impress Dad. He's a hard taskmaster.
Time.
Well, the Rod Laver Arena lit up beautifully this evening. And already it's Rinky Hijikata who's illuminating us with some beautiful backhands. He too has played his part in the opening 5 games. Can he maintain this high level of play? Or on serve.
Well, a little bit of his own medicine here for Rinky. And of course, we've talked about the forehand of this man. His backhand is not rated as highly, but he's still capable. He tends to miss-hit the ball like that one a lot off this backhand wing for some reason, but he still had the ability to flatten that one out. And we've seen 2 in 2 games now.
Yeah, we certainly have. Watch out for that heavily spun backhand, because I know that's something that Mark was talking about.
Mark Philippoussis.
Yes, him using that shot more rather than the flat one cross court.
Well, what it does, Robbie, it probably helps him bring his forehand into play, because it gives him time. If he can loop it deep, the backhand, we're talking about Tsitsipas, if he loops it deep, then he has more time to recover and set himself for the next ball, so he can read the play a bit more. If he hits it flat and hard, it gives him less time to position himself for the next ball.
Wally, you were talking about how hard Rinky was working. Give us an idea of what a day in the off-season preparing for a young Aussie coming into the AO series would be like.
Well, sitting next to Mark Draper, and there will be a shot of him later, is a guy called Al Murphy. So Al Murphy works for Tennis Australia. So he's a strength and conditioning trainer. So he sets a program, but I'll get to it in a sec. Confident forehand there from Rinky, but yeah, basically it was 3 to 4 hours of on-court, followed by an hour of gym, which could vary, obviously, cardio, strength, flexibility. But you know, the thing about Rinky is he doesn't waste time on court. If it's 4 hours, it's thoughtful, it's maxed, and it's meaningful. I just want to comment on that thing that Fitzy said about Stefanos' backhand. Quite often it's a miss hit, and it's quite apparent. You know, I'm sitting here courtside, I'm only maybe 10 metres away from him, and a lot of the balls they don't seem to come very clean out of the forehand, but out of the backhand you sort of think that was half a whiffle. But he's won a lot of matches in Australia, and he's won a lot of tight matches, and he's very confident. So he's hitting with no inhibitions, so the racket head speed is almost getting him out of trouble. But certainly a lot of the backhands have not been clean.
And it's always a barometer of his confidence. If he starts to take that backhand down the line on a regular basis, you better watch out.
Yeah, well, that does enable him to open up the court, and he'll get more forehands if he's able to hit that too. He'll hit a few winners there too, by the way, but he's looking to get the forehand. He'll use the backhand when he has to. And this is the level Rinky's going to have to maintain. He's played well so far, but already finds himself down a break. It's a tough school here. I tell you, all the assets he possesses, while he's told us about it, I haven't met the lad and I like him.
But Fitzy, his great challenge, of course, is, you know, you look at the size of the players in the game and the physicality of the game, and he's not big. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Well, you have to build your game around your assets and your capabilities, and that includes size and strength, quickness. He's not as big as Tsitsipas. I mean, Tsitsipas 6'4" and moves like he's 5'11". He's got some assets. So his class is starting to show here a little bit, isn't it, Tsitsipas?
Yeah, It's just changed gears in the last 10 minutes or so. It's just accelerated away from the Aussie. And the opening set is well within his grasp at 5-2. I guess, Wally, what is your message to a young player out there who isn't perhaps that tall? How does he go about developing his game so he can compete with the very best?
Well, I think the string and racket technology gives you an opportunity, even if you're not tall. We've seen Rinky serve up in the 190, so that's something you obviously have to develop, and you have to work extremely hard in the gym to be strong enough to kind of maintain that kind of pace throughout the course of a 5-set match. Got to work on your foot speed. Rinky actually grew up playing a lot of tennis with Alex de Minaur at the National Academy in Sydney, and Demon, of course, is an absolute live wire. Rinky not quite as quick, so got to work on your foot speed, work on taking the ball early.
Day 3 of the Australian Open 2023. First Nations Day today. There's Sam Groth in the house. Of course, politician Sam Groth these days. So I'll let you take it from there, Fitzy.
Well, he's in the shadow ministry in the Victorian opposition.
Serving to stay in the opening set is Rinky.
Fault.
He looks confident, doesn't he? It's like a heavyweight here against a middleweight for the last few games, and he stepped it up, Tsitsipas, and well, he's right. He's won a lot of matches here in Australia, close matches. That improves your confidence dramatically, and he's hitting out freely at the moment.
And just to give you an idea of some of the matches that Tsitsipas has already played here in Australia. United Cup, he beat Dimitrov, Goffin, Borna Coric, Matteo Berrettini. That'll sharpen your skills.
Touches.
was right on it. And he will force Tsitsipas to try and put this opening set on ice.
5 games to 3.
It's been 31 minutes in the making so far. Sharpish.
You know, we're talking to Mark Philippoussis a lot in Perth about his United Cup performances, and he is so close to Stefanos, and he loves to approach down the line and come in and use his athleticism. I think there's room for improvement in his volleys, but gee, they're not bad, are they?
Technically, that looked pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah.
Here's the big man.
15-all.
Finalist at both the US Open and Wimbledon was Mark. Roger got the better of him at the All England Club. Pat Rafter at the US Open.
You don't want to hit the ball up the middle of the court to the Tsitsipas forehand, especially with not a lot on it. He's going to take charge from there.
How's the sound of the ball coming off of the Tsitsipas forehand? That is something else, isn't it, Wally?
Yeah, it's a real crack. It's like a rifle shot. Probably got a few more revolutions than you suspect.
And a good change-up too, so he's getting better as a player. You can see him growing, I think, Tsitsipas.
It just looks stronger to me, Fitzy. Everything he's doing has got a bit more pace, a bit more weight. His movement is just that little bit better. Everything's evolving. You were just talking about his volleys before. You know, volleys these days, the guys are so good from the back. The idea that you're going to come in and play a lot of shoelace volleys is not on. I think the volley is about understanding when to transition on the back of a good serve or a good ground shot, and then just really keeping it simple and using your legs to get it right.
Game and for 7.
Tsitsipas got that serve very right. He wraps up the opener in 35 minutes, 6 games to 3. Well, we'll take a quick look at some of the numbers, but I want a rating before that for both players out of 10. Fitzy?
Well, Wally might be better off to give Rinky's rating. I would put Tsitsipas there at about 8.
Wally, what about for Rinky? Marks out of 10. I think we might have lost Wally there for a second.
Sorry, boys, I gave him a 7.
Okay, 7.
Because he's struggling on the scoreboard as we speak, but he's acquitted himself very well. And we have to understand there is a chasm in ranking and a gap in class at this stage of their respective careers. But I think Rinky hasn't played nervously, and he's come out with a plan. He's sticking to it. It's just a question, as I've always felt, just dealing with the firepower coming at him.
Nice summation. Thanks, Wally.
And he's very articulate, isn't he?
He is. Very. This is the backhand down early on that we saw from Rinky.
He started out of the gates really, really well. And look, he played a good set. I mean, and you know, he is playing against one of the best players in the world, someone who has a realistic chance to win this whole thing. But I think what we've seen is very impressive from the youngster.
Good stuff from the Greek early on. Set number 2, Hijikata, to start us off.
And this is a difficult time because all that energy he had coming out and starting this match now is finished with. You know, that effort he made, he's got to start again. And he's got to start at the same level as that if he can. Because this guy will keep the momentum going and he won't drop off. You wouldn't expect.
I want to say it's the 4th backhand winner down the line.
Yeah, if he gets this ball, if he starts making this shot during this tournament, not only is it going to be hard for Rinky, but it's going to be hard for everyone else who plays him too. That makes him a realistic chance here. And I'm talking about the whole thing, Robbie, without getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, he's one of the players that you would put in that basket of that small number of players that you really think could win the whole thing. But things have got to go right for him. He's got to play well at the right time. His form's got to build over the tournament. And part of that is getting past a second-round player like Rinky Hijikata.
No, it is not fair. He's good enough as it is. He doesn't need lady luck on his side too.
15-14.
But what do they say? Luck is a dividend of sweat. The more you sweat,
I thought it was just
the luckier you get.
I thought it was just a fortune. I thought luck was a fortune.
Gee, Pat Rafter must have been lucky.
Pat Rafter married Lara. Of course he was lucky.
Mount Isa producing two-time major winner.
Can you believe that?
I cannot.
You know where Mount Isa is, don't you?
I do.
He saved one break point here.
Defending. We always talk about his attacking prowess, but that is ultimate defending.
Second set.
When you push to your extremities and you can turn the point around and then win it.
And it's a willingness too, Robbie, isn't it? You know, the scoreboard's in his favour. He's feeling good. He's the star out here, but that willingness to defend and make Rinky earn everything. I mean, that's intimidating for the young, the young Australian. Their shots coming back.
Yeah, you alluded to it a little earlier, Fitzy, about playing at the challenger level, and of course, before that, making his way on the Futures Tour, which is the level below that. Those kind of shots aren't coming back, and it's getting used to this level of play and being able to play it, an 8, 9 out of 10 for long periods of time. That base level's got to be high if you want to be a top 100, top 50 player.
But how good is this for Rinky? I mean, irrespective of where he goes from here, just to get this little taste and spend a bit of time on court with a guy playing this well shows you what you've got to work at.
Yep.
And I know our job tonight is to stay focused on this particular outcome and this particular match, but it's hard for me not to think about an exciting future for this young Aussie. I think, you know, there may be a chasm in ranking differences here, but he's mixing it. He deserves to be on this court. He's good enough to be on this court with Tsitsipas. He may not win tonight, but he's going to put in a really good performance by the start of it. Anyway, it looks like he is, and he's got a future.
169 in the world is Hijikata. Stefanos 4.
First service.
And Fitzy, as you and I both know, you can be ranked 40-odd in the world, and to beat the very best players in the world, sometimes you need them to give you a little help. You need them to be off.
He's not ranked 4 for no reason. And I think the rankings are like a bit of a J-curve too, because, you know, maybe someone ranked 150 can beat someone ranked 100 a little easier, but for a guy ranked 50 or 60 or even, you know, 40 to beat someone ranked 4, that's a sort of a bigger jump.
Little wild.
30 on.
Little wild there from Tsitsipas, but you know, to beat some of these good guys, sometimes you need them to be going through a divorce or be having trouble with the IRS.
Oh, stop it!
You need a bit of off-court distraction.
I'm feeling depressed all of a sudden. He's got a chance here. Hijikata, here we go. Let's get back into this second set, young man.
30-40.
Looking for the boomerang break, Fitzy.
You love that. Well, there's just another one of his weapons. It's one of his best, actually. And I think in the last month we've seen him in Australia. He's using that first serve awfully well.
I mean, he's been going out wide so often, but just choosing the perfect time to change it up.
Advantage.
Bit of a loose game, though.
Easy.
Well, that's too good. This is a tough thing for a young player to get through it. You do all this work, you get to break point. He hammers 2 big first serves there. And if it's not a clean winner, it sets up the forehand.
He just tripped there.
He did. He stumbled.
Yeah.
Tsitsipas. That was an easy volley for him. Just lost his balance and hit the volley on the throat. Throw to the racket. Not a bad return, I guess, Wally, but if you're critical, it was a fraction short, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess you tell yourself you've got to make it, you've got to get it back in play, give yourself a chance. played a little bit cautiously, and that was the result.
Advantage, Tsitsipas.
Almost. Just need a little bit more hook spin. Pick that ball up off the court.
You know, to compete with a guy this good, you've got to play at your highest level consistently for a long period of time if you hit Hijikata.
Game, Tsitsipas.
Well, that could be a very important hold in the context of the second set. Hijikata forcing his way back into it after getting broken early, but it's not to be.
I think it feels like that old saying, you know, I'm not far away, but I'm still a long way away. He's been sort of close, hasn't he? Some of these games. Got to try and keep that level up.
One of the giga stats that we keep an eye on is the early breaks stats. And Tsitsipas, when he breaks serve in the opening 4 games, he'll convert that set 89%. of the time on tour, and you can see at the AO, very high number, 79. Just to highlight that again, how good of a front runner these top players are.
30.
Their average is 78%. Tsitsipas converts early breaks. He's way above average. He will close out that set and win it 89% of the time.
And he's got a big game to do it. He's got that big first serve to help him.
And being a good front runner is something that's very typical of the best players. John Isner, 100% in that category.
He's stepping it up, isn't he, again? So confident and so good, by the way.
And the trouble is, I'm just sitting here courtside, the trouble is when he does step it up and he just elevates the pace, Rinky's he's getting to the side of the ball. He can't get behind the ball. So there's just a case of diminishing returns in these rallies.
Well, with a double break and that added insurance,
Tsitsipas leads 3.
It's going to be a big mountain to climb for Hijikata in set number 2. Steph, 3-zip to the good.
Time.
One of the cornerstones of the Tsitsipas game has been the serve, certainly since he landed in Australia. He is undefeated so far. This has laid the foundation. Look at the accuracy of that. 2 feet is the border close to the lines. Could be a little bit more accurate on the juice side, but he's got a lot of slice on those balls on the right of your screen. But look how effective he's been serving to the ad side. Often that's where you play the biggest points. And he's making a high percentage of first serves. Deadly accurate.
Let first service.
And you couple that with an average first serve speed of about 191 kilometers an hour. When you have speed and accuracy, it's a heady cocktail.
15 left.
Well, he's just getting overpowered now. He's a bigger, stronger athlete, and there's Mark. He looks pretty relaxed. They know the writing's on the wall here in this match, but that's okay. Rinky's just got to hang in there and keep competing. Good things can happen.
And also every minute you can spend out here, Wally, that you're just banking experience, aren't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. You don't get this opportunity too often, do you? 15,000 fans in your home country, your home slam. The thing that's, sorry, Fitz, I was just going to say, the thing that's complicated is when this sort of scenario starts happening, the game's just running away from you, it can happen very quickly. And trying to arrest the slide is a real challenge.
Super shot. Yeah, they're both fast players, though, aren't they, Wally?
Yeah, they are. And I guess what I was alluding to is because Rinky, not the tallest of men, and he doesn't get a lot of cheap points on the serve. I mean, in men's tennis, just hanging onto your serve somehow, irrespective of the opponent and how tough the situation, just gives you that little bit of scoreboard pressure.
Game, Tsitsipas.
So if there is one thing that, you know, Rinky does a lot of things well, but if there's one thing that he's really got to work on is a serve that is solid, strong, has a lot of juice on it, does a lot through the air, a lot off the court. Maybe it's going to set up the forehand. Maybe it's not going to be clean aces or unreturnables, but a serve that can continue to keep scoreboard pressure on the field.
Thank you.
This is a complete performance so far from Tsitsipas, showcasing all his skills. Some beautiful Athenian artistry on display right here. The feel of the backhand and the touch on the forehand.
He looks more Spartan to me tonight, Robbie, more warrior class.
He's got a bit of everything at the moment, hasn't he, Wally?
Yeah, he's having to redline the youngster, isn't he, to try and stay with him. It's become all too much for him in the last couple of games, and it's not it's not a surprise. This guy is one of the great players currently in the world of tennis.
He has measured that backhand beautifully tonight, both with the cross court and the down the liner. And Steph has raced to a 5-love lead.
Time.
Well, after the searing heat of yesterday, it's been a lot wetter on day 3 of the Australian Open, but the tennis inside the Rod Laver Arena has been white hot, especially coming from that far end of the court.
One thing too, probably just worth mentioning, because he's so confident, Stefanos, and we have no variables. The roof is closed. It's absolutely perfect conditions. And sometimes too, when you do play these great players who are in tremendous form, you need a little bit of maybe it's sun, wind. You just need a few levelers.
I'm telling you guys, Wally, I don't know what it's looking like courtside there, but I think Tsitsipas has made an adjustment with his backhand. Definitely was a discussion that he was having with Mark during the United Cup of getting more air on that backhand cross court. And I think it's being reflected in some good depth. Not necessarily winners, but he's setting himself up much better in the point.
14-15.
He's playing somebody who's allowing him a little bit more time, but I like what I'm seeing. 2 set points.
Game and second set, Tsitsipas.
Hijikata won't go gluten-free in this second set. He has been bageled.
Tsitsipas leads 2 sets
on the hour mark. Steph wins the second. That was impressive. I don't even think we can say that Hijikata's level dropped off. I think it was Tsitsipas who just took it to a whole other level.
Yeah, I think a young player like this who hasn't had this experience, and he's not at this level, Tsitsipas's level yet. It's obvious watching the 2 sets so far, certainly the second, but he's learning. And if he can stay with him for a short period of time, which he did at the beginning of the match, he can then stay with him for longer as time goes on. And that's what he's got to build to. So I'm not overly worried about this young fella. I think he's going to be a good player. I don't know how good, but he'll get better than where he is now, that's for sure. And the more experience he has, at 21, he's young. I mean, he's playing one of the best players in the world who is 24 years of age, has a mountain of experience compared to him. And it's not surprising that you can get overwhelmed and overpowered for a period of time. Tsitsipas just got used to his game, I think. He shocked him a little bit at the start, then he found his range, soaked up the speed of the opposition's ball, and now he's showing us his full repertoire.
Third set. Hijikata to serve.
I'd like to see him make a stand here, though. That would be encouraging and a good, even a better sign than what I've seen so far. See if you can make a stand early in the third. Give this set a shot.
Okay, good to go.
That's it. Yeah, love to hear him encourage himself, trying to fight here and make a little bit of a statement of his own early in the third would be good.
That's the response you're looking for, Dixon. I think, just to add to your comments, the takeaway from me from this first 2 sets, and there's plenty more to be played out, is in men's tennis, the serve obviously is so key. And I think for Ricky, Ricky can be a top 100 player, no problem. How far he goes and how long he stays there, I think he's going to rely on just how his serve develops.
And the tough thing about that is Mark Draper looks on, he'll be proud of his young fella, but his size counts, and the game is, they're bigger athletes than they used to be on average, a lot bigger.
Game, Hijikata. New balls, please. First game, third set.
Well, a couple of serve volley points there, and that's all part of it. To use the serve to serve volley. Do you have the change-up? Do you have the ability to hit a big kicker out wide and force your opponent to stretch? You know, have you got the slider wide, the slider T? So it's not just sheer pace, but completely owning the square. You know, for a man of Rinky's size, that's going to be important going forward.
And just looking at his technique, Wally, it looks pretty sound. So it's really being creative and putting in the reps, right?
Yeah, and look, a bit of a shout out to a guy called Ben Pine, because Rinky worked with Ben Pine up in Sydney, and Jared Bunt, who's now working with Jason Kubler. They spent a lot of time with him as a youngster. And look, I'll be honest, I didn't see Rinky having the serve that he's got today back when he was 14 and 15 years of age. So he's worked hard already to this point. But, you know, now it's time to take it to another step. As I say, you've got to completely own the square. You've got to have every serve, variety, and then the ability to nudge 200.
New balls.
What we're seeing here also is, let's not forget how well Tsitsipas is playing and how good he is. This is one of the current best players in the world. So let's appreciate that as well. And he's on a roll here. He's confident. He's got matches under his belt, as we've said, and there's no reason why he wasn't going to play awfully well tonight.
Set away from being a Grand Slam champion at Roland Garros back in 2021. Had Novak on the ropes. 2 sets to love up. He has tattooed that forehand. How good is that? Pacey, precise.
Tsitsipas.
I can tell you what, in the pantheon of good forehands, the Tsitsipas one is right up there.
If you look at the Rafa forehand, you sort of imagine that's a hard one to teach, but the Tsitsipas forehand is pretty classic. Fairly neutral grip, just eastern, maybe towards a semi-western, but it's pretty linear.
Yes.
Very teachable. So Rinky has serve volleyed a little bit to start this third set. Fitzy, you know, going back in the day that Stefanos' father approached me about moving to Australia as a family when he was a junior.
Jurisdiction over these as well.
Well, I was working for the Federation, working for Tennis Australia, and I was working in performance, and I guess he was asking the question. I just don't think I was helpful enough. I mean, if I knew he was going to be this good. I mean, Demon beat him that year in the Australian Juniors, so I thought, I don't know. Hindsight's a wonderful thing.
And there's people around here who think Wally's a good judge. Well, I like this. He's knuckled down again, and he's playing each game on its merits and wants to accumulate them.
That's a heck on a second serve.
That rose off a length too. Gee.
Good delivery. 2-1 third set. Wally, I always find it such an interesting conversation, and I'd like to hear from you as well, Fitzy. Like, what other players did you think, perhaps maybe guys that you were playing with, you didn't think they were great players, but went on to be unbelievable or a lot better than what you thought they might be?
Well, I'll start. Wally. Thought he was completely uncoordinated when he was younger. Gee, got to number 15 in the world. Not a bad effort.
Well, what that shows, Fitzy, is that every dog can have its day.
There were more than a single day there.
Yeah, it's a good question, Robbie. I do remember playing a very, very young Peter Korda and thinking, oh my goodness. And I played Andre Agassi as about a 17-year-old. So every now and then the obvious ones hit you.
Please. Love 15.
Okay, always nice when they come in the first point against the opponent's serve, without a doubt. Percentage chances of breaking an opponent's serve increase a lot when you win the first point.
Slice not a bad option. The air's getting a little bit heavier. It's a cool evening, and the ball just not bouncing. Have a look at that on replay. That's just above ankle height. Tough to deal with.
Dad clearly not happy with the way that point was constructed.
15-30.
He's a tough taskmaster.
Yeah.
His son's been pretty much perfect tonight.
Wonder how his low forehand was from the backhand.
Yeah. Step out and show us.
Super shot from the youngster. And great movement forward. He attacked that second serve.
14.
With intent.
It's given him 2 break points.
13-14.
So accurate with the serving on the ad side. He's been pretty good on the juice side this set. Where do you think he goes here, Fitzy?
Wide.
That's what I'm
Most
covering.
of the time he goes wide. Not always.
You look at the radar there, it's 158, but heavy. Not always measuring the revolutions on that serve, but it just kicked like a mule. Rinky unable to get the racket head over the ball, so...
I love his intent, though. I mean, at least he tried to take it on again.
Advantage.
Bad luck. He deserved better in this game, I think. Crowd's really hoping he can lift here.
Yes.
And possibly take this to a 4th set.
Well, it was at this stage in his previous match where he actually had the onset of some cramps. And the crowd really got engaged. And they are amped.
He's not a shrinking violet, is he, Rinky?
Great to see.
Advantage. Tsitsipas.
And once again, it's the accuracy of the serve that's done all the damage there. It's just 183 kilometers an hour, but placed with geometric perfection.
Game Tsitsipas.
Well, a couple of errors, but I'd call them probably good errors. I mean, you got to make that second ball into play, don't you? But there's a fine line, and I think getting on the front foot and attacking it is something he probably needed to try and do. Didn't work this time. Can't just defend that second serve back in the middle of the court, or Tsitsipas is going to dominate it with the forehand.
2-all.
Love 15.
His margins are good at the moment, Tsitsipas. I mean, he's hitting the ball with great authority. He's hitting it hard, but he's covering the ball really well. Everything just looks so safe, even this pass here. It's hit firmly, the angle's perfect, but he's clearing the net by good margins. He's absolutely on song.
Dialed in.
Flat. First service.
So tough to defend shot making like that. It's mesmerizing and magnificent.
And he's not taking any great risks. As I said, that's a good shot of the margins. Low camera angle there. Everything looks pretty safe. Plenty of racket head speed. You can see there's plenty of kick off the court, good shape.
Chance to break in the third.
Okay.
Just beaten by the pace. Yeah, that's what you should have done.
Does rehearsing the swing in the coaching box, does that help? Is that of any assistance?
Maybe he's trying to give him a visual of what should have been done. Who knows? I don't know, Wally. Not sure. Not short of a word or two.
Or three. Yeah, always trouble if that pops up.
And Tsitsipas strikes first, and it's that fearsome forehand that pays dividends. 3-2, third set, and 2 sets to love. Oh, and Jakarta was up against Nadal at the US Open. He managed to stay out there for a little over 3 hours when all was said and done in New York. It's been an hour and 23 minutes in the making, this one so far. See the amount of fluff that comes off the ball when it gets hit, and he is already moving to the next shot. Prepares the grip. Left hand taking the racket back, the big step into it. He's always got his momentum going forward, and he just rips up the back and around the side.
Time.
Well, over the last 8 weeks, blue and white flags have been flying high. That's always the case when Tsitsipas is here in Melbourne.
Well, it's an international game. It sure is. I don't know how many cultures are in the locker room here from representative players. What would there be? 30 odd? Do you think?
Oh,
more? 40?
Yeah, 50s.
That's awesome. Wally's got that Austrian heritage. A few Austrians here.
Well, we're a very mixed culture here in Australia, aren't we? You look at Rinky, obviously of Japanese ethnicity. We've got Kokkinakis and Kyrgios of Greek ethnicity. We're a real melting pot down under.
A few South Africans here, Robbie, too.
Yes.
He would have beaten a lot of players there in that point. Hijikata did a heck of a job, didn't he? And the defensive skill and athleticism, the court coverage of Tsitsipas, just too much.
Love.
Forehand heaviness is in a different category altogether.
Again, Tsitsipas.
Together with the serve, should have its own representation.
Tsitsipas leads 4 games to 2.
Well, he's going to be better for it, isn't he, Rinky, after a really gutsy first round win. Coming into this Australian Open, it's a big deal to play in this championships, and
He's given a fantastic account of himself.
Yep.
He's not done yet. 2-4.
Forehand's relentless, isn't it? What a shot it is.
Lovely kick.
That's just outrageous. I mean, there's just no hesitation whatsoever. He's not even thinking about this. Just see ball, hit ball, hard.
With spin. And he's got strength and timing when he reaches, like on end range, as they say.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that, Fitzy. He really improvises well on end range. I mean, he'll abbreviate his swing or, you know, hold the racket firm, create an angle for the slice. I mean, he's got good racket skills too.
Not easy to win a point out here.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Fitzy.
18-30.
I mean, that would be a win against most. He's still got to hit it pretty close to the line there. Just to make sure.
I'm down here, Robbie, with no technology. It's very old school down here courtside. Who does the winner of this match play?
Either Talon Griekspoor or Botek van der Zandschulp.
Let. First service.
They're currently out on court 17.
Gee, I thought you were speaking Afrikaans there, Robbie.
He was.
Game Tsitsipas.
There's the improvisation again on the return of serve. He has showcased us so many of his skills. It's been very easy on the eye. Tsitsipas just a decent service game away now from the third round.
Time.
Well, in the opening 3 days, we have seen some good performances from top players. This one is right up there. Served well. Yeah. He's been creative.
He's going to be fresh too.
Yep.
This is a good run. It's not too draining.
He was working hard at the United Cup, was training in the morning, players playing matches in the afternoon.
And as the three of us know that well, to have a chance to win these majors, you really feel like they have to save some energy in the first week. If you have a couple of long 5-setters in the first week, it has a cumulative effect, a draining effect. This is a good one for him. And he's going to be completely fresh for his next round.
40 love.
Three match points for Steph.
Game set a match to Tsitsipas. 3 sets to love. 6-3, 6 love, 6-2.
What a complete performance from Steph Tsitsipas. Rinky Hijikata played his parts. He was gritty, but this guy was boundlessly imaginative. And you couple that with the firepower that he possesses of both the serve and the forehand. He was right on song, and you can understand why he was a straight set winner tonight. Gets the job done in 3, 6-3, 6 love, 6-2.
Impressive. I mean, a new experience for this young man. I'm proud of him. I'm really happy he's done well here at the Open, and he's got a good future. As Wally said, as he leaves the court now, what an experience. And we don't know how good he can be, but Wally's confident he can be in the top 100. And maybe further north than that as well. He's got a really great attitude. He'll be back and he'll do better at the Australian Open than we saw this year, but a good Open for him. This man, though, he's a possibility to win the whole thing, I think, Robbie. I mean, he's one of the handful of players, I think, that can win the Australian Open. He's been in the semi-finals 3 times. He knows these conditions, loves these conditions, and can beat big-name players out here on Rod Laver Arena. So he's in good form too, and he's going to be fresh now, which plays a role.
Well, I think Wally is ready to have a chat with him.
Well, Stefanos, that was a pretty awesome display. Every aspect of your game was completely on song tonight.
Felt good out there. Ball was coming off the racket really well, so I enjoyed myself tonight. It was great throughout the entire match. Always a pleasure playing on Rod Laver Arena. I get some good memories here.
You've been on a bit of a roll since you arrived in Australia. It's been a happy union. The United Cup, it's a novel event representing your country along with Sakkari. It seems to have been a real positive for you.
Absolutely, yes. We had a great time, you know, connecting with the team. We haven't experienced anything like it in tennis before, so I highly encourage for the United Cup to keep on going strong. Australia is one of the best locations to host events like this, so you know, I got to see a lot of Australia in the last couple of weeks, starting from Perth, going all the way to Sydney, and I think Melbourne could be a candidate for the finals.
I wonder why. Big Greek community here.
Absolutely, yeah. I think well, I have a strong sensation whenever I'm back here. It kind of feels like whenever I'm back here, it feels like home. And maybe in the future, you know, I'm seriously thinking of maybe getting a home here one day.
Well, keep winning, because real estate's pretty expensive in Melbourne.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to ask you, Melbourne, Australia, I think he's left, but you got a man in your box, Mark Philippoussis, from Williamstown. He's done some amazing things on this court. He was a great player, and I'm just wondering, obviously there is a Greek connection there. What's he bringing to the table, and how is he as a mentor along with your father?
He brings a lot of shyness in. I mean, you see he left immediately. He's a really modest, humble type of guy. I didn't really know him very well in the last, let's say, 5-6 years. I got to know him a little bit better recently. I think he brings a lot to the game. He's played some amazing tennis himself in his career. Won a lot of matches here on Rod Laver Arena. Has tons of experience when it comes to high level of tennis. So he's been helping me a lot with serve and volley, although I didn't use it a lot today. It's somewhere, you know, in my artillery, somewhere in there, waiting to be unpacked. So he has contributed a lot to more of, let's say, the offensive type of game that I'm looking to install within myself, and we've been moving towards the right direction, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a very modest fellow. He used to drive his Ferrari when he played in Melbourne Park here, yeah. He really flew under the radar. But look, I just want to touch on your...
Those were different days. Those days are over.
He's a changed man. But I just want to ask you, your next opponent, I believe they're still out on court, 2 Dutchmen, Griekspoor and Zandschulp. Any thoughts on those 2?
Well, I haven't played them before. I'm going to have to do, you know, the right preparation and also a little bit of scouting, I think, would be important. So I'm keeping my eyes on these 2 guys, yes.
All right, mate. Well done. Enjoy the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robbie, our own Wally Masur, yeah. You know, it was about Stefanos, but, you know, there's 1,000 comedians out of work in Melbourne, and Wally thinks he's funny, you know. Oh, that was magnificent.
Oh, he's not half bad, that Masur fella. He's not half bad.
What a performance, though, by Stefanos. And yeah, it's really lovely to hear that he enjoys this environment. He likes our country. Plenty of his heritage here.
Yep. Who can't like it down here? They're all sporting crazy. Oh, he's come well prepared. Look at this.
No, he's handing out his postcards. Pre-signed.
I mean, that's next level. That's good organizational skills.
That's a good idea, because he doesn't have to stand and hold his arms up above his head for the next 10 minutes. Smart guy.
It was a very smart performance from him. And as Wally said when he interviewed him, he thought he played magnificent tennis, and you always want to hear how the player feels about their performance.
Yeah, well, he was happy. Yep. You could tell he said the ball was coming off the strings well tonight. That's, I think that's code for, I'm really happy with how I hit it.
Yes, subtly saying that he feels really, really good about himself. And he'll await the winner of Van der Zandschulp and Griekspoor. As I mentioned, they are still battling away. It's 11 o'clock local time, a relatively early finish. A couple of straight set matches this evening. Tsitsipas with the note.
Stefanos, practice for my Sigma de Sheskin, please. Stefanos, please, my mother's really sick. It's for her, it's a present. Thank you so much, Stefanos. Please, Stefanos. Love you so much, Stefanos. Thank you very much.
Actually, I can see what that says. But let's take a look at the section of the draw that Steph finds himself in. Of course, looming large just below him is one Jannik Sinner.
Well, that's the one that stands out in that section, isn't it? Sinner is in good form. He had a little bit of an injury worry in Adelaide, but he's come to Melbourne, he's in good form, he's winning comfortably, and he is class, all class. That will be a matchup if it goes that far. And I think both of those players would start favourites in this round 3. Cameron Norrie down there, the bottom part of that section also.
Now he's trending towards Felix Auger-Aliassime. As you can see, who had to come back from 2 sets to love down earlier today to get the win. Still needs to improve the level of his play, but Tsitsipas produced a fair few oil paintings of a backhand. The serve and forehand were magnificent. He is a winner today, and he is safely through to round number 3.
Thank you.
Hey, buddy, you go there.
Pretty deep, you would imagine, at this year's Australian Open. Some of the round one matchups down the bottom there. Tough part of the draw, though, Laura. Just lurking in the potential
second round against Emma Raducanu. We don't. With the double faults with the ball toss as well, but the fact that she's starting the match off kicking things off on her own side is a really positive sign, and you have to think that that's got a lot to do with how easily she was holding serve in Auckland just a couple of days ago. Barely faced a break point all week.
Katerina Siniakova, born in the Czech Republic, 26 years of age, and if you can believe it, this is her 10th consecutive main draw at the Australian Open. Currently ranked 46 in the world, but she has been higher than that, as high as 31. And fair to say, Laura, that Siniakova is really renowned as not a doubles specialist, because she's a very good singles player, but has had incredible success on the doubles tour.
A six-time slam winner with Krejcikova, who she's been playing with since the junior days. They won a couple of junior Grand Slams together, and then have taken that run onto the WTA Tour, gold medalist at the last Olympics. They've won everything there is to have won on the doubles tour, but yeah, I often feel like she's pigeonholed a little bit as a doubles specialist because she is so good. But she's still a really dangerous singles player. We saw she pushed Garcia to 7-5 in the third last week.
Coco Gauff, we know a lot about her. Has been as high as number 4 in the world. That was at the back end of last year. Currently the 7th seed here at the Australian Open. The big result for Coco last year, of course, was the French Open finalist. And as we take a look at the head-to-head, 3-1 Gauff leads. And in fact, the last time they did play, Laura, I know you watched that. That was at the Billie Jean King Cup, where Katerina Siniakova won that 7-6, 6-1. But outside of that, Coco has dominated the head-to-head.
I don't read a lot into that last match at Billie Jean King Cup. It was end of the year. Coco was exhausted. She'd been at the WTA finals just 24 hours before, lost all of her matches there because she was already tired. Then had to fly to Glasgow, try and turn things around, and you could just tell that they had nothing left to give, you know. She had nothing left in the legs. And so I think that one should have potentially a little asterisk next to it.
So perfect conditions at the moment, just 21 degrees, not overly windy. This is a beautiful stadium court here, the Rod Laver Arena. So it should be absolutely perfect conditions for players and fans today.